Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you all, and pardon the notes. I'm used to being behind the camera, not in front of it, so I came prepared. I want to just thank everyone for joining us today at the New Now Summit. It's very exciting to see both our live audience and to know that we have hundreds of people turning in for the live stream, and I thank you all for coming. It's wonderful to see in the room our current NYU LA students, as well as alumni, faculty, and many distinguished members of the entertainment and tech communities. I'm Nina Sadowski, and I'm the program director for NYU LA, and I am also a novelist with 5 published novels and a 6th on the way, and a film producer has worked in both the studio and the indie arena. I became a storyteller because I wanted to move the needle on things I cared about, social issues I cared about, and also because, frankly, it was my way of processing this confusing and wonderful world we live in. So that was my path. But the thing that has always guided me is a notion of following curiosity, which has led me down some strange paths, including putting together this summit. I observed that there was an inherent tension at play. On the one hand, we are seeing a cultural reckoning that is demanding more inclusive representation in all media. On the other hand, we're seeing a marketplace that is putting a demand on pre-branded intellectual property, known things that can cut through the clutter of the marketplace. So I began to ask myself, how can these two forces be balanced? I wondered, and as I began to delve in deeper, I recognized that market, tech, and cultural forces were transforming the way we make, consume, and distribute media. That much was clear, but every question I asked only brought up more questions. So I'm going to share some of the questions with you now that I began to ask myself. How have all these changes impacted the creative process? How are they disrupting financial models? How do we tackle the inherent bias acknowledged to be in AI? Will tech divide us, or will it unite us? Where are new creators coming from, and where are the support systems in place to help make them make their art? With all this disruption, how the hell are people getting paid? How have all these issues impacted the strikes? What will our industry look like when the strikes are over? At this point in the questioning process, I realized I knew nothing about anything. So I decided to apply for this grant, and I will say with the generous support of NYU Global Programs and a Global Opportunity Grant, as well as assistance from the NYU Alliance for Public Interest Technology, we were able to put together this day that's going to be populated by people way smarter than I am so that we can all get brought up to speed. I'd like to thank our partners in putting together today's event, Black Realities, the Female Quotient, and Yet Impact, as well as our hosts, the Complex Studios. I'd also like to thank the entire team at NYU LA. My team is incredible, and they've all worked really hard on this, and I'd particularly like to shout out Gracie Karapi, who's been just an invaluable partner to me in putting this together. And I'd also like to thank Popple Digital Business Cards for providing the tech that we'll be using to connect everyone when we break for lunch, everyone that's here in person. Before we begin the day's programming, I'd like to take a moment to announce a new initiative in NYU LA that we're very excited about. And this is the NYU LA Get Amp Marketing Award. This award was sponsored by an alum who has decided to remain anonymous, but I am incredibly grateful for the way this alum recognized this kind of award could have, the impact it could have on our students. So the award is both a cash stipend as well as marketing advice from a team of advisors to support a work that was created by a student while at NYU LA. And I'm going to announce right here live our first winner. With many thanks to all the students that submitted, and you will hear from all of us because all of your work was really interesting and provocative, but the winner of the first NYU LA Get Amp Marketing Award is Phoebe Young for her film Crescendo. So, good on, Phoebe. So thank you and congratulations. And with a reminder that full bios for our panelists and participants today can be found on the New Now Summit website. I would like to briefly introduce the 2 dynamic women that will kick us off with our headliner conversation. Shelley Zalis is known as the Chief Troublemaker. This is, frankly, a nickname I'm jealous of and aspire to. Come on out, Shelley. She is a trailblazer for women in the workplace, an internationally renowned entrepreneur, a pioneer for online research, and CEO of the Female Quotient, one of our partners today. Welcome. And Kelly Mi Lee is a Chinese-American serial entrepreneur, film producer, speaker, and investor. She established one of the first tech incubators in LA in 2001 and has invested in over 20 startups. Kelly also executive produced and starred in 3 seasons of Netflix groundbreaking reality series Bling Empire, which follows a clique of ultra-wealthy Asian Americans living the high life in California and Los Angeles. And now I would like to introduce Kelly and Shelley and let them take it away. Thank you all very much.
I went to NYU many years ago. I mean, I'm not embarrassed to tell you how many years ago. I'm 61, so when do you go to college? I guess you're like 20. So.
I don't even know, but your spirit is so young. That's all that matters. Age is just a number. So.
And I just posted a picture of me with my first child when I was pregnant. I gained like 60 pounds. And I think everyone was amazed at the photograph. And I was on a landline talking pregnant, and everyone was cracking up. That's how long ago it was. So you just had a baby girl who was the cutest little thing in the entire world. And
thank you. Thank you. It's definitely been an experience. It's amazing.
Right? And it's pretty amazing because people always say, how do you do it all, right? And I always find it amazing because people ask women, how do you do it all? And they never ask men, how do they do it all? And we have to start doing that because it's time for a new conversation. Because if we start asking men and women, how do you do it all, maybe we can break that taboo that caregiving should start in the home, and we should share that responsibility.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so Bling Empire. I want to just open with, did you have a favorite moment in Bling Empire?
Ooh, there are so many. You know, Bling Empire changed my life in so many different ways. One, obviously, I met my boyfriend, who is the baby to my beautiful daughter, on set, actually. He was off camera, but we met on set. We're on a trip to San Francisco, so that changed my life completely.
I love that. Even though he was, you never shared that one, right?
No,
in Bling Empire.
You know, with the reality show, especially my last relationship was so public, I just want to keep him to myself. And, you know, we kept it very private for, I think it was over a year. And then when it was funny, I posted a picture of him, and everybody was like, they had the weirdest guess, you know, on my comment who he is. John Cena was one of them, and I was like, wait, what? Like, how does it even work? But yeah, we had a lot of really just every guest out there. It was really funny.
I love that. Okay, when you were growing up, what did you want to be? Like, what did you imagine?
I thought I was going to be a doctor, like all my family, just because I didn't know anything else. Media entertainment wasn't part of, you know, like my family, especially I grew up in a small town in China. I didn't know it existed. I didn't really find my passion until like in my late 20s, 30s that, you know, so you guys are very lucky that you guys are going for your passion right now and learning about it. I had to learn everything on the fly and learn everything ground up. So I thought I was gonna be a doctor, like the rest of my family, because that's the only thing I knew.
I love that. Okay, so Bling Empire. I have to share this story because this is pretty crazy with your journey. You went to Bling Empire. You are the creator of Bling Empire. You were going to be behind the scenes, producer, director, and next thing you knew, you became the star of Bling Empire. What happened? Like, how did that happen?
I don't even know. You know, Bling Empire was, I read the book Crazy Rich Asians before it was made into a movie, and at that time I just thought, these are my friends, and it's an incredible story, and I want to make a reality version out of it. And of course, we got a lot of no's. It took me many years. It wasn't just an overnight success. It took many years, many no's, and didn't never give up on the project. And you know, when we took our last round of pitching, I was like, oh, I'm not on camera, and they were like, no, these are your friends. It doesn't make sense. You know, you need to be on camera. And it was a very new thing for me. I never imagined my life to be in front of camera. I'm very, very comfortable. I'm an introvert. I'm very comfortable behind the scenes.
You're an introvert.
I'm an introvert.
Okay.
I like to be behind the scenes. And was like, you know what, let's do it, because we have one chance to make this show, and we have to make it great and just put it out there, because we did make history. We are the first all Asian cast on a global network, you know, and it's bigger than me. I want to give voice to the younger generation, because growing up, I didn't have role models to look up to. Asians weren't, growing up in America, Asians weren't on magazine covers, they weren't on TVs. Even if they were in movies or TVs, it's very stereotyped. You know, men are kung fu masters, nerds. Females are very highly sexualized. So, you know, I was like, I want people, and I want the younger generation, the current generation, see that Asians can be cool, fun, like, we're smart too, all that stuff, and get rid of the stereotypes. So,
All right.
yeah, that's how I end up on camera.
Okay, so there's so much to unpack with everything you just said, so I want to back up. The cast of Bling Empire, were they were your real friends? I mean, these weren't just people that were actors. These were your actual friends that you cast?
Majority of them are. Obviously, a couple of them I met for, you know, when we started developing the project together. So I did get to hang out with a lot of them for about a year or two before we started filming.
Okay, and it was from Crazy Rich Asians. So
The concept, yeah.
The concept.
Well, yeah, kind of the idea.
Okay, was the idea. And so how many years ago did you conceive of the idea?
I read the book in 2013, and I think I started really working on it in 2015. And you know, we started filming, started developing, like, you know, I went through different production company, and 2018 at the end of it is when we started filming. 2019 is when we sold it to Netflix and went full on production, and it came out 2021, early 2021.
That's really quite remarkable. And I want to go to the no's. So no, 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 no.
Yeah.
What were the reasons for the no's?
We weren't really given a reason other than it's never been done before, just because Hollywood's still a business, right? Like, there's, you know, everybody's also, they want to make sure their job is safe. So it's never been done, it might not be successful. But because, you know, Crazy Rich Asians and shows like Fresh Off the Boat, that paved the way for a reality show of all Asian cast. And now that hopefully Bling Empire paved the way for other all Asian cast, or other, you know, have people, so they can take a chance, Hollywood can take a chance. You know, there is still business to be made, you know, for, I guess, different, you know, that's not all like all like Caucasian, you know, in front of camera.
When you got the yes, was there something about your pitch that you did differently that got the yes, or was it just that right moment?
I think a lot has to do with the moment, just because Crazy Rich Asian was such a big hit for as a movie, and my phone was ringing off the hook at the time. All the people that were saying no to me called me back.
Okay, so it was when Crazy Rich Asian hit.
Yeah.
That's when. So it was that 2018 moment that you got the hit. Okay, I want to go into, and Nina talks about, you know, transmedia, and, you know, we say multimedia. At that time, because it was Netflix in particular, how did you think about, from concept, did you have that thought about developing the script and the concept cross-media at the time, or did you just think about developing it in a single platform? Did you think about the whole concept of how you were going to roll out?
Yeah, not particularly, but you know me, I'm always thinking about how to create things, a business around, and all my businesses is ecosystem. Everything has to feed off each other. That's how my brain works. However, when we're developing a project, I wasn't thinking I was going to be on camera, so I just want to focus on basically get the show made. But it's incredible the reach that Netflix has. That was, you know, that you mentioned. I didn't realize the impact of Netflix until when the show aired. It was during COVID, so we were doing a lot of press through Zoom. But after the show, I got to travel a little bit. And then when I went to Mexico, when I went to Asia, went to Europe, I didn't realize the fan base and the reach that Netflix had. It was really funny. After season 1, I was in Mexico City, and this lady came up to me on the street, and then she started talking to me in Spanish, and then I just looked at her blankly. And then all of a sudden, both of us connected. The version of me on her television spoke fluent Spanish. So she would, and then you know, I spoke fluent French, fluent German, you know, all that stuff. So it was really funny, but that's, you know, the power of Netflix.
So when you think about, you know, multimedia, multi-platform, how then did you think about all the distribution channels in terms of leveraging this amazing content that you had? You know, what was the strategy? Once you realized you had a hit and you were going to really start creating a multimedia platform from the content you had, who did you start hiring? What did you start, you know, really doing to think about what to do with this hit that you had?
I think on a personal level, you know, because you're able to build a brand because of the show, so obviously the next thing you think about is what's the long term, you know, and I think a lot of the people who on reality TV did brilliantly is product lines. And I think also it takes a certain talent and also business mind. It's not easy to create a product. And then as well as there's just so much, I mean, the sky's the limit really. It's all about how do you take that brand and keep building it and keep developing it and keep letting the audience know more and get more emotionally, you know, attached and just get to know you more.
All right, and then, you know, Bling Empire, and, you know, we just talked about this, had such a diverse cast, and it really, you know, stereotypes, as you said, you know, especially with Asians, was so out there. Do you think that show really broke the taboo and the stereotypes and created a whole new awareness? I mean, did you measure that, and did you, you know, start seeing a whole different perception around the Asian
Yeah, I would like to
culture?
think so. You know, I understand people, especially the Asian culture, like we don't want to keep thinking we're crazy rich Asian because, you know, like that's not everybody, and I understand that because I came from an immigrant family. I didn't have I don't have family money, you know. So, but however, I think the positive that we did with it, I want to think that we made a really great impact. Just because, yes, the glam, the fun, the money, whatever, the jets, the clothes, the fashion was great, but that's such a surface level, and I think the show did so great because we had real stories, core issues. You know, I went through a really toxic relationship. I did my first therapy session on television, completely just don't know what I was walking into. I'm just being as vulnerable as I possibly can. And there's issues with, you know, fertility issues we talked about, finding real parents. I mean, one of our cast members gave birth on television, and, you know, people was like, was that fake? And I was like, no, the baby popped out, you know. But I think all of us gave everything just because, again, we knew that we had one chance to make this show, you know, good.
I mean, that's how we met, and I'll never forget that moment because it was a highlight for me. I got a phone call saying, Kelly Mealy wants to come on my LinkedIn Live, you know, show, and it was, you broke the taboo topic of mental health, and that was quite a moment because especially Asian women never talk about mental health, and it was that moment on your show that you just decided you're going to go to therapy.
Yeah.
And public, you know, on your show.
Yeah.
And that was quite a moment. It was written up in all the press.
Yeah.
And so many Asian women thanked you for that because once you broke the silence, it just became normalized.
Yeah. And it's funny because, you know, growing up, I didn't even know mental health was a term or a thing or therapy. And now that the more you talk about it, the easier it gets. You're like, well, everybody should go to therapy. Like, there's nothing wrong. Mental health, taking care of your mental health, it should be very normal. You know, it's important as taking care of your physical health.
Yeah, no, I think it's so incredibly important. And so, you know, after Bling Empire, you know, when it comes to, well, even for measurement, I mean, how do you measure, you know, what metrics, what measurement, because now it's multimedia on steroids, you know, and I think from a demographic perspective, you know, in the olden days we had linear content. You just, you know, really have content platform to platform. Now it's so hyper everything. Yeah. How do you measure that? How do you look at the measurement and the metrics around?
Well, I think data is very important, but I think one of the things we talked before, you know, on a side thing, is that nowadays there's so many ways to get great content out. You know, to share great story, authentic storytelling, find your audience and know your audience. I think with me, I'm very clear. Everything I do is very intentional. I know exactly who my audience are, and I know how many percentage are female, male, what age range they are, and you know, they're my audience and they're my core, because what I give out authentically is what speaks to them.
And when you think about how you want to push your content to different platforms and your demographics, I mean, is that what you're thinking about in advance?
Yes and no. Part of me, I think I just want to be me, and I want to think that I don't want to put myself in a bubble in a sense. I think being authentic self, you will just track those audience organically, and then you understand. Then you start seeing it. At the beginning, no. So now I see exactly who my core audience are.
And with all this new technology coming out, and with all your future projects, how do you keep track of what is happening out there? I mean, you know, where do you think you're going to go with all this, with VR and AR and all the latest and greatest technology? I mean,
I don't even know. Like nowadays, there's so much going on, and I'm
keep up with these students.
Yeah,
let them tell you what's going on.
Exactly. You guys know everything. So we're like right now. I'm just getting out of the house and getting back in the world from being the mom world. Like I forgot there's a whole world out there. But I think technology is really great, and I think we can use it responsibly, and we have to use it responsibly. But I think it's really great because it's going to be more efficient, and it's going to help us, you know, achieve our goals faster.
Yeah. Projects coming up. What's exciting you?
You know, right now I'm just really focused on cost-based projects. I think when I was younger, I used to do every project there is. When I'm a movie set, I'm like, yeah, let me help out because I just want to be there. Let me, you know, like I'll PA, I'll do whatever. I just want to learn, you know. And nowadays, I'm just a little bit more cautious on the projects I pick, because I want to pick projects that I'm really passionate about. Because one of the things that when you're doing a film project, you're even with a movie, you're with that crew for many, many years, and you really have to really like them, you know.
Yeah, it's very true.
And when you're on a set, it's really hard to manage because how many people there are. So again, I just want to make sure that the stories I tell, and the projects I'm involved with, I have to be very cost-based.
Entrepreneurs. You are a serial entrepreneur. Talk about some of the stuff you're doing right now.
Well, one of the things I'm really, really excited about is that I launched a hot sauce line, or a food product line, with my mom, just because it's her family recipe, and that's very meaningful to me. And being able to grow closer with her as well, because we didn't really have the best relationship growing up, just because, you know, I didn't become a doctor, so it's a failure in her eyes. You know, now that we're definitely a lot closer, and building this brand with her is very, very meaningful to me.
I love that. And you know, you used the word failure, and you know, I think that for me, some of my greatest failures led to my greatest successes.
Absolutely.
Do you have a favorite failure?
Oh my God, I fail every day, I feel like. You know, I think we are where we are, you know, is where we're supposed to be. I'm building this brand right now, but I've failed at many other brands before, and I've made many other mistakes, and being able to learn from these mistakes, you know, that's the true entrepreneur spirit, I think, because I think a lot of time people think about entrepreneur, they think like, you know, the road is a smooth sailing up, when in reality it's a wave. You're going to succeed on some, you're going to fail some, and even when you succeed, you're still going to fail some. So you just got to ride that wave and not give up.
I love that. You know, and can you give like a piece of advice to the entrepreneurs out there today, like entrepreneurs or producers, directors? You know, you have so much wisdom, and we were just talking in the green room about qualitative, and I always say the best advice comes from people who have been there, done that, lived experience, and you have great lived experience.
Oh, thank you. I think just not give up. You're going to hear a lot of no's before yeses, and also just stay true to yourself and be very clear on your vision and what you want to do and accomplish.
I think it's just so true. I mean, and you know, I think resilience is just so important. You know, you've got so many no's, and you just need one yes.
You just need one yes, and every no is opportunity for you to learn something else, change something else, and you can move forward.
I think it's really important. And you know, I think in today's world that's moving so quickly, you know, you're so tempted to, you know, say yes to everything, but you also need to focus.
You need to focus, say no to things that doesn't serve you and doesn't make you grow. And also, I think one of the things you said, everything moves so fast. Pause for a moment sometimes. Sometimes we forget to pause and just appreciate what's in front of us and appreciate the presence. Celebrate the big wins, but also celebrate the small wins.
Yeah. I think we're also living in the world of the creator economy and, you know, influencers today. What's your perspective on that?
I think it's very great because it's very powerful, because nowadays somebody can be on their phone and reach as many audiences, probably more than a traditional back in the day on television, right? Like, you know, some of them, they can reach 20, 30 million, you know, followers, but also comes with responsibility. I think we have to be very cautious with that, of the power we have to share information and, you know, be responsible for that.
And then platforms, favorite platforms?
I'm so bad at social media. Instagram, I don't know, I think that's still my thing.
Oh, you're good at that. You're
Okay,
very
all
good
right,
at Instagram.
Thank you.
Use that quite well. I was quite surprised also that you're not on LinkedIn. I was going to ask you like what we don't know about you on LinkedIn. You're like, you're not on LinkedIn. I'm like obsessed with LinkedIn.
I am on LinkedIn, but I'm not as active, but I should be, you know. I'm going to get on it.
Okay, so are we going to see another Bling Empire?
No more Bling Empire, but there's going to be other projects coming up. I think it'll be really fun.
Okay, and then, you know, where are we seeing, you know, the mix of where like TV's going? Like, where are you feeling?
Where TV's going, I feel like nowadays is really the great platform of everything. You know, I think that's a beautiful thing. Is that storytelling. You can tell a really authentic story nowadays, because back then I think there's a formula of what's success and what's going to work. Nowadays there's just so much more. So, you know, go out there and just make great projects. And make projects as meaningful to you, yeah.
You know, because I just, you know, in my day, it was, we just took content and migrated the same content from channel to channel.
Right.
And pushed the same content and just used the different platforms. And today you really have to create the right content for the right channel.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you don't do that, you're going to lose your audience. So how do you really think about when you're creating a brand thoughtfully? Do you think about it in advance? You know, like I really think about that because it's so complicated when I think about that. It's so complicated to think about with all of these channels out there at your disposal, how you build a brand today.
It is hard, however, I think the wants of every network changes with time as well. So, you know, for example, HBO back in the day only wanted big world, right? They didn't target millennials and younger generation, and Euphoria became such a big hit, and then all the time the buyers are targeting, do you have any more young adult stuff, do you have any more young adult stuff? So I think also it depends, because it changes as well, but if you have a good project, good idea, I always say good stories never die, so just stick with it, and you know, a lot of it has to do with timing too.
That's true. Okay, role models. Who's your?
Can I say you? Is that no, seriously, Shelly is such a great mentor and just a phenomenal woman, and just like everything about her. So I actually really do want to say you. Yeah, no, seriously. Seriously. I'm not just saying that because she's here, but she really is just one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met in my life.
You know, there's nothing, I mean, the truth is, first of all, thank you. And I love you so much. And I'm telling you, it was love at hello for both of us. So back at you. And I think that's the power of amazing relationships, especially today. And I've never felt more lucky that this is the first time you've come out in a really long time since you've had your baby to say hello to all these amazing people. And we are so lucky that you are here with all of us to share your wisdom. And I always say the best experience, it does not come from a textbook. And I think that all of you students are so lucky to be having this wisdom in real life, because this is the best experience you can get just listening to what you've experienced, because we just throw ourselves into the fire. I mean, when you created Bling Empire, you did it on the go.
Oh, yeah, it was very much on the go.
Yeah.
I learned a lot.
Learned a lot. And so tell us, like, truly what, like, you zigged and zagged. And I think that was what was so remarkable about your experience. Some of the zigs and zags along the way. What would you not do again? Like, what did you learn from that experience that, you know, and sometimes you got to fail to succeed, like that you learned from that experience, because you had some downs to have to go up. Like, share some of that, because I want these students to hear that, because I'm the pioneer. I don't know if you've ever taken a survey on the internet, but I'm the mother of that invention. I had to make some horrible mistakes, because when you're the first, you have to make all those mistakes to succeed, because there is no one that ever did it before you. You were the first in that world doing that, especially in the Asian community. Tell me something that you wouldn't do again, but it was the best thing you did. You know, and I'm putting you on the spot. So
you are putting me in a spot, because I know exactly what I want to say, but I'm just like, should I even say it? But you know what? It's really, I think, have a very clear vision of your project and hold dear to it, because I think Bling Empire kind of, because when so many people got involved, the version of me has been filtered so many times that you see on television. Also, the project, it wasn't mine anymore. You know, you have to collaborate with people, but also at the same time, hold true to what you envision and fight for that. You know, I think for me, I let go too much. I trusted too many people, where you still have to hold that. It's great to be collaborative, because I'm always very collaborative, but hold on to that core and what really, why were you doing this project in the first place? When I was doing this project in the first place, if you ask me at season 1 compared to season 3, season 3, just there's no me anymore on the creative side. So yeah, that's probably next time I would change that. Stay true to yourself and fight for that.
Can you protect that in any way? Like, I think about that too. Like, I invented something, and I don't know that I could have put clauses in to protect me.
It's not about contracts, but fight for the rooms that you're supposed to be in. Because that's a problem, is that a lot of people try to push you out of the room, especially if you're a woman, especially if you're a minority. They push you out of the room that you're supposed to be in. Fight for that. Like, I should not have stepped down on some of the rooms. I'm like, no, I belong in that room. You know, and that was what I learned.
And you know, okay, that's a great way to end this one. Tell me something that, leave us with 3 things that are your mantras.
Live today like there's no tomorrow. Stay
Boom.
present and be grateful. And just surround yourself with good people. That's so important, because you become, they say that's the 5 people that you spend most time with. Just be around good people. People that lift each other up. Don't, if your friends that tear you down, maybe they're not right for you, and it's okay. You know, maybe it's not a right time. Be around people who's gonna lift you up.
I love that. And you know, and with be yourself, because everyone else is taken, Oscar Wilde. And have friends like Kelly Mealy in your life. I love you.
And I love you. So
thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Do you know how this fucking industry works like this, though?
Excited to be here today. We have been dreaming up this summit for quite some time. Nina, congratulations on everything. It's great to see so many students today. I'm Talia Bender. Nice to meet you all. I'm an NYU alum, and I'm president of the Female Quotient. I have the pleasure working with Shelley and Kelly and so many other women, and a proud partner, of course, in today's summit. And it's my greatest pleasure to introduce our next conversation of the day. We're going to be focused on trends and opportunities in multi-platform storytelling. The moderator is Dr. Charlton McElwain, NYU Vice Provost for Faculty Engagement and Development and Administrator of the NYU Alliance for Public Interest Technology. And our panelists are Stephen Christian, who creates work at the intersection of culture, creativity, and technology, and builds curriculum for those projects to educate and train the next generation of Black and Brown creators. Welcome. Thanks for being here. We have Michelle Ramo-Kuyate, live action and animation producer and lead of Lens, Leadership and Empowerment for New Storytellers at Sony. Thank you for joining us. You can come sit here, it's good. Wherever you'd like. Here is good. We have Fanshin Cox, president of True Julo Productions and co-author of the Inclusion Rider used by Hollywood and the fashion and music industries to hire inclusivity in front and behind the camera. We'll make one more room on this couch, if that's okay. Yeah. For Karen Horn, welcome, diversity and inclusion pioneer and pipeline builder. Thank you all so much for joining us.
All right, we're nice and cozy.
We sure are. Hi, family.
Yeah, come on in. We'll get things going. I'm here with a very distinguished group. Can't wait to see what we're going to get into. And so we're going to just mix it up, see where we end up. I want to start with a question that I didn't prepare you for.
Oh, that's not right.
But I think you'll be okay. In the opening, we talked a little bit about sort of pathways and crazy ways to get where we're going. I'd love to hear how you ended up where you are.
That was so good.
Just that she touched everyone's heart.
You were so good.
I don't even know.
No, I mean,
Oh my God, and
Shirley
your
was
three closing points.
Wherever you want to choose to.
Do you want to hear?
what
Do you
you-
want to hear?
Want to
I
start
want
in
you
the
to
south?
just hear the inclusion. Fan
Yeah,
shades.
so
Is there TVs in here?
I'm Steve.
No. Just come sit for.
So about 10 years ago, I was playing Division I football at the University of Hawaii. I ended up having 2 hip surgeries.
Thank you.
And
I just did it.
if you've ever had hip surgery as a football player, you realize that there's a point of reflection
introduced.
there, right? And
I got you
was a
on.
big fan of the Boondocks. I was a big fan of animation, and around that time, there wasn't a lot of stuff that identified with me, especially the stuff that I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s. And so I was just like, I'm gonna just like make my own, right? Because why not? Early days of the internet, or the internet as we know it. And I went to go to Borders Books and found this web comics for teens book. And throughout that, I just started to just like put the pen to the paper. And the exploration of that was really just like a point of reflection, because I had a lot of time, and it forced me to think about myself outside of who I was as an athlete. And so quite literally, it was just as I created something new, I would post it. I ended up getting on to newspapers. And then when I decided to retire from playing football, ultimately, I had this body of work that I could build off of to try to like start that next phase. It obviously didn't go as accordingly, which led me to get into medical school and all that stuff. And so I detoured, but being able to sort of revisit that creative space and then explore what it looks like in education, and also finding my voice as I excelled through medical school and all that. It's really the best way I could describe it is, if I could think it, I could do it, and if I don't think about it, then that's the only thing that's holding me back.
Awesome.
Amazing.
We're going to delve into some more of that later.
Yes. So my kind of beginnings in life is that I was given a name that is Chinese. So Fanshin means to turn over or turn. Parents were hippies and Black Panthers, and they were reading kind of revolutionary books to decide where they were going to raise us. And I read this book about a small village in China, and took on, the village took on this word as their motto to start the revolution. And so my parents were also in interracial marriage, which was still illegal in 16 states when they got married. And so they kind of planted these early seeds for me and my brother around activism. And then it was my turn to kind of figure out how I would do that. I was also on a football team, so I was a tackle football team in high school, a wide receiver. Didn't do very well. I have very tiny hands. I did a lot of blocking. But I think I was constantly finding my way into how would I take on this, this kind of responsibility that my parents wanted for me. And I loved performing. And so I was in the Nutcracker in the 2nd grade in my bilingual school, and I was like, this is the place, and continue to carry that through. I eventually wrote and performed a one-woman show that examines the construction of race in the United States and the ways that that construction affects our closest relationships, and that kind of propelled me. I also did theater very early on in high school with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck in a very progressive city in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and so once, you know, their trajectory is very well known in the world, yet the stories of the people that we grew up with, even of the people who were in theater with us, who didn't have the same kinds of resources that they had, right? They didn't have like after school singing classes, and but we had all this, you know, this incredible talent and stories, and so I really decided to focus on how to take all the lessons I learned from doing the show and nurturing other storytellers who didn't have that kind of access to resources. So created the Inclusion Writer, and am now running my own production company, True Jello. So that's how I got here.
Well, just to go all the way back, I was originally a pharmacology major in undergrad, had no idea that I would work in storytelling. I came from a very sort of provincial immigrant family in Brooklyn and just had no access to anything like that. And I kind of stumbled across the film business, quite frankly, and followed a nudge and an instinct and a gut. And the next thing I knew, I was applying after I graduated college and stumbling around for a while. I applied to the Peter Stark program at USC, and I was lucky that just provided me access into a business where I didn't even know what an agency was. I didn't know what a studio was. I didn't know how to even go about it. So I fell in love with storytelling. I fell in love with filmic storytelling. Started working in live action for many, many years, and then had the opportunity to work in animation, which I absolutely fell in love with, working with creating whole worlds and working with artists. It brought me, I'm doing a really short version, brought me to Sony Animation, where I'm currently producing now. And you know, I've always been lucky in my live action life to be able to work on projects that had meaning, you know, to my heart. And sometimes when you work in big, broad-based movies, you know, like an animated movie, that's not always the case, but I'm lucky to be doing so right now. And I also had an opportunity at Sony. I am married to a man from West Africa. I have children that are mixed race, and they started a program for underrepresented groups and telling voices, and I was lucky to be offered the opportunity to grow that program, and we're going to be showing the first shorts to come out of that program today. You know, I mentor for a program called Unlock Her Potential, which is a program for mentorship for women of color. And I've just, you know, been grateful to have the opportunity to work in such spaces and to be allowed to take what I do and the privilege that I've had and to be able to share it and help grow people and get their voices out there.
Amazing. Thank you. Karen.
Hi. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you guys for coming to see us this morning. I knew I wanted to work in this industry since I was 12 years old. I have an older sister who our high school had a communications arts and science training class, and so I saw her do it and I followed in her footsteps, and I went to school for broadcasting. I wanted to be an on-air personality. Y'all are young, but hopefully you know who Barbara Walters is. So as the audience gets younger and I get older, I'm like, they're not going to know who she is anymore. But anyway, I wanted to be her, and I got a job working at ABC my senior year of college in New York, and I got a chance to meet her. And she was very gracious and said, "You are the reason why I keep doing this. There's room for you there." But then I stood back and I looked at the line of people who were waiting to meet Barbara Walters, and the line of people who were waiting to meet her boss, and his line was much longer. And I was like, who is he and what does he do? Because she's Barbara Walters and more people want to meet him than her. And so that's what I learned about the offices that I've occupied for the last 25 years. I got a job working for someone who was a rising star at ABC and in the industry. Big person in the industry still at ABC Sports. He was quickly promoted and was moved to Los Angeles to be president of ABC Entertainment, and I moved from New York to Los Angeles with him. And that's when I learned about scripted programming and how to not just say there's something I like or I like it or I don't, but why I like it. I took a class on how to write Robert McKee's story structure, which to this day still stands up. And I learned how to give notes and to talk about a script in a meaningful way. When my boss left to move back to New York to be head of all of ABC, I stayed in Los Angeles and I ran a not-for-profit film organization called the Black Filmmaker Foundation. And I think it's there that it really kind of cemented my love of finding and nurturing new talent and giving them an opportunity where there have historically been none for them. You said something, Stephen, and I think for me, I always say if you see it, you can be it. Like, people have to know that there are opportunities for them in order to even go for them. During that time, I also sold a series to HBO. I'm old, so it's going to take a little bit of a minute to tell. I also sold a series to HBO, which I produced. It was an adult animated series based on a comic book called Spawn. Anybody know it?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all my favorites now? Yep. So we won 3 Emmys, but before the show even premiered, Disney called me and asked me to come and run their writer and director programs there. And so I did that. Which is now the ABC Disney Talent Development Programs. I did those. And Nickelodeon, after about 4 years into that, Nickelodeon approached me about creating programs for them. So I left Disney and created the Nickelodeon writing programs and their talent development efforts there. I worked in animation for about a year after that before going to NBC Universal, where I created probably some of the programs that are the still maybe some of the the gold standard of the industry. Writing programs, directing programs for both in front of and behind the camera, acting programs, a nationwide search for stand-up comedians, film festival. I left NBC and was at Warner Brothers. It was Warner Media when I started there, and really created all of their combined efforts there, including an animated shorts program and a lot of their different efforts there, and was the head of diversity, equity, inclusion for all of North America for Warner Brothers Discovery until about 3 months ago. I don't know, it seems like yesterday. So yeah, and that's my story.
Nice.
Wow, amazing, amazing. We do have about, what, 2 hours for this panel, right?
You could have gotten just that out of our history.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So we've talked about a number of things: storytelling, creating, production, the business end of all of this. All of you have entered this in different places and from different vantage points. So my first question to all of you is to give us a sense of the state of play in the industry when we talk about platforms and creation and storytelling, both from the personal end of how do you create to the business, et cetera. What are the opportunities, the challenges? What is the state of play from your vantage point? Who wants to start?
I'll start.
All right, Karen.
I think we are looking at a different industry than we were 5 months ago, even 6 months ago. Thankfully, the writer strike is over. But with the changes that are good for the writers, and it is a great win for the writers in the WGA, which I'm super proud of. I can say that now that I don't work for a corporate company, but I am super proud and happy for them. It's going to change our industry even more. I think we are looking at an industry that is going to constrict. It's going to get smaller and smaller, and I think it'll be harder. And I'm sorry to say this, but it's true. It's going to be harder for people who are just getting into the industry to get in, and particularly if you are a person of color, if you've been historically excluded from the process, it's going to get even harder for you to have an entry into that process. I think, that said, if you're looking for a way to tell your story, there always will be need for content. And I think that I'm not sure how many different, what's happening with our streaming platforms is really kind of changed the game completely. When you look in terms of how you want to do your content or what you want to do and where to think about it, what I would urge you to do is to think about your content first and foremost, and not just where you think you should put it. If you have a great story, and a great story has a great character, great conflict, great point of view, those things, it can change depending on where the platform is that you put it at, but ultimately you have to concentrate on the story itself, on the content, and then the platform will kind of find itself for that.
I'd love to piggyback on that, because I think we're in a great space, and I was so excited when you joined our panel, because you know, we don't all have to want to be in the industry anymore. You know, and again, I was given a kind of a name that was based on communism, so you know, I do get it that also all of us want to be able to pay our bills, and but also this is a great time to find our audiences and find our people, our communities outside of the industry. While also doing what everyone on this panel is doing, also pushing back continually against the industry and the things that they say they can't do, right? The barriers they put up. I think about the WGA strikes and the SAG strikes, and also very much in solidarity. Yet a lot of the strides that we made around diversity and inclusion and equity were out of the conversation in those strikes, right? In those talks. And that's where we have to continually say, no, we belong, we are creating a new industry, and this is what it looks like, right? And we're gonna keep pushing back against it. And I want you to know, all of you young folk to know, like, we're here for you. We might be a little tired and have done a lot, but there are those of us who are very much here for you. To help push you ahead and change the whole industry.
And
Yeah,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say, I'm sorry, I was just like, I always say to people, don't wait for people to give you permission to do your passion, right? Like, if you look at someone like even Issa Rae, you know, like, she started the Misadventures of the Awkward Black Girl on her own. She didn't wait for people to give her the opportunity to it, and that found its way. So that started on one platform and then went to a different platform, and now it's even on a different platform. Like, so I would say, if you look at someone like that, if you wait for someone to give you opportunity, if you wait for someone to say, here's your green light to do that, then it's not going to necessarily happen. If you have the ability to do it, and you do, because the new iPhones, you can do whatever you want on them, right? Like, don't wait for people to give you permission to do your passion.
And I would say, I agree. I do think it is harder, but it's harder in the traditional avenues, right? It's harder in the traditional model. I said to our organizer Nina yesterday, I make movies. Like, I don't, that's what I do. I make feature film movies that get theatrical distribution, right? But as we're talking, I'm thinking about, like, yes, that's hard, right? That is hard right now. That is harder. It is getting squeezed, and traditional television is getting squeezed. But when I think about all the other opportunities for your content and all the different platforms that you can, there's different ways to do things now than when I was coming up. There was just a really narrow space. So even if that's narrowing, at the same time, I think there's other things that are opening up. I had two interesting conversations in the past couple of days. I have a friend who's starting a web-based comic service with ability to create your own stories. It's subscriber-based, but there will be, large name creators who will then be able to oversee and work with creators, and you have an opportunity to take it into animation and do all these different things on this platform. So it's a way to tell your story. I've spoke to another, I laugh, she's my mentee, but I'm like, you could be my mentor. She is starting something, she's just raising funding for something called a cinema box, where they will shoot and record a movie live and create a theatrical interactive experience all at the same time. I mean, so the things that are possible and are happening, it's like, that's where you need to put your energy, and that's where, when you talk about content, thinking about just telling your story, and then you'll figure out where.
Yeah, like, the best way I could describe it, it's like the Wild Wild West at this point. It's like, yeah, there's a convention, sure, but at least from like my personal experience, I literally just woke up one day and was like, I just want to make something cool. And then I found a YouTube video, spent some time with that, I had nothing else to do, and then I just made it. And then I had this whole, I tend to work very fast, and I tend to do a lot of different things, if, everybody that knows me. I wanted to see how long it would take for me start to finish to get on an app store. Took me about 12 days.
Wow.
And it cost me maybe, Apple is always more expensive, so it cost me like $100 for Apple and $25 for like Google. But what that means is I have apps on the App Store. If you're talking about, oh, I need a platform, make it. And it's just like you already download apps so that you can make your own. And so it's the democratization of the idea of platforms and all these different things. It's like you don't have to pay to play. You just have to, just sort of be dedicated and have a vision. And it's always going to suck at first, so like, get over that.
Well, and I'll just add too.
And it did when we started, right? Like it did then too. Like when people say, right? When people say, "Oh, it's so hard," I was like, "But it was so hard. It's always hard. It's a hard thing to do." Yeah.
And I will say, I'll just reiterate that those of us who are in those privileged positions, right? Like if we are being successful, we have a responsibility then to reach back out. I think a lot about, there's a reason that some mixed race, relationships and people are here and not necessarily our counterparts who might be darker skinned or who might have a disability, right? Like that the more we find those ways towards success, the more we also have a responsibility to reach back or reach across or even up and say, let's all, do this together. So that a message for the young folk, because the old folk aren't doing a great job of that.
Is there, I think is a good sort of jumping off point on this question about the industry and where it's headed. Is there a kind of push, let's say, from this end of the couch that way? Meaning, when we think about folks who are natively looking at multi-platforms, looking at an open spectrum from which to create, et cetera, and having a facility with those tools, is there some way in which we see those folks really pushing the industry and really where it's headed, or is it we're always going to be what we used to be and you're going to have to fit in?
I think it's going to be a hybrid of it. I mean, like there is, we find things, this end of the couch, find things from that end of the couch all the time and bring them over, and vice versa. So it is not, it will always be, and I agree with you, Stephen, it is like the wild, wild west. And I think that, where the industry will be maybe in 5 years is going to look distinctively different than it does right now. Like, 5 years ago, it looked much different than it does now. And so we will definitely see a change. But look, people talked about broadcast television being dead when I started in broadcast television, right? When DVDs happened, they talked about, oh, that's going to be the end of
Movies were dead 3 years
dead,
ago.
right? So there always will be the ebbs and the flows, like the peaks and the valleys. There always will be that, and I think that the movies and the broadcast and the streaming platforms will take from the new ones, and we'll find a way to make it all come together at some point, for sure.
I don't think everything is set in stone. I remember when Vine came out.
Yeah.
Remember when it died?
Yeah.
Google Podcasts just announced that they're sunsetting Google Podcasts and everything's going to be YouTube Music now, right? So it's like everything makes sense if it makes sense, right? If it stops making money, then it's going to change, and you're sort of at the mercy of that. And as a creator, you have to adapt to that, right? Twitter no longer exists, so now as a creator, I have to find a way to navigate threads, and I have to find a way to navigate all these things. Still being a creator, but I have to adapt to that. And I think that level of uncertainty just breeds a different level of creation, and it just evolves the industry in a way that, for better or for worse, I mean, everybody got to pay their bills and everybody wants attention. And so that's just the evolution of it.
But there'll always be a need for content,
Yes,
right? So
there
that's
will
what I always
always
say
be
to
a need
myself.
for
And to lean toward this end of the couch, yes, I think that, I do try to go to that end of the couch and see, how I can open my mind up. So not just be a mentor, but be mentored. Absolutely, because it is all changing, but I just always say to myself, and it has been, everything's been dead for the past 12 years, yet somehow I'm still making things. There's always, people want content. People want filmic storytelling. They just do. How
So
it looks is
differs,
changing.
yeah, right.
or where you find it.
Right, or where you
But
find
it's
it.
always
That's
got
right.
it.
Right.
Right.
The
Which-
it is still there.
The it is
I
still
think
there.
it's worthwhile to think about when you pitch, right? So for you pitching to this end of the couch, because the resources and money are here, and you're being scrappy, which is important. But there's a place for translation, right? And so one of those is clarity. Things that come really naturally to you, even the things you rolled off like Vine, you won't be pitching to folks who have never heard of it, right? They should have, and they really like if they were on time, but they certainly haven't used it. They don't know what it feels like. So there's an importance there when you're thinking about how to pitch. Here is how do I make this clear? You mentioned sense, absolutely. CENTS, right? Is like that's one of the big ones. Is how what you like. To us, follower numbers mean a lot, right? And so to you, you might be like, half of them don't even pay attention. But to us, think about how do you translate that experience, and then our on our end, it's on us to also learn about it. But
Yeah.
since the money's here, y'all got a
Yeah,
little
I will
more
tell
of
you when I
responsibility.
was being told about this new web-based comic site that can do all this stuff, I said you have to show me the demo because I can't
we
fully wrap
need
my
to-
brain
Yeah,
around it.
yeah,
And then I saw it.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
right.
oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Well, now I'm going to be bringing you some content.
Yes,
But I needed it. You're
You
right.
need
I
to-
needed
We
it.
need that clarity, that point of clarity.
And I think from the creator's point of view, it's always been that way, right? Like you always have to take it to, you have to adjust your content to where you're pitching it. I mean, when I was working in broadcast television, what I would say is like, don't bring me things for NBC that would only sell to CBS.
Yes.
Like you should know where you're pitching your stuff to. So don't bring me things to, this web thingy you're
Yeah.
talking about. Like don't bring me things if it's really meant for Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon, right? Like so you need to know, like you have to adjust your story to your content to where you're pitching it always. Like if you bring something, it could be great, but if you bring it to the wrong platform, it's not going to sell. It's not going to do
And
it.
so where you have to adjust too far, just don't take it there, and that's
Yeah,
good
exactly.
too, right? It's
Absolutely.
like that's not your place.
That's not your place.
And
That's
I will
fine.
say that certain things do lend itself better to other things. Like I can
Yep.
sometimes look at something and I think, oh, that doesn't feel like a movie. That feels like a series.
Yeah.
That feels like a podcast. That feels like it. So I do think it is thinking about it. Doesn't mean that you can't ultimately branch into other areas, but I do think aside from thinking how to tell your story well, how is it best served? Like
Well,
what
and-
form of storytelling?
And that's the whole thing. Like even if I go back like to Issa again, like I met her right out of when she was right out of Stanford. She brought it Insecure to us at NBC, and I was like, it's not our show. Like it's a great show, and I was so glad when I got it Warner Brothers, and it was a part of my HBO family.
Yes.
But it belonged there. So if you take it to the wrong place, it would have died there. There's
So how do you, let's step back for a minute in that in-between space that starts with just the creation and then that gap of the pitch and where it goes. Where does someone start when you wake up one morning and just say, I want to make some cool stuff? What happens in between in terms of, all right, where does this go next? And who do I find that might help to say, this is for TV, this is for web TV, this is for social platform? What's that gap for new creators, let's say, who are thinking about just coming in?
Well, I mean, look, this is my will. I mean, I love helping new creators. I would say, first of all, learn your craft. Like, don't just say that I want to get up and do this and do it. Like, if you are a doctor, Steve, you have to go. You have to go to medical school, and you have to learn. If you're a lawyer, I demand the same respect for this industry as well. So if you say to me that you are a writer, what have you written? Show me your work. Let me read your material. You should have more than one sample. Like, you have to learn your craft. You have to do your homework because it is so competitive. And we're never looking in success for a good idea. We're looking for someone who can execute that good idea, right? So good ideas are a dime a dozen. Everybody can have it. But if you learn your craft and you learn how to execute that idea, then we have a business. That's how we have a business. And this is more business than it is show. Remember that part of it. There are so many avenues for you to become better at what you do. It's a muscle, so the more you use it, the better and stronger it becomes. And look, it's hard. It's hard out there. Like, you have to, if you come to me and you say, I have this many followers. I have this many, views on whatever. It's more interesting, because it makes our job easier. But then also just get your stuff out there. Like, so festivals or whatever, like you just have to get your stuff. You cannot operate in a bubble. You have to get your work out there, and then people will find you.
So if you're talking about how to get it to selling point, which is I think what you're talking about, or even to a point where you want to find your own platform, I think you do have to think about how that story is best told. What format? Is it short format? Is it longer format? Is it bite size? Is it, is it multi-platform? I think thinking about that as you have the idea helps you then formulate your pitch and how you're going to sell it. So if you have something that naturally lends itself to transmedia, then sure. But start with your basis. Start with the basis of your storytelling and what you feel is the initial form that gets the story best told. And then you can build out from there if you have the idea. I've had ideas for movies, and I've only had the idea for movie, and so I've built that out. And if other things come from it later, that's great. But I don't always approach it from a multi-platform. I approach it from right now, where I am, what's the best form to tell the story.
And it sounds like it's maybe easier to think about that, cultivating that, building that muscle in the practice of here's this content in this medium or on this platform, and let me see how that works, to get the knowledge that, okay, the next thing I make before I'm going to pitch, I know now that this is really for streaming, this is really for this platform.
I think it depends on if you're looking to sell it or if you're going to do something on your own.
Sure.
Right?
But
Sure.
this has
Yeah.
been done. I mean, it's not new. Like, if you look at what's the Marvel universe, right? These all started at ideas like on comic books. Like, so, like, we have taken things from different platforms and repurposed the stories over and over again on different platforms. It's not brand new. So if the story, again, if we start with content and the story is strong enough, then if I want to make it into a movie, I'm going to figure out how to make it into that platform. If I want to show it on streaming, I'm going to figure out how to do it for that platform, because they've done the same thing with the same kind of IP and has had success in comic book form and streaming, on platform form, on broadcast form, and on theatrical form. So there's ways to do it. I think if the platform wants it, they'll figure out how to make it work for them.
I will say for pitching, in development right now, especially feature films, we are always including kind of maybe at the end of the pitch deck. By the way, everybody make a pitch deck now. This is the pitch deck time for making pitch decks, but that we always include kind of towards the end of that deck, here are potential derivatives. Here are other platforms. And we don't have to be experts necessarily in those platforms, but we are now taking the step of really being clear. And again, that clarity piece I think is important for you all, especially, is like, bring it to us and then say, where else could this live? What could this look like if it were in a VR experience? And even if it's 3 to 4 sentences, I think planting those seeds now are great in when you're going to sell things.
Every company has their own platforms, by the way. Like, they
Now
have
they have all
multiple.
of that. Right.
Yeah.
Like, the best way I could describe it as somebody that's creating and animating and doing all that, this isn't the lottery. Like, you're not trying to get your big check. This is just one of many opportunities that will come along your career. And so, to sort of reference football, it's like there's a lot of practice and a lot of training that you do behind the scenes and go unpaid. And you get 12 to 16 opportunities throughout the year to make that pay for itself, right? And so that was really my same approach with being an artist and creator. It's like, okay, I'm going to make sure that I work on my craft, get it to a point where I feel comfortable and confident, to where if I were to meet somebody in an elevator, I could give them a quick pitch and then at least leave an impression and know that I have a body of work to fall back on if they're like to send me a link, because that just happens, right? And so it's a matter of just being prepared for the opportunity that you want. and really defining and reflecting on like, what is it that you actually want? If you just want to check, you could do a lot of stuff a lot easier to do that, right? But if you've been working on a series for X amount of years and you've developed this style and all that, I think at some point you will come to a point where you feel confident in the work that you've done, that if an opportunity does present itself and it's not really what you feel like is devoted, is good for the project, you will feel confident in just walking away from it because there's going to be another opportunity. And more importantly, as a creator, you want to maintain the most control over it while you can, so that you get it to a point where it speaks for itself. And then audiences, when it comes out, we know when like our favorite comic book movies don't live up to the hype, and then it's like, well,
that point right there.
Right, and I want to go back again to this multi-platform idea. If it lends itself to it, I don't think everything lends itself to that, and I think going in, knowing what your piece is, where it is best served, and if it is able to do that, great. But if not, I'm not going into Max and selling a television series because I have a feature idea so when you know what your thing is, and like I do think, yes, if you have ideas for it and it lends itself naturally, great. But really know what your main basis is. That I really believe that.
Absolutely.
Let me turn a little bit because I have a feeling that time is rushing quickly, and I want to get to something that I know all of you, and you said it in your opening stories, have really been highlighting and engaging, and Fanchen working on the inclusion writer and really thinking deeply about inclusion in this space. When we think about issues of representation, when we think about who's creating, who has the ability to create, who's visible, who can both create and make money if you choose to want to do that, what is the challenge for creators of color in this moment? What are the opportunities, the challenges? How do you break through? Everybody's looking at Karen.
Well, I want to say an opportunity, because so there's the business piece that we talked about, like letting them know how they're going to make money, or us, right, know that they're going to make money on this. Then there's the inclusion piece, which allows for making more money. And I hate to, listen, I don't hate to, because it works on this end. We now have plenty of evidence that when you have folks of color in the leads and even behind the camera, you gonna make some money. So there's no more, that excuse is gone. And so when I get a pitch deck, and even from a creator of color, and the deck, when we put our cast, our kind of bucket list cast, and it's all light-skinned folks, I send it back and I'm like, that's not what I wanna see. And we have this incredible opportunity from the beginning of our pitches to start to plant seeds about who's going to be included in this work. And we need to push beyond what we look like and our own identities and make sure we're being inclusive in those pitch materials, not only for an inclusion standpoint, but also for a money, a profit standpoint. So that's a huge opportunity that I hope for young folks that you all are gonna really kind of take the reins on.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been an issue since I started in this industry. I often said that, in success, I put myself out of work. I would say that that's not why I'm not working at Weir, but it's not successful right now, and I fear, honestly, with the shrinking of the industry, it will be harder for people who have historically been excluded from these opportunities to have the opportunities, because oftentimes what people think, who have the power to greenlight something, they feel like if they don't know you, then it's a risk. And they don't necessarily know, creators of color. And when you look around in our industry does not still have a person of color who can greenlight anything. Not one person. We often, and here the problem with Hollywood is that Hollywood thinks it's liberal because, you know what, they voted for Obama twice. So they think that they're liberal. But in Hollywood, like, as I said, there's not one person who can greenlight something. On Wall Street, which is thought about as conservative, there have been people of color who controlled billion-dollar funds for decades. To me, that says that it's okay for us to be in charge of financial stuff, but not the narrative. We need to be more in control of that narrative because, as Fancha said, we make money. Latinos open films larger than any other group. Salsa outsells ketchup, tortillas outsell bread. Black people watch television in real time more than any other group. We all want to see ourselves represented on screen. McKinsey's report about the $10 billion that was left on the table doesn't even skim the surface about how much money that is being pushed aside by not embracing the fact that this world is becoming more diverse than it is not, and people want to see themselves and their stories told, and they're told by us. That's the most important thing, because by us makes it more authentic and real. We know for sure. If I'm looking at something, I'm like, oh, there was a black person on that set. I know that for sure, right? If not, then I know it wasn't right. We all know the difference, right? We all know the difference. I will tell you, it's going to take a little bit of a readjustment because of the Supreme Court ruling against affirmative action, which means nothing for us. But the big companies will think that it's an opportunity to take other opportunities away. So you have to, we have to be diligent about it. We have to keep working hard towards it because it's not going to be easy. And we have to not give people a reason to dismiss us because we belong at the table as well.
I think in traditional distribution models that it's absolutely true, and we do need more people in the executive ranks. It's not just the creators, it's the people who are greenlighting and buying. And so until that happens, it has to be people like me and people like all of us, opening the doors, creating the opportunities, and for the younger people, take advantage of the Wild West and don't only look at the traditional distribution models. You have to push outside of it to show what is possible, because there are pockets of things like a program that I run, the programs that Karen has run, but a lot of work still needs to be done because you need people in the executive ranks. So while that isn't the case, people like me and people like Fanch, we have to keep pushing, but also the younger people have to look at these different platforms and get their material out there that way.
And honestly, you have to leave an impression. That's just what it comes down to. And you have to look yourself in the mirror, and you have to believe that yours is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you have to believe it first before other people are going to believe it. And so until you have that conversation with yourself, and then you also have to live up to it, right? You have to live up to it in real time. And so that is ultimately the journey that you have to go on. And until you get to that point, and you'll suck at the beginning, right? But until you get to that point, you're always going to be, playing around with this idea of can I do this or can I do that? And it takes away the power from you. And so.
So innovation on one end from maybe the younger generation of creators, and then some pushing to really remove some of those constraints and barriers and change those structures on the other.
Which is very difficult, but yes.
So a lot to do in there, a huge challenge. Maybe let's wrap with this. Quick, 30 seconds. The new creator out in the audience, person just trying to get into all of this, 30 seconds or less, what would you say to do?
We are more reachable than ever. One thing about executives, it was really hard to connect with executives. We are on Instagram, we are on YouTube, we are on TikTok and Twitch and all the right? We're there looking for you. Go ahead and ask for a coffee. DM, this is a good time to find a mentor. Back to your question about how do you get from the creation of it into these executive suites, find us, and you really can. It's a good time to do that. That was more than 30 seconds.
I would say create, make things. There are opportunities out there that don't just require that. So while you're waiting for that opportunity to get in those doors, create things, get it out there, put it on platforms, hone your craft, work on it, right? Because something does pop, something could pop, but while you're working, while you're working to get in those big doors, there's lots of opportunity that might end up being a lot bigger than getting in there.
Gotcha, Karen.
I always say ability plus opportunity equals success, right? So if you get the opportunity, make sure you have the ability, right? So just, I'm going to just, kind of echo what has been said already. Always come prepared. Always know your world inside out, know your product, be good. Because you don't really get a second chance at a first impression. So if you come in and you're not ready and you're not prepared, if you make me do the work to figure out what you want, then that's your first impression. That's just not, you've ruined it. So make sure you have the ability for when you get the opportunity.
Awesome. Steve, last word.
And skill up. Everything is free. The only thing that's not free is your time. And so make your time work for you. And so it's like, I'm a medical student. I didn't go to school for art. I didn't go to school for any of this stuff. I just got injured, played football. I was bored, and I know how to use the internet. And that's literally the story of me, is just, I couldn't go to sleep. So I made some cool stuff.
Awesome.
And it sucked at first, and then I made some cooler stuff. And now it's better.
Excellent. Great way to wrap up. Thank you all. This has been
Thank you,
amazing.
Paul.
Indeed. All right.
Hi. Hi, I'm Sharifa Joka, founder of Black Realities, a nonprofit that supports the development, production, financing, and exhibition of content conceived and created by Black XR creatives. It's my honor to be a co-partner today, and I also have the distinction of being able to introduce our next panel. The next panel is AI-created entertainment, inherent bias, and opportunities for change. The panel today will be moderated by screenwriter, director, producer, and actor Alex Winter, whose latest film, The YouTube Effect, is a must-see. Welcome, Alex. Our panelists are Gabrielle Barcia Colombo, mixed artist and associate arts professor at NYU Tisch, ITP, IMA. Next, we have Lindsay Nguyen, VP of Technology at Harlem Hollywood Studios and CTO of With You Productions. We have Dan O'Sullivan, Associate Dean at the NYU Institute of Emerging Media. And our final panelist, Oscar Sharp, a pioneer of AI-generated cinema. Thank you and welcome.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all for being here. Thanks for having us. It's a great group of folks here to talk who have a lot of expertise in an area that I think is quite confusing for many, and exciting, and scary, and threatening, and hopeful. So that's the journey we're about to take, all of those things. I mean, just to give an obvious preamble, not having seen the previous talks, you've probably all heard this rap before, but we're sort of be remiss not to talk about the fact that we are in the entertainment industry here in the middle of a very significant labor crisis, right? And the labor crisis in Hollywood is really a labor crisis that's worldwide, right? We're seeing strikes and labor threats around the world, inequality, unequal pay, degrading work conditions, and it's inescapable. You can't unshackle that from the rise of new technology. It doesn't mean it's at fault for all of it. In fact, we're going to get into that, like what's society, what's the machine, right? But it is not separable. And there are implications, and AI has huge implications within that, and big implications coming. And Lindsay, you've done a lot of stuff on this already, so you'll be very helpful here. But I wanted to get into this question of bias right out of the gate, because among some of us who've been around this for a while, we always say, oh, everyone knows there's an inherent bias in AI. And then you go out into the world and they're like, what are you talking about? There's an inherent bias in AI? I had no idea. So let's start with what is the inherent bias in AI? And Lindsay, maybe we can start with you, but by all means, everyone should jump in.
Absolutely. I think there's been some great work done in cataloging a lot of the risks and specifically the inherent sort of issues with the data that the machine learning and AI technology is actually leveraging to do whatever you need it to do. But I think that you hit the nail on the head when you said it's too broad a statement to actually be correct. There are a lot of people doing a lot of great work in actually verifying and validating a lot of the data sets that AI is being trained on, working with people so that there is a human in the loop in all of the projects to make sure that it is doing what's intended and preventing any harm. And so there are a lot of things that really, really go, into the crux of making sure that it is not biased, but it's not something that you can say, we know it is and we know it isn't. It depends on the situation, and a lot of the times, whether we can confidently say that depends on the links that we go beforehand to prevent unwanted, unwanted things from happening, unwanted things from being said. And we've all seen the very harmful things, but I'll give it to somebody else before we go into that.
Well, Oscar, speaking of that, can you talk about
Yeah.
the film you made and and what the results? It's a very clear-cut example
Oh,
of.
yikes. Yes, it was a very clear-cut example. And actually, it's funny, it gives me a view from each side, in a way, of the innovations that you were just describing, because they came after those innovations, the film that I'm about to describe. We made this in 2019. Robert Downey Jr. was doing a documentary series from YouTube about artificial intelligence. And they wanted it to be optimistic and positive, which is interesting. So they came to us because we'd made this fun sci-fi thing in 2016. They said, can you do it again? And we trained on sci-fi films the first time. So this time we were like, it's Robert Downey Jr., let's do superheroes and action screenplays, put a bunch of those into GPT-2, which is an early sort of iteration of ChatGPT. It was we had private access to at the time. Turn it on, and by the time I turned it off, I had 400 pages of just white-hot misogyny, just continuous. Like page 3, Superman beats up Lois Lane, makes out with her, then beats her up again. And there's like, Batman is in a cage of prostitutes. It was just really staggering at this. And I called up Terry Hatcher. She was potentially down to be Lois Lane again, because she thought this was an important message. And then all of the lawyers are like, don't do it! Even though it was definitely satire, it was like, well, you still might not have a fun time if you do this. Some people might make your lives quite difficult. So we did another sequence from it called, well, I called it Bobo and Girlfriend, because there were two characters, a guy called Bobo doing a bunch of martial arts, and a woman whose literal name was Girlfriend. And he was basically assaulting her and sort of enjoying it in a way that he thought it was sort of fun and funny. So the way that we did it is Chelsea, who played Girlfriend, we decided that she was in a horror film, whereas he was in an action movie. And that was and quite a lot of women, when I shared this with them, they were like, yeah, that's basically my life. I'm in a horror movie while the dudes think they're in an action film. But then the odd part is that, you know, it's not wildly unexpected. The stuff we put into GPT-2, the bias isn't in GPT-2. The bias is in the stuff we put inside, right? And we've been putting that into mainly adolescent men for decades. And there's been a feedback loop where it's gotten more and more intense, because you make more money the more people do the kind of things that people pay for. On the other side, though, it's interesting that you're right. There have been great moves since this sort of thing was observed. Like, let's do something about it. A good friend of mine is in charge of what's called alignment at OpenAI. It's this idea of, like, let's make it not kill everybody, or let's make it kind of in some way resonant with our needs or something like that. And one way that he used to put it was aligning artificial intelligence with human values is still an unsolved problem. And I'm like, Jan, I love Jan, he's a genius, but I'm like, Jan, I reckon values is kind of the problem, right? What we value as more valuable than something else, what the machine, like, where does the machine stop? Values as more important or useful or commercially viable or than something else. The very fact that we're looking for that is going to produce effects like this. And if you multiply it by a machine that can think a billion times faster than anything else, that could get more intense. So really the question for me is, how do we not do that?
Yeah, even in different geographical regions, though, what's right, what's not, very different, right? And so it presents both an opportunity and a risk for us to get ahead of that. But in your scenario, you were actually the human in the loop, and you caught the pile of misogynistic garbage, and then you had the legal team, you know, gently nudging you not to do that, right? But my question is, like, is there some sort of better world that we could live in where we collaborate ahead of time? We know how to sandbox these things for what regions we're releasing in, for what audience, and things like that before we have a massive issue.
It's a matter of priorities to some extent. But
I was going to say, you know, the alignment, you know, we have to do this, but if it's, you know, the really magnificent thing about these models is they're competent in this way that we don't understand. And there's something about us that's that way too, our unconscious. Like, they resemble each other because they're these opaque systems that enable us to do magnificent things. And so our lack of ability to understand them is the specialness of them. You know, does that mean, yeah, of course, these models are biased because they're trained on the internet, which is biased, which is trained on the world, which is biased. Do we just live with that? No, we have to do that alignment thing. But I think it's in the training, and I think it's going to be, it might come up again, it might come up against copyright, oddly, for me. Like, right now, people don't want I don't want to be scraped, you know, and have my stuff be used without my you know, without my say so. But on the other hand, I want to be represented in these models.
Right.
It's also who's doing the training in the first place, right? Who has access to be able to train these models, and who is part of that staff that trains the models.
Yeah.
And you need to have people from diverse backgrounds training the models in the first place to be able to catch these issues before they happen.
Well, and indeed, sort of how they go about containing them, and sort of shaping what it is to interact with them. There's a podcast doing the rounds at the moment in the kind of AI programmer community. It's an episode of a podcast called The Emerald, and The Emerald is actually sort of mysticism podcast. But this guy took on the question of AI, and it's a couple of interesting observations in it. One of them is that sort of the people building AI right now are sort of like Mickey Mouse and Fantasia. They've learned to create infinite brooms, but the trouble is they don't have a sorcerer who's coming home to stop them, or to give them an initiation. They don't have a Yoda to train them to use this incredible power that they have. It's very confusing. But damn it, where was I going with this? Where was it? Who's training it? Who's training it? Who's training it? And then, but not just who it is, but actually like, given that ChatGPT in a sense now does essentially have a personality. When you interact with it, it doesn't feel like it's just bland. It's not commander data. It's kind of got a personality. And the presenter of this podcast beautifully said, it's sort of like ChatGPT has the personality of a second-year Stanford undergraduate who like really cares, who is a white guy, and really cares about consent in the way he talks about it. So precisely so. Yeah, right? Right? So it's like, and it's like, what? And we're going to give that guy, like, everyone's going to listen to him, and he's going to tell everyone what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing, and it's going to tell you off when it's bad, according to him. That's like, that's...
Well, I mean, that comes back to the issue of bias, right? Because it's, you know, the question, obviously, and there's something obvious about this, and yet there isn't, in the sense that society is biased, industry, capitalism is biased, and in very specific ways into a direction of serving very specific people. And that is why I started with the labor crisis, because that does impact labor, right? And I wanted to talk about impact a little bit, about like who is concerned about the impacts, the negative. Obviously, there are positives, and we absolutely touch on those as well. But even in terms of the ability to let the public know, sort of like what we're doing here today, who don't even know that AI is biased. I didn't want to start with this question because it would have taken us the hour, but it's where I started with some of the unions. Like, what even is AI, right? AI itself is almost meaningless. It's like the term algorithm. It's like, it's Kleenex, it's a brand. It's like, well, Gen AI is coming. Well, explain Gen AI to me. Like, well, I don't know. It's when you see stuff on the internet that's got, it's like AI is like, there's machine learning models. They're very specific. There's a wide range of them. They've been used forever. They're used in a million different ways. So I think of communicating that, and like Gabriel, I was thinking about some of the work that you've done in your art through art to help convey some of these ideas, even going back to like the privacy DNA stuff you were doing. And I don't know if you could talk a little bit about sort of your motivation as an artist and someone who understands this world, and how to express that and why.
I made a vending machine that sells human DNA.
I love it. That's so great.
So that was about privacy and sort of digital privacy, and how our DNA was going to become the ultimate currency one day.
Right.
And I think it's the job of artists to kind of bring these things to light and to question them. Like, any good art is asking a question about what's going on in society right now. And for me, with AI, the more interesting thing than thinking about like generative models that generate an image or a screenplay is to think of the long-term implications of AI. So like when the phone came out, the telephone originally, yes, we could make a call to somebody, but how did that change the world in the future, right? We can no longer have to live next door to our friends. We can work remotely. Those are the bigger implications, like the second effect of that technology. So for me, what's the second effect of AI? Not that I can make a screenplay or a photo, but how is it going to impact our lives in the future?
Right.
When it comes to labor, when it comes to, unions in general. And it all comes down to literacy and authenticity too, right? But it comes down to literacy, and I think what we should do responsibly is train people in how AI works in the first place.
Right.
Which I think some of the agreements this week that were made actually do.
Yeah.
More people have been paying attention to AI than they've ever had before.
Yes.
So that's what I'm interested in as an artist.
So one of the reasons it's frustrating that a lot of the things that are becoming almost accepted as truisms that get repeated in contexts sometimes like this will be things like, oh, it's plagiarizing, or it's copying and doing mashups and cutting things in little pieces, all of which are not what it's doing. And so it's while I understand somebody wants to say that because they want to talk about how they've been stolen from, or rather that their consent has been violated. That's how I think of it. Then it can become problematic if they get all confused about what happened in that process. Sure, it makes sense to feel your consent has been violated, but it wasn't because something was copied. That wasn't what happened. Right. Something else happened.
Well, that comes back to what Dan was saying, which I wanted to come back to then, which was, especially given who we're, our audience and who we're talking to and what you all have done, you touched on what the writers just presented to the studios, which they just passed, and we were talking about this offline. That there is real importance in just telling people what you want from these systems, right? Even if there isn't a hard and fast legal. And I don't know, Dan, if you could touch on that a bit more, just in terms of what expectations are and what concerns are for artists and writers in terms of these tools.
Well, I guess the writers were very rightfully concerned that they'd just be replaced. I actually think writers weirdly are in the best place for the future. So ChatGPT kind of stole all the attention this past year, but at the same time were systems like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion and Midjourney that are going text to image. And you look at companies like Runway that are doing text to video. And you just conjure this system like, oh, I want a guy standing at a bar. Make him taller. Make this be on the TV set. Make him move like this. In your bedroom, suddenly the words to the people who got bypassed in that scenario were all the grips, gaffers, directors, and the wordsmiths are kind of driving the show. So I think, for this audience with these young people here, I wonder if it's other trades that might be more concerned. And I think I'm super happy that they held the line as much as they did, because, there's still going to be movies, but there's going to be this new thing. And you have to help the people who are, I'll put an age on it, 50 years old. And luckily, I don't think film will move as fast as like the music industry does. Like 15-year-olds decide what musical taste is.
Right.
A lot of people watch movies, and it's going to go a little slower.
Yeah.
But still, I'm glad the unions are slowing things down to a humane pace.
Are you saying we should all become prompt engineers? Is that what you're, instead of gaffers and grips?
Well, being good with words. And being, you used the word literate before. It's like, what's in these things is you reference this artistic field, or you recognize, this I forget this series, or having references, cultural references, makes you a good prompt engineer.
And so to that end, the kind of overarching concern that one can easily come back to is like, who gets to play in this sandbox, which does come back to bias, right? Who gets excluded? You were talking about models that have to, represent different nations, different cultures, and obviously the biases that we have in just straight up Western culture, sort of the prevailing cultural community, that are very specific and very patriarchal and very white, sort of what you were talking about with the experiment you did, which is no surprise to any of us, right? So Lindsay, some of the work you've done has addressed because obviously what we need to do is we need to change society, not just these machines, to be more inclusive, more diverse, less biased. And you have done some interesting work. I don't know if you can reflect on sort of how you see that, and also how you see technology maybe helping us in that way, rather than being just a problem.
I think you sort of were going in a beautiful direction, and I think changing society is like a very, very big job. But at the crux of it, there's this rallying cry in the social justice spaces, says nothing about us without us, right? The people that you're trying to reach, the people that you may or may not understand, those people should be in the room having these conversations to make sure that, again, ethical standards have been passed, linguistic standards have been passed, and I think who the onus is on, the jury's still out on that, but as responsible creators, I think it should be not just one person's job. And then to what you were saying, I think while gaffers and certain other people might be displaced by things, there's a beautiful and exciting time where completely new jobs are going to be created now because of this. And so figuring out what then does that person do? Who watches the watchers? You know, like really getting into the weeds of things and saying, okay, just beyond the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? And saying, oh God, this thing is gonna really wreck everything, or it's coming, and just throwing your hands up. It's saying like, what is it exactly that we want and need it to do? Who is it serving? And like, how can we all collaborate to make sure that that is done well? You know, I think you gotta know who is the master and who's the servant. And AI, for all of the beautiful things that it is capable of, is still beholden to the people who program it.
There's another layer on access, it seems to me, as access then generates bias, of course. Like you have a lack of access, then you get biased material because only the people who are speaking get to speak. I made the observation in the green room that like when Flash came out in the 2000s, then you get a bunch of people who get to make whole animations all on their own, doing all the voices, and this has never happened before in quite this way. And we get salad fingers, for example. We get these like really gloriously insane things that no commissioning body, no sort of capitalistic entity would ever have taken the risk to make. And we're going to get that again, only, oh my God, high production values. Like, because again, you don't need the gaffers anymore. There is, I think, we've mentioned them a few times, and it there's actually a sort of access point there too, right? People wanting to be able to maintain their involvement in the creation of artistic works that go out to the world, and it's like, wait, you're just going to make us redundant. And there is a thought, I think, worth popping up as we go along here, that in a sense, if the sort of the McDonald's of the entertainment stuff, like which has always existed. There's always been material that just gives people the emotional state that they want, where they're not really interested in the people who made it, right? Which is exactly what McDonald's does for you. And as a result, they make it as cheap as possible, and they remove the people from the chain. There's no person making this thing for you carefully. There's somebody who actually is quite frustrated sometimes that they're having to make this for you so quickly and so badly. But when you can drop the cost of making that to 75 cents for a 3-hour movie with all of the kind of crazy acts and stuff in it that's perfect because there are no humans at all. Well, guess what? The people who were making it can now go over here and make the really interesting organic stuff that everyone still wants to see, because as well as wanting the predictable McDonald's thing, sometimes you need that organic stuff. Sometimes you need mama's home cooking. And we can do more of it now.
And don't you think that I mean, I know you do because I know your bio, so that's a leading question. But let's talk about another kind of bias, right? Which is a kind of anti-tech bias, which while I understand where it's come from, I mean, you just kind of touched on it yourself, and I deal with this in my industry all the time because I'm that poor sod who's been interested in the internet since the 80s, and everyone around has been like, "What's wrong with you? You know, this stuff is terrible." Right. And you get caught up in there's the Marvel versus art movie debate. And I'm just like, why not both? So there is a bias against technology, sort of the techlash as they call it, which is probably also not doing us any favors in terms of being able to progress. And I guess the question I would have for you is, how do you see us getting past that? And how do you each see that in terms of answering the question for people about there being room for choice?
I don't think the bias is against technology as much as it is against people in power who are controlling people without power. I think that's really where the bias comes from. And I think if we look at technology throughout history, I'm thinking about, there's this famous chess match in the 1990s with Garry Kasparov playing Deep Blue, right? I don't know if you've heard of that, but Deep Blue, the computer beat Kasparov, right? And we could have said, okay, we'll never play chess anymore because computers are going to be better than us at chess. But instead what we did was we used chess simulation programs to become better than the computers again. And we grew because of that. So we evolved as people and chess players because the computer introduced this higher skill level for us. And I think that same kind of thing will happen with the arts and AI. It may, we may have to get through all the bias and all the organizations and corporations trying to control us first. But if we can get through that, we can actually evolve and grow as artists.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that control thing. In Amusing Ourselves to Death, that book, he talks about like the dystopia of Brave New Things versus 1984. Where 1984 they control things. It's in Brave New World we just kind of, we do it to ourselves, and people don't go to McDonald's because someone's forcing them to.
No. Oh yeah.
It's
I'm not suggesting it's a bad thing.
To reach this base part of you, and there's a lot of entertainment, and there's a public health risk in that. There's a public the equivalent of a public health risk, I think, in social media, which I think does the same thing, appeals to the same, bad prejudices that people have. And so I don't know how to remedy that. Regulation, we put food labels on things about calories and stuff like that. I don't know what we do with information to label.
Yeah, I would argue, going back to the McDonald's analogy, not to talk only about McDonald's here. People go to McDonald's
This is sponsored by McDonald's.
because it's cheap.
We'll amend the header for them.
The reason people go there is because they provided food for a low cost. Like, that's
Right.
the reason and there's a problem there that
And
we
they've done it
deal
by
with as a
wringing out
larger
the human.
problem.
Right. So mediocre content is going to be the real bad thing
Yeah.
of AI.
I used to refer to the Sunspring project as the average movie project because of the idea that that's what the industry is trying to do anyway. What executive notes are doing is that my friends and I often will joke that the note under every note in Hollywood is make it more boring, or make it more safe, or make it more stupid. But that, which is to say, make it more predictable. And in a way, I just want to make sure I haven't jumped in on top of you here. Did you have a thing that you wanted to? Okay, right, good.
Continue.
I'm, you know all too well. Anyway, and I got the nice chair. It's ridiculous. Anyway, where was I? It seems to me that a dichotomy is expressing itself in all of our conversations here that sort of is between, it's sort of something that life has always been doing as it's been trying to survive. It's got doing things in the predictable, you might almost say conservative way, do it like we did before because it worked before, make more sausages for the sausage factory, right? And then we're also, just as a species, we're super curious. And you might say, like some people will frame this politically as the liberal way of doing things, and it's like, what else is there? What else can we do? Who hasn't spoken yet? What else does humanity have in it? And actually, we've always existed in this sort of conversation between the two. One might say sometimes a war, but it can get really uncomfortable. But it looks to me like this is playing out again, sort of. We're like, okay, it could make some of the most interesting art you've ever seen, or it can make the sausagiest sausages that are the most traumatizing, the most racist, or whatever.
Sure.
Like,
But I think that, that's what's interesting about this group, though, is I think that there's evidence to the latter, which is that there is quality work. It isn't either or. That's like, I think that's sort of what I was driving at with the techlash point. It was like, yes, there's the control of corporate power. Yes, there's the dopamine hit of social media. But then there's also this sort of, technology is overwhelming for a lot of people if it's not your bag, right? And a lot of times, if I'm talking about AI, people are like, I don't want to hear about this. It's just confusing. And like, the more you explain it, the more confused they get. And you get this kind of either or of like, I just, you see that a lot now in the community. Just put your phone down, don't let your kids on the iPad, and it's that I'm hoping we can get past. When people like Gabriel has been making, really amazing art for years using all sorts of new technology, and all kinds of people have. We know that there is beauty in this space, right? So I think that's sort of my question of like, is it a literacy thing? How do we begin to get, because you can say wait for the young folks to come up and
they're over there.
Hello. Sure, but like as a dad, I never want to say to my kids, well, it's all on you, right? Like,
Yeah, no.
later, let me know when I've got the pool house and I'll just move in here, how do we begin to get people to understand sort of the benefit? This is something you've been working on in terms of initiatives, like the benefits of technology, the benefits of the art and technology. How do we get people who are so kind of averse to it to understand, to come over a little bit more?
Education is one of the first things that you hit on that I think is absolutely a non-negotiable. Also having cross-industry and cross-company collaboration to draw out some of the best ideas and then really scrap some of the sausagiest sausage stuff. And then, the third is controls, checks, and balances. Really, I hate to sound too regulatory, but really making sure we lean on prior art and the folks who are really, really good at making things like policy to get ahead of it so that we are playing in a really, we're playing well together in a very safe place. I think that is, the start of the answer, all of those major components, but what I'm most excited about is the new things that we're not even thinking of yet. Like, this is going to accelerate the rate of collaboration so much faster than you look at a lot of other technologies that did, whether it's blockchain, whether it's, the internet when it first came out. The rate of acceleration, I think, is something that I would really point out to those people who are averse to this movement and say, we almost can't afford not to educate ourselves and be in the room when people are figuring out, you know, what the use cases are going to be for whatever your particular corner of the world is. You just have to be involved. And being educated and involved is always preferable.
All right.
Yeah, Dan, can you speak to that a little bit just in terms of, and she's touching on regulation and sort of the direction we go, and curious about the difference between government doing it, people doing it, sort of where you sit on some of that.
Yeah, let me, you know, I guess we're in the right place at NYU, LA, that, you know, we're all interested in education. People have to, you know, be with it, be touching it. More and more different people touching it is really the answer. But yeah, you know, we know it harms. So I guess you have regulation, you have, I guess, laws. You know, we have laws about which cars go first. Can you have laws about whether TikTok could show you the next thing, or you have to touch something to get the next thing? Can you regulate that? I don't know if our 90-year-old senators can do that. The other thing is caveat emptor. Let the consumer beware. And you know, that's where capitalism lives, I suppose. I hope it's somewhere in between.
It seems. Sorry, go on.
I think as a technologist whose specific area of expertise is in risk management and cybersecurity, I always just like cringe a little bit when we just say kind of leave everyone to their own devices, because there are the instances in which we're just talking about, oh, somebody got their feelings hurt, and then there's the instances where this is loss of life, or someone is not, somebody is getting, harmed, like their actual livelihood and lives are being at stake. So I think that very specific conversation that needs to happen on where and when we put the controls around this thing, where we can experiment and let people kind of go wild or whatever, but we all know that like things and thoughts they carry very different consequences, and so we need to be having the pointed conversations to really talk about that.
In terms of adoption, in a way, is how you're referring to it. I suppose there are people like, what is this thing? And you're quite interested to at least pick it up and play with it for a bit, right? And I certainly have plenty of those friends. And I think a lot of that comes down to the affordances that we design. Like, what does it look like? What is it like to interact with it? In a way, the very reason that I can only assume, I don't know this directly, but that OpenAI eventually drops ChatGPT, they don't drop the playground, which is what existed before, to the general public, is that the playground is autocomplete. The playground is an environment where you write something and then you let it carry on what you were writing. And that's more difficult to get your head around than something you can talk to. Also, of course, something you can talk to comes with all of these extra bits of problematic stuff, right? The sort of the Stanford graduates,
What
so
sort of
on, right?
problems?
Yeah,
No,
exactly. No, it gets. But it's interesting that that was their way of creating an affordance that was more familiar, that people could kind of play with. But then, of course, they also then had to build in like, I'm not going to talk to you about that, because if you were in the playground, it would either just throw up a red flag saying, I'm not doing this for you, or it would write the thing that you really didn't want to see.
Right.
And it would do quite a lot of that. Some quite upsetting stuff would come out if you just gave it enough of a nudge, or even if you didn't. One person asked me if I could, they wanted to create something so that their kid could create an episode of Peppa Pig from their own description, which is basically possible at this point. What is it? Fable have made an entire season of South Park, as I'm sure you know. But I threw in a little bit of screenplay from the Peppa Pig movie. They were going for a drive somewhere, Peppa Pig and his family, or her family, I don't know their gender. And I just sort of put the beginning and went autocomplete in the playground, turned up the temperature a little bit so it would like be sort of interesting. So what happened was Daddy Pig started going faster and faster and faster, and all of the family were screaming, please stop, Daddy Pig. And he's like, no! It was gloriously terrifying. And I'm like, this is the bias thing.
Right.
But to return it to your question, what the formats are that we make for it, the affordances, in a sense, we've been practicing for this for decades with sci-fi. We've been trying things out. So like, don't build the robot that kills everybody, but do build the nice voice that sort of hovers around and is maybe a little ball or nothing, and it's like, oh, can I make this sandwich for you? Like, maybe we try that out because people understand it.
But I think that's the question: is can we even do that? To the point, if we look at, I think the fear is that adding AI, Dan was talking about the TikTok algorithm and the sort of relentlessness of it. The fear is that adding AI, which of course is what's happening now, into those mechanisms, where the sort of Peppa Pig example you gave, or your Bobo, where suddenly YouTube is like 99% your Bobo experiment, right? Like, we're getting like super, like turbocharged, sort of racially, gender, like the most sort of offensive and harm-ridden material. And I guess that's the inflection point people are scared of when they think of AI. Like, are we gonna, because we don't have our arms around the world we already have, like how much more impossible is it gonna be to rein in once you add that into it? And I wonder where you all sit there.
I think it has to do with trust. I think that's going to be the big thing that AI reveals in general, is how we trust each other, and will we eventually trust an AI over a human being? I think that's going to be a really interesting question. And I think these biases, are actually correctable in some way. Like, I think we can actually train sets so that doesn't happen. Like, I think we can correct for the Peppa Pig nightmare scenario pretty easily.
But what if it monetizes, like to Dan's point, will they want to correct it, right? Like, or will they have this sort of TikTok overdrive that's making them tons of money because it is so.
But that's what I mean by trust too. It's like every social network has fallen to this trust problem. Twitter had the biggest trust problem of all, right? It's like you have a whole president that was elected because of this trust issue. And so I think responsible creators for AI are going to have to deal with the trust problem and how people trust these mechanisms of machines. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about bias in the first place. If I ask AI for advice, life advice, am I going to believe it? I have a show up right now in New York called Purgatory, and it's all about this sort of fake religion that's started by people who believe in AI over humanity. And all the pieces in that show, there's a slot machine that you pull, and it's sort of like an oracle that gives you life advice, but it's GPT-2 giving you the most ridiculous quotes that from throughout history, and people believe it. Even this artwork.
Someone told me recently, because I made a doc about YouTube, they were like, just make sure you tell your kids, it was a librarian, that it's really a repository for non-information, right, or wrong information. And I was researching something recently and seeing how much AI is going into basic searches now, where it didn't so much before. And if you asked a question, you'd get more factual information. And I was doing something about William Blake, and I looked up a question about Blake, and I got this article. I was like, oh, this is really fascinating. And the more I read it, the more I realized it was utter nonsense.
Total bullshit.
Like, it was like, well, Blake and John Milton were very close friends. It was like, that's not possible.
But some people and then the further they don't have the literacy to back it up. That's where education comes in.
There's a layer of this. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that the algorithm is inflicted on you, the TikTok scenario. I feel like there's some hope here that when you're using ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion, you're running the show a little bit. The training was done, and the training can be horrible, and we can inspect that and try and vet that, but you're driving it a little bit. You're not the victim of the algorithm, you're driving the algorithm. So I think there's some hope here. The bad thing would be, and the other nice thing is that these are correlations of correlations of correlations. If you look at a model of a model, it's just a bunch of connections. Whereas the TikTok is like a linear feed. You're connected to this one or this one or this one. And maybe the provenance of all those ideas can be allow us to debubble a little bit, to venture forth into a slightly adjacent place in the model. I hate to be too optimistic.
I want to talk about the bubble bit, but yeah, I think you had some.
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of where I wanted to lead this toward the back end here is where are we going, right? I think that fear comes from the unknown. If you take a populace that is largely either tech-averse or not that tech knowledgeable or tech educated, and you match them with something that's moving quickly that they don't know where it's going, that's very scary, right? And I think that's where we are right now in terms of the public. And I think, where do you all sit in terms of where you feel, because I don't think any of us are by nature pessimistic. I certainly don't think the five of us are, right, judging from what we're doing. But where do you hope it goes, and where do you think it's going from here? I'll touch on that with Lindsay. Yeah, I'm going to throw it to you first.
I think it is going to a place, and again, I'm more on the optimistic side. It's going to a place in the immediate future that is sparking a lot of very important conversations. I think that what we do as a collective decide where it's going to go from there, and you're going to see all of these pockets and splinters, right, where people had all of the aforementioned checks and balances that I sort of spoke about, the safety measures, where we see it go into this beautiful place where we're really excited about the things that it's creating. And then we're going to see a whole lot more really, really like sad, instances where we wish we would have. We wish we could have or should have gotten ahead of this and been having conversations like we're having today, where we get a lot of people in the room who are concerned about different things, the creative crew, the policy wonks, the technologists. Put down our differences for a second and start having important conversations about how we build this in a way that is as beautiful as I hope it can be.
Who wants to go next on that? Who wants the hot
I
seat?
give all that. No, I think from a purely art perspective, I think we'll see sort of an evolution of art. And I think because it's so easy now to generate an image and to generate a video, I think we're going to create some sort of new art form that's not based purely on media. I think it'll be about experience, and there'll be more in-person experiences involved with art, more performance art, more large-scale immersive installations, things that you can't train a model on easily.
Right.
And I think that the art world has always been very good at being obtuse, and I think we'll see more of that in this way too, where like you can't really train a model on like a Tino Segal performance work.
Right.
If you know his work, it's like two people making out in the middle of a Guggenheim. Like, how do you train a model on that? But so, to think about things outside of that box, I think people will get more creative because of this in a way. So that's my optimistic hope for the art world.
Yeah, I think a new animal will come out, and I think there'll be impacts on the existing industries, but I think something that doesn't create so much content as conversation will come out of it. It'll be democratized, and it'll be a lot of cheeseburgers, but eventually people will elevate their taste. I think as a species, we've encountered bullshit before, and we're going to get an avalanche of it now. And there's stuff in us that wants to discern the good, and I'm hopeful, I guess.
I think I'm sort of still processing, of course, and these have been some great inputs that have added to that processing. But I'm surprised we haven't yet seen a version of YouTube pop up that is where absolutely everything on it is being made as you look for it. It's creating things for you out of what previously existed, and you're exploring it. And right now, if we made that, it would be very janky. But like, give it a minute. You can explore an entire personal YouTube that is just for you, that never existed until you looked at it. Like, that could happen. But that's interesting because it's also very isolating and lonely. And if you think about it, that's what we were doing with the internet for quite a while. We over hundreds of years, we all hid ourselves in little boxes and locked the doors so that we could do capitalism with each other, or any of the other isms. We got quite lonely, so we drilled holes in the walls and we poked cables through them. And we tied them all together. Actually, Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web, tied them all together in this terribly clever way that means that we could start communicating again. But unfortunately, initially, instead of using it to actually talk to each other, what we thought we'd do is live in a big shared house the size of the world with a notice board in it that was for everybody in the kitchen. And so we left each other notes on this notice board, and that was what the internet became. And maybe not that surprisingly, when we're communicating mostly by the notice board in the kitchen, we also started hating each other. So we know that happens. And we know that when it sort of metastasizes, and that YouTube I just described, that can become more isolating. But what is interesting is we also started talking again, more during the pandemic than ever before, using these cables. And that's intriguing. So at the same time as getting more sausagey and more isolating, there's this, are we going to connect more? Are we going to express more? Are we going to be enabled to be like, what else is there? And by the way, the person in their private YouTube who went, guys, look what I found in my weird private YouTube, and then connects about it. Like, that's exciting. And yes, I absolutely think we will invent art forms that we weren't enabled to do before. I actually had a chat with ChatGPT about this. I'm like, I want to invent another new art form, ChatGPT. And we were back and forth about it. And it eventually became this. What's an art form where all of the people observing it, are also creating it as they're doing so. And we love these. I go to Burning Man a lot. Most of the art there is
called
like
Minecraft, isn't it?
You're right. There's another one. Oh, really? Fellow burner. Hello. Yeah, we'll talk. But the point is that like we're back and forth about it, and ChatGPT is like, or as another example, when we're shooting the back and forth, what about an art form where all of the participant artist audience members are simultaneously collaboratively creating a universe? And I'm like, ChatGPT, do you reckon maybe that's what's already happening? And the stars are the audience, but they're also, and they've created us or something. And it went, and that was the end of that.
Well then, if we all kind of agree on where we would like it to go, where we think it would go, and sort of to your point about where the internet started and what it became, having been there, as we all have, because we're all of the age to have been there before, during, and where we are now, I think maybe the big question, or one of the big questions, because there's many, is now realistically how do we get there, right? Like because what you're saying didn't happen in a vacuum. Like what happened to the internet happened because corporate interest took control of it. It was very concrete. And that's happened in chunks throughout the history of the internet, from the beginning of the internet to the sort of Napster leading into the streaming age. Napster, which was in many ways outside the ethics of it and the business problems of it, which are obvious, was a titanic democratized community that pulled people together around the world in a way that had never happened before online, in a scale that had never happened. Now we're seeing that again with AI. And I guess the concern would be, which is why we're striking, is are these 3 to 5 companies that own everything, right, these monopolies, going to prevent this democratization that you're talking about, this liberation, this diversification? How do we create the world? How do we regulate that? Is the lobbying power too strong? Are the companies too big? Like, at what point do we say it's an industrial revolution and we have to deal with it like we've dealt with every industrial? Is this thing going to fix itself, I guess is my question. And if it isn't, what's going to fix it?
I think as somebody who's worked for some of the sexy 3-letter organizations in government that we mentioned, and a few of the big tech companies that run a lot of this stuff now, we still build for the user. And we are still beholden to what people actually are saying that they want. And so it is really like a moral and technological imperative for people to actually be involved. Like, if you don't like something, build something different. If you don't want to see this, actually go up through the channels to spark a conversation on why and what could be better. Don't just take your ball and bat and go, because clearly the game is still going to continue.
Okay.
On the how do we get there piece?
Yeah.
I went to a big camp out recently called D-Web Camp. Created actually by the Internet Archive founder, Brewster, who got married at the second Burning Man.
He's a hero.
Yeah.
Did you say he's your hero?
Yeah.
Brewster's
the only one holding everything together. It's all going to be gone. He's going to be the only place you can find anything.
He's like, I'm saving it. And he's a sweet bloke. And so they convened this big gathering in the Northern California forest of basically the technology folks who are like not the ones trying to get rich off NFTs, but the ones like, how do we make the world not die and be less terrible, whatever. With a few of the NFT kids like running around being like, how can I make money out of this? It's, like, it's very funny. Anyway.
Slurp my ape.
Right. And Tim Berners-Lee was there, and he did this talk, and it actually broke my heart. I cried. He cried while he was doing it. It's like the internet was supposed to be so beautiful, and it's kind of gone weird. Like, how do we steer it back? And this is a big gathering of people.
He's been saying that almost since the day it started.
He has, and he's been making his own attempts. But he's surrounded now by like these young, smart people like building stuff and spending a lot of time meditating. I can tell you they all do an awful lot of like, how do we, and I mean, it's a little bit of that second year Stanford undergrad thing as well, but they really, really want to try and help and not be rich. And I think that's interesting. I have this very strange view that we were asking, what is the machine? Well, if the machine is a thing that started about 15,000 years ago when we started organizing ourselves around things like capital, I kind of think that the Garden of Eden story, the Lord, he's called the Lord and he owns the tree and you have to have his permission to have the things on it. Like, I think that's a story about the start of civilization, actually. But anyway, it's like, if that whole thing was an immune response to the problem of not having enough apples to go around, which I happen to think it was, then interestingly, recently, we've sort of solved that problem. In the last 50 years or so, we know how to have enough apples, even though there's 8 billion of us. But we don't know what to do with the fact that we know how to have enough apples yet.
We're like somebody who's got all the apples who doesn't particularly want to share them.
Who doesn't think that they do, because they've been through the same traumatization process as all of us, which is like, look after your damn apples, especially when the rains are coming. So, but here's the interesting thing to me, being surrounded by those people, I'm like, oh, a lot of the people who have some clout and some say and control and power, their hands on the joysticks now, do you know what's interesting about them? They're still mostly white dudes, but they're often more estrogen-heavy white dudes than they used to be, a little bit less testosterone, a little bit less, I want a bigger yacht and to own the Ukraine. Instead, they're like, how can I help? And that's interesting.
Can I meet some of these people?
I would love to introduce you. I'd love to introduce you. You're one of them, I'm sure. And they're like, what do we do with these tools, these blockchain-y tools, these AI tools, but instead of trying to get super rich, like how could these help with there's enough that we don't know what to do about that, because forcing people to share stuff, that's just another kind of oppression, that's not sharing. But how do you enable it? And one of the other clues to me is the fact that, we've got Gen AI producing all this incredible stuff, and the Copyright Office is like, you can't own that, right? So what that means is there is a fire hose blasting into the public domain faster than anyone can keep up with. So the world of stuff you can own and the world of stuff that you can't is like having a rebalancing, and that's interesting too.
Yeah.
That's all I've got so far.
Yeah.
I would push back on something you said, though, and encourage people to look into the people who are the non-white dudes from Stanford that are actually doing this.
Yes.
Joy Buwami from the Algorithmic Justice League, colleague who's doing amazing work. Dr. Ruman Chowdhury in Congress right now. Amazing. Doing AI ethicist who's doing amazing work. And also Timit Gubru with DARE.
AI now.
Really, doing amazing research on exactly how we keep this thing on the rails. And so please, definitely, I encourage you to not only look into those groups, but also get involved in the conversation. And one that's not as exciting as all of those lovely women doing great things is the NIST AI risk management framework. So you can actually get in on that and comment, not now because it's already done, but like they put out requests for comments so that people actually can have their ideas and concerns incorporated into how this thing actually is going to end up. So just get involved.
And so I don't misrepresent DWeb, by the way, they had a huge cohort of people from all around the world that they funded who are doing it in their communities, where they're much higher melon in that group than
I think that, to Dan's point about not knowing where things are going and the beauty of the beauty of the unknown as opposed to the scariness of the unknown is that because I'm with you on your point, that's sort of how I come at the tech stuff, is be open to allowing a whole other group to come into these spaces and lead. And just in a way, I hate to say it, but as a white middle-aged guy, maybe get out of the way and see what happens to the world when we do that.
Yeah, it's education and access. I think those are the two big things with this. And I think the more we can educate people and not be afraid of it and put it in the hands of everybody, I think they'll be in a good place. Until we train things based on the trained data already, then I'm very worried about what happens.
Jesus.
That's a whole other conversation.
I just did what everyone said, and what you do, which is, tell the good stories about this. Or tell the bad stories as cautionary tales.
Right. But with hope and
and stories, infecting people with the good directions, turning them on to, I hate to work this metaphor to death, but good food. Show them some good food.
That's a great way to end. I cannot thank you all enough. It's been an incredible conversation. And,
thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Time for some food. Is it sausages? I don't know.
Great.
I hope it's not McDonald's.
Thanks so much.
Hello, hello. I'm Shivani Hanwad, a proud NYU Stern alum, fashion and entertainment attorney, and part-time professor at NYU Los Angeles. It is my pleasure to introduce the third panel today on the economics of multi-platform content. Our moderator will be Arnie Sukram, also a fellow Stern alum, who is currently the Senior Director of Marketing at DirecTV. Our panelists are Jasmine Askew, Lead of Social Impact Creator Strategy at Unity, Natalie Dubois, entrepreneur and copyright consultant and NYU Los Angeles faculty member, Kaylin Hunt, Vice President, Development and Production at Juvie Productions, and Ken Christensen, screenwriter and comic book author.
So here we are. So it's been a great morning so far. Talked a lot about Today we're going to try to thread the needle the best we can between content, money. So where does the money come from for content as we think about multi-platform content and distributing content across different, in different ways, whether it be music, TV, film. And we're going to talk about changes in technology and the evolution of technology and how that's impacted the economics of multi-platform content. So when we just jump in, let's start with content. Let's start with IP. And the first question is just trying to think about your roles and where you are and how you think about content and prioritizing content, what content gets developed and why. Why don't we start with some examples of that? And maybe, Kaylin, you can start. You work at a pretty interesting place, a star-driven production company.
Yes.
Could you kindly give us some examples of, or start with one example of what that would be and how you prioritize that piece of content? And then I'll open it up to the rest of the panelists to weigh in as well.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think there's a lot of factors for any given story that we find interesting or creator that we find interesting, and there's not always a clear path. So I guess it's just when we start talking about an idea or hear about a story, and we get into the discussion of it, sometimes it might come to us as a film, but then we think that it could also work well as like a stage play or something, like for a film that's like not like a big IP or something. So I think for us, we try to figure out like the best mechanism to kind of help the story or narrative or true story like gain some momentum and some awareness.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. Ken, how about from your perspective when you think about content as a comic book and TV person?
Yeah, I grew up a comic book junkie, so then when I got into the TV business, it was like the perfect time for me because comic books started to be hot on television, and so I basically spent the last 8 years working on Marvel shows, which obviously it's all about the IP for Disney. Yes. and Marvel specifically has done really well, and John Wick, the John Wick franchise is the latest thing that I've worked on. So it's IP's been obviously very important to me. I create my own IP. I work for video game companies that have ideas that they want to turn into comic books or turn into film and TV, and then in terms of monetizing all that. I mean, if you're a creator, you're trying to sell IP to people like you, and then you're trying to hold on to as much as you can as a creator, not just let it go into the ether and not profit off it over the long term. So that's also something that writers are always concerned about.
Yeah, that's great. So thinking about the economics, you just touched on it. Natalie, you've had some time in this area in terms of monetizing different types of content, music in particular. Give us an example of music content and how monetizing music today has changed, given kind of the trends in the music industry in particular.
So traditionally, songwriters and also talent in television shows will make money from, so the talent will make it from residuals, and songwriters and composers will make it from royalties. And so the traditional model was definitely that the talent could rely on that to earn a living, because as an example, a songwriter that got a song placed on a network television show and it played for 43 seconds, every time that show aired, it would generate $1,000 of residuals. Today, if they get a song streamed on a platform that's on a television show, that's on a streaming platform, you know, it's cents on the dollars, because, for example, you know, if you generate 1 million hits and you have a song that's performed on YouTube, that would generate about $13 in royalties. And it will change. There's a lot of factors that go into that. But it just means that the royalty streams are far less than they were previously. And the reason for that is because when it was on network, the networks were paying significant amount of money for ad revenue, and that's not happening anymore. And the royalties were based on the ad revenue, and also the people that were determining those rates were set in place by the performing rights organizations for music. And now with the internet service providers coming to the fold, it's the internet service providers that are in the power. They have the power to make those decisions and to determine what the rates are. And the rates for the ad revenue are far less than they were when it was on TV. And so subsequently, the creators are making less money.
Yeah. We'll come back to the changing in technology in a minute, because I know we talked a lot about AI earlier, and I want to come back to get your thoughts on that. But for a moment, let's take a quick pivot to social impact. And Jasmine, can you give us an example of social impact with what you do?
Sure. So earlier, Stephen Christian was on a panel talking about the work that he does, and we would define that as social impact.
Yes.
So social impact is anything that relates back to a sustainable development goal, whether that's a solution or tool that combats climate change, or it's telling an inclusive story that is designed to create empathy or understanding. So it's a broad range. My team specifically funds XR related work, so anything, AR, VR, games, films, variety of things. So for us, anything that uses immersive technology and has that sustainable development alignment would be considered social impact.
Got it. That's great. And thinking about these topics, and with this lens of social impact, and now we're thinking about the challenged value propositions just in the industry, when you think about, like you mentioned, that in terms of like ad revenue, for example, and how that's declining for, like, say, traditional broadcast television. Let's jump back into how people get paid. So if you think about what you just described, Natalie, and the declining, those shrinking paychecks.
Yeah.
And you think about Kalon and Ken, you know, popular IP like Marvel. People are going to go see the Marvel movies, and we don't need to rehash how much they make. Or they could, or people will buy a AAA game and they make a ton of money as well. So give us some examples of how you get paid for content, and maybe more specifically, give us some color into how you pick based on the economics. So are you just looking after the big tent poles, or are you going after the storytelling, to your point, like telling like an interesting story, maybe not so interested in the money?
Right. I mean, for us, we're more story-driven or creator-driven, so we try to kind of help shepherd that vision. And a lot of times, when you're getting started with a new story or a new IP, that, you know, because everyone's like, oh, what's the next big IP? you know, you don't always have that. I think for us, sometimes it's like just getting people started. So like doing a play first or doing a VR project first. We've been part of the Black Realities Grant that helps young creators that's relaunching top of the year. But just like getting people started to create the thing that they want to create, because that's the thing that like once you create it, then it can build momentum or build a following on social media or whatever, and it helps us make a case when we do go to the studio or a financier, say, hey, this is done well in this medium. What do you think about it for this medium? So it's not always like a clear cut line, and a lot of times it's like, you know, it's just investing in the right voices to help that idea grow and take whatever shape helps it get to the next level.
Yeah. Ken, what do you think?
Yeah, as a TV writer, you're signing a 3-year contract, 2 to 3 year contract, depending, and obviously you're thinking about the money. You want it to do the right job. You want to work with the right people. You want to, you know, have fun playing in the universe that you're playing in. But you also have to, you know, squeeze as much money as you can out of that opportunity. And so we've been on strike for the last 4.5 months, and it was largely about the money. And you know, we'll continue to fight for more money because it's been you know, it's been a weird 10 years in television in terms of budgets swelling and writers getting paid less. So, and to the residual question earlier, it was like, yeah, you used to be able to depend on your residuals between jobs. You would get your residuals, and that would bridge you from, you know, one job to the next if you were out of work for 5 or 6 months. You're getting these residual checks, but like last year, just by way of example, I was on a $120 million Apple show, and I got my residual check, and it was $5,400 for the year. So you can't pay your, you know, mortgage or your rent with that. Whereas a tiny little show on a cable network would pay you $30,000 for the year. You know, so Apple's paying 6 times less than like the Sci-Fi Channel. You know, that's that obviously had to be corrected. So hence the strike. Now we're out of the strike. We're back to work this week. And I am, you know, fired up, and I'm sure every writer is fired up to, you know, make sure that we're paid fairly.
Yeah, and on that point, I like the examples. Those are really interesting use cases of Apple TV, which has made a big splash with premium consumer content, and these other traditional models that you mentioned, like USA, I think it was USA.
Same company, but yeah, Sci-Fi Network.
Sci-Fi, yeah. How do you now pick and choose? So the strike's over. There's a lot of ideas that, like storytelling. How do you pick and choose? Like, how do you think about that?
It's, I guess, for us, it's like, where is the momentum, and how can we build more momentum for a story? Yeah, I mean, it is interesting how streaming has come in and sort of changed a lot of models, even with the start of like YouTube, right? And it's like, there's not really money in the non-traditional models, and like the strikes are kind of hopefully to correct all that. But it's hard to like pick and choose because we don't know what will have momentum. Sometimes a different buyer based off of whatever they're looking for helps be that spark versus something that's been in development longer that, you know, we're all passionate about, but it's just like a different, it doesn't fit with what a buyer or studio might want at any given time. So it's hard to like, we don't really pick and choose, but we just try to like nurture everything to a certain degree and then have it help find its legs.
Yeah. And with the changing economics, Natalie, how are you thinking about the work that you do and looking at different, say, contracts for different pieces of IP? How are you trying to get the most value out of content given the current landscape?
In the music industry, certainly, for example, music producers now really focus on a model where they can get upfront fees, so they're not having to rely on the residuals. So that's one thing that's changing. The other thing that's going to change also is with the advent of AI. So I mean, the good thing is there was a Supreme Court recently that determined, a court case recently that determined that you cannot register copyright with AI as the author. So that's good. And then also with what happened recently with the writer's strike, they also determined that the studios can't decide to use AI to emulate a writer's work. So those are strides that are in the right direction. I think what we're going to see more of is, and we're starting to see it a little bit, so like Amazon and Disney are partnering up with ESPN to stream, and I think we're going to see some more of those type of partnerships, but I think a lot more investment is going to have to go into the creators and making sure that they're properly monetized. Because if not, then we're going to lose a lot of creativity because they need to earn a living and they need to be able to do it without having like 3 different jobs doing something else. So so I think there's going to have to be more investment in that, and the people that are in control of the content and can make those decisions and are putting the investments together, and the companies that are behind that are going to have to start investing and start thinking about, okay, how do we shift this and make sure that the creators are properly monetized for what they do.
Yeah, and in a world where, and we've heard it already today, like bigger budgets, smaller paychecks, challenge value propositions. How do you guys start to see this with the writer's strike over? How do you start to think about ways forward, like looking for those investments, like who do you target for that investment for a specific production of an idea?
Well, for me, I before the strike had a lot of IP that I personally was getting the rights to, and then pitching. So I'm back immediately, like day one, back in that game, calling everybody's, let's get those meetings back on the books, and and then some of them are novels, some of them are video games, and I'm the attached show creator for those should they go forward. And so it's hopefully there's been a thirst over the last 4 months that needs to be quenched, and we're all, I'm sure, out there this week making phone calls and sending emails and trying to get people interested in hearing these pitches, and they're going to have to spend all that money that they claim to have saved over the last 4 months. That's all going away. They're going to spend that money, soon. Because the pipeline is dry, right? There's nothing in the pipeline right now. So we'll hopefully have scripts written by the time the actors get off strike, and we'll start production.
That's great. And then now it's about advocating for your idea, your story, and just getting the right, I guess, contract in place, given like you have a new agreement. So what are some of the ideas that are coming next with regards to these ideas? Like, and Jonathan, maybe you could talk a little bit about social impact and what you do.
So I don't really do anything in relation to what was just discussed.
Yeah.
So sorry.
I'm just thinking, like, writer strike's over. You can now start to find creators that you can put in front of people who want to listen and produce some content. So how do you start to prioritize that now?
So my team funds work that's created in immersive technology. It didn't really have any relation to the writer's strike, and so we've been continually funding projects throughout this entire time. In terms of how we find them, we typically have an open call for submissions, and that's one of the big ways that people submit their projects for grants. We also have an active Discord community where people will make relationships with my team and submit the work that they're doing, and we're able to sort of connect with them and support them that way.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. That was a little bit of a diversion, but let's bring it back to AI. and just thinking about the previous conversation and changes in AI and its use for good or bad, and it's a tool, you can use it for some purpose or for some outcome. How are you thinking about AI generally, and now that you're pitching new work and you're thinking about getting the wheels in motion for new content?
I mean, I think it can be a tremendous tool for creators and for writers and for composers as well. But I think it's a tool, and I think we're going to see a lot more creativity as a result of that. I think in terms of on the legal aspect, they're still going to have to work out, like, you know, how that's going to impact copyrights and how that's going to impact IP. That's something that's going to have to be worked out over, you know, the coming years. But I do think there's a tremendous amount of potential to have more creativity from AI, you know, consistent with creators using it, songwriters using it, writers of TV shows using it. And I think it's going to result in more creativity and better content. And as long as we continue to invest in our creators, then I think the content will continue to get better and better.
Yeah. Do you see that with the advent of AI, that the economics change in some ways, that it continues to devalue the economics?
Well, I'm hoping it doesn't. I do think that what happened with the recent strikes, that they determined that the studios can't use AI to copy a writer's work. I think that is a step in the right direction. So hopefully that means that AI can't be used to devalue it. But again, I think, yeah, there's going to have to be some tough conversations in terms of, like, how is this going to work in terms of with residuals, with registration of copyrights, you know, if you have a co-author that's, you know, AI, and who gets the credit and who's behind that AI. So I think all those things need to get worked out, but I do hope we can find a way to make it work where it doesn't decrease the amount of residuals and royalties and payments to the creators, but increases it.
Yeah, yeah. So as creators, so Ken, Kaylin, are you guys thinking about using AI today and in the future?
I mean, it's a constantly evolving conversation. That it could be used as a tool to help creators and independent artists get through a story faster or come up with a visual for pitching and all that. I think it could be pretty powerful, but I wouldn't want to use it to replace an artist or replace someone that we would have paid before. So it's just a kind of ongoing evolution to, like, see how it could be used as a tool and not, like, as a shortcut.
Yeah, I've been using it for pitching, so creating visuals for pitch decks using AI, and but the Writers Guild, the new Writers Guild contract was tremendous, you know, basically saying the studios can't use AI material as source material. The AI can never be credited as an author. AI will not impact the writer's paychecks. There's, you know, so many, and then leaving it open-ended to, you know, the unknowns of AI are kind of protected too, because the Writers Guild reserved the right to challenge the studios on the use of AI going forward. You know, they didn't sign away we haven't signed away the rights to AI uses in the future. So I think, you know, the courts will settle a lot of this. I know Bain just released a report last week telling the studios, don't use AI to undermine your creators, which, you know, coming from a consulting firm like that, I think is very interesting. That they recognize the value of creators and, you know, are advocating for us. Bizarre, you know, for a company like Bain to be speaking up for artists, but that's great. So in terms of using it for writing, I have an interesting project now, which is a video game that is where AI is the lead character. So a weird AI bot is the lead character. And so using AI to satirize AI is essentially what this concept is, and it's a video game, it's going to be a comic book, we're going to pitch it as a TV show soon. So hopefully AI will make me money by allowing me to satirize it.
Yeah, that's great. Have you guys thought about different marketing strategies coming out of the writer's strike? So you think about content, shifting landscape with the economics, the way we think about getting paid. So that's like investment and then getting, making something and then getting paid for it. Have you thought about like a different marketing strategy that you would take now going into the future? Like audience, like who's your audience? How do you find them? How do you get the right awareness?
I mean, I think there's just so many kind of new mediums and mechanisms through which people experience content, including VR and XR, or through Instagram story or short story that they kind of creatively crafted. I think for us, we don't shy away from any of that. But it's interesting to think about marketing, like for the Apple Vision Pro or something. Like what would something like that look like? So I mean, we're always thinking about the whole of how people are experiencing stuff now, but it changes so fast. It's hard to kind of plan for it.
Yeah, the Continental, which is this John Wick show that came out last week, episode 2 comes out tonight, and Peacock and Amazon are the two distributors, Amazon internationally and Peacock domestically, and they couldn't promote it. For example, at Comic-Con, the creators of the show couldn't show up, the actors couldn't show up, so they kind of had to scramble and promote it at Comic-Con using other talent, which was great. Talent that usually isn't recognized. The fight choreographer was on the stage talking about it in a way that he probably never would have if the actors were up there. But they also are doing they're thinking more kind of immersively because they don't have actors to just walk a red carpet and talk about the show. So Peacock did an airplane full of influencers. They invited influencers to a party and then flew them 150 of them on an airplane and had a party for a few hours flying around New York City and then they're thinking in a completely different way about how to market that show based on the fact that kind of the traditional ways of marketing a show are not possible right now.
Yeah. Are there other examples, Callan, that you can think of in terms of creativity when it comes to marketing? Anything you're working on?
Nothing comes to mind right now.
Yeah. So let's jump into again, sticking with the marketing strategy. You got to get paid. So we've talked about residuals coming out of this strike. 3 years from now, there's probably going to be maybe some debate on is the current deal worth it? What do you think? What do you give us? Look into your crystal ball. What do you see in the future?
In terms of with residuals?
Yeah, like how the writers will do in 3 years.
I mean, they're not doing well right now,
Yeah.
so hopefully that will change. But
Yeah.
I think the only way that can change is we need to have changes in the law. And that's something that's going to take time to work out. And also, I think there's also going to have to be a recognition, I think, by the internet service providers, by these platforms, to kind of recognize that they need to address this problem, that creators aren't getting paid enough. Because obviously if they can't earn a living
Yes.
By creating content and doing what they're really good at, then it is going to have an impact on the content that we see. So yes, so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to move it in the right direction.
Can you help us understand when you refer to the internet service providers? Can you help us understand what that problem is?
Well, so for instance, okay, if I wrote a song that was used in a television show that was then on a network television show, and I collected residuals on that. So the residuals traditionally were much higher because the ad revenue was higher. Now, if I take that same writer, that same song, and let's say they got a song placed on Netflix for instance, or on any of these platforms that are on the internet. So what happened when the digitization occurred? Basically, it created a new medium, a new platform. And because it created a new medium and a new platform, that wasn't written into the copyright law. And so all of a sudden they had to figure out, okay, how are we going to monetize it, and who's in control of that? And that's what I mean, is the ISPs are in control of that, because it's like Google, it's YouTube, it's all these internet service providers that are actually directly negotiating with the performance rights organizations, which are the ones that administer the royalties. And that's why they have control over that, because they have control over the negotiations. And because the copyright laws weren't up to date when the whole internet occurred, and because, you know, they were scrambling and they couldn't bring it up to date soon enough, that's why that power went to companies like Google, like, So, and that's why they have the power to determine what the royalty rates are, what the royalty structure is.
Yeah. So Google, as I understand it, they make their money on advertising, so internet advertising, like advertising online. And just so we understand it, so Google basically makes money from people typing in searches, and then
but then they get to negotiate with the PROs in terms of how much they're willing to pay in terms of a blanket license to the PROs. But they get to determine what that rate is, and they don't have to be transparent in terms of how much ad revenue they're getting. And that's where the disconnect has occurred, because we don't actually know how much money is being collected for ad revenue. But so it all comes down to what gets negotiated between these two parties, but the PROs are kind of performing it blind because they don't know what revenue they're actually making.
So for the audience, take her class, because I think you'll learn a ton. I think the economics of the internet are fascinating, and also challenge value propositions there as well with regard to online advertising. So thinking about just like the platform, so you've got a lot of types of digital media. Kaylin, you mentioned theater, but you're also thinking about other forms of media, TV, film, and like digital first productions. Like, how are you thinking about prioritizing now what you do, like given sort of the economics, the changes in the economics and where the money is?
I mean, we have our deals with like certain buyers like Amazon and E1, and then we also have like an immersive and interactive division. So we did a project with Verizon last year that was like a reimagining of Shakespeare. So I think it's just about staying open-minded to see where, like, what kind of stories are possible, and then figuring out the path from there. But there's no like one size fits all for any of our things.
Yeah, and then each one gets its own sort of well-defined marketing strategy in terms of the go-to-market and how you find the right audience for that medium.
Yeah, because a film would be, it's like totally different business than TV, which is totally different than interactive. So it's just like figuring out per project what is the best path forward, or if something isn't working in one area, maybe trying to shop it in another area.
Yeah, and Ken, you see this similar ways in, like in finding like the right medium for something?
Yeah, I mean, really, from a creator point of view, I always approach it just like, what do I want to do for the next 3 years? You know, if you're creating something or you're personally going out and optioning something, you've got to think like, I'm going to live with this thing for years. Make sure it's the right thing, you know, artistically and then practically too. You know, does this thing, you know, if we made it into a show, would I have to shoot it in Asia? And if I do I want to, you know, uproot my family and go there for? So you got to think about those kinds of things also. But fundamentally, it's like, what is speaking to me artistically, and then what's the right platform for that, or what's the right medium? Is it a is it a book? Is it a comic? Is it a video game? Is it a TV show? Is it a movie? Et cetera, et cetera. So you got to factor all those things in, and then you just got to really these days put a package together. You know, often it's like you've got to get a director and an actor and a you know, and a script or maybe a Bible together first before you approach certain players, and that's a whole bunch of different hurdles that 10 years ago you didn't necessarily have to do, you know. So it's more complex, but it's also, you know, more interesting. You put your producer hat on, you're not just, you know, the writer, you're really the producer, and you're pushing things forward in a way that if that's something you enjoy doing, I know a lot of writers who are like, I don't want to go through all that. Just, you know, let me write, let me sit in my office and write. But, you know, but I happen to enjoy that. So I like putting teams together and going out and pushing stuff. Yeah.
So how do you, as creators, now set expectations on some of the things we're talking about, like with regard to the economics, they're changing. How do you get the buy-in and support from these teams that you're putting together?
Passion. You don't know who will respond to what, but like you just kind of start with the idea, and then there's momentum from there depending on who you talk to, but you find the right people and team that are supporting it.
Yeah, I think it's really like, what are your relationships with people? You know, this director loves this genre. You found something that you feel like is, you know, gold, and you go and you passionately pitch it to that person, and hopefully that person's into it, and then that director knows this actor who, you know, would be perfect for it, and you know, so the pieces start to come together, and then once you have, you know, the right presentation, you gotta figure out, you know, who's open to this kind of thing. You know, does this network have 3 of those projects already, and this one wants one, and you know, you've got to kind of do your due diligence on that and figure it out. But you know, ultimately, you can work for 6 months putting something together, and then nobody wants it. But you know, hopefully you're successful at the end.
And it's really hard to pitch something based on what you think someone might want. And then someone pitches me sometimes, I'm just like, what do you want to say? Like, what kind of story do you want to tell? Don't pitch me what you think I want, because I want to know what you want to do. So it's, you can't really kind of say, oh, the market wants this, because then in 6 months, it's always going to change. So it's just like trying to stay consistent with your own voice and what you want to tell.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the cream always rises to the top. So I think if you write great content, I think it's eventually going to get recognized. So I think just focusing on really having an excellent product, and I think in the end that'll get rewarded. And I don't think that changes. I think there's no shortcuts to that, and I think, you know, like he mentioned, that if you have your own voice in that and you're passionate about what you do, that comes through, and people love passion and they love excellent work. So
it's great, and I like the way you guys are all kind of leading in the same direction with that idea of advice, and like what you would share with somebody who's, say, an undergrad at NYU and thinking about what they're doing at the program here. If we would just do a quick roundtable on that, like what are the top 3 things you would impart in terms of advice, given the sort of intersection of content and changing economics and knowing you have to think about the marketing strategy to cut through all the noise?
My top 3 pieces of advice are, don't listen to anyone who says you can't do it. You know, there's so many people out there now whining about, oh, it's a terrible time for TV. Bob Iger said this and that about they're not making anything anymore. Don't listen to that. There's plenty of money out there. There's plenty of opportunities, and you know, follow your bliss. You know, go do the thing that you really, really, really want, and the cream rises to the top. You're going to get recognized if you're doing it exceptionally, and then, like you said, things are changing constantly. So do not think you have to zero in on some trend. It's like, just do your thing and then get it out there. You know, getting out there is the key. You execute it, get it out there, and somebody will recognize it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember being in film school and coming to panels and like, oh, how do I get to that person, you know? But then, like, you know, there's an aspect of not recognizing your own power and your own voice, and a lot of things have not been invented yet. And like, your perspective and your network, you know, like, just like focus on honing your voice and creating in whatever way you can, I think would just be my advice. If that's writing a short story or making a short film or just being creative, and I think you will kind of find a path and people will see you, you know.
And I think doing what you love, that's really important, but also recognizing that there's always no more than 5 or 6 people between you and the person you're trying to get to, and to really use the tools that we now have with the internet and with all these other social media platforms to get to the people that you want to. But that being said, not to underestimate the value of like picking up the phone, calling someone, and face to face, and those are just really important. And that building careers takes time, and you know, over time you get to know people, you increase your social network, and more people get to see your work.
Yeah, I think everyone already said everything great, but I agree. I think especially for the type of work that I do, I want to see your unique perspective, your unique creativity, and I want you to feel empowered to tell that specific story that you know we haven't heard yet. And so I think just leading with your creativity and feeling power in your story, and yeah, just showing up are my 3 pieces of advice.
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice, everybody. But one more thought around, I like this angle of the internet. You can get your content on the internet for virtually free. Is that always the best path forward? If you're making something new and you know that there's probably got to be a path where you need to make money, is that the only path? Is it one of many paths? How do you think about putting your content online, like whether it be on Instagram or TikTok? I hear TikTok's a big deal now. It's a tough crowd.
It's a hard, I mean, it's just like this, I think it's a personal choice. I mean, there's other routes like festivals, and then there are big festivals, and then sometimes I see people waiting to be in a festival, and then 10 people are in the audience, and then so some people are successful by just putting it on the internet, and a million people see it. So it's just, I think it's just like figuring out what works for you or what you're okay with, and you know, it's.
And what you already have access to.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why would you wait to get into the festival if you already have 10 billion TikTok followers, or you know? So I don't think it's about free or paid, but it's more about using what you have access to.
Yeah.
And I think it's diversification as well. So yes, getting your song on YouTube is one part of it, but then, you know, he mentioned festivals, film festivals. There's also music festivals, you know, playing out as much as possible. So I think also touching on what Ken said earlier is that you have to do a lot of different things. Like you were saying that writers don't like to market as well, but I think it's the same thing with songwriters. Is they have to market, they have to play out, they have to perform publicly, they have to do all these things, and all those combined, they can have a sustainable income. But one can't be without the other. So just like with writers, you have to market your own material. It's the same thing with songwriters. You have to get your stuff out there, you have to get an audience, and then you start to see the return on that.
Yeah, putting stuff out for free can be great. I mean, for sure, you can get noticed. I think it's a matter of, you know, is that the very first step you want to take? You know, personally, I would probably recommend, and I was in film school, you know, in 2008 when YouTube was brand new, and you couldn't even put your short film on it because it only allowed 7-minute videos, you know, and if your short film was 10 minutes, you were out of luck. So things have obviously changed since then, but you also want to get it in front of the right people and build up, you know, make it feel fresh and build up your momentum if there's momentum. And so just throwing it anywhere might not be the right choice at the beginning, but eventually, you know, if it's a great piece and you throw it at certain people and then they can support it, and just try to build your brand as a creator in a way that's more selective than just I'm throwing everything up there all the time. Unless, like you said, you got a huge following anyway. I mean, then you've already got a brand. So then, yeah, throw it out there.
Yeah. All right, let's change gears, and as we think about wrapping up, let's do a lightning round, and I'll ask a question, and it'll be great if you could each just give a short, pithy answer. But this is more to be just bring it together and have a little bit of fun. Okay. So the first question is: will there be another writer's strike in 3 years? Jasmine, you go first.
No idea.
Natalie.
Honesty.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
It's possible. I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah, I feel like we got so much out of this deal that it'll sustain us for a while. Hopefully the actors will push the envelope even further, but yeah, you know, in the 80s, I wasn't a member of the Writers Guild, but there was a strike in 81, 85, and 88. So this is not the 80s. I feel like we made a big statement this year, and
That's great.
Hopefully we scared the companies enough so that, you know, 3 years from now they just negotiate honestly from the beginning.
That's great. So to recap there, maybe, hopefully not. Okay, next question. Within the last week, the Authors Guild, with a number of well-known authors like John Grisham, filed suit against OpenAI for basically infringement on their IP. Ken, let's start with you. Do they win in court? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not the first one to say it, but AI, the way AI is designed right now, it's a plagiarism machine. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So there are new AI models being developed right now that have attribution. So, you know, the way most AI works right now, there's no attribution. You have no idea what's been fed into it. You just have to assume everything in the internet has been fed into it. And that includes billions of copyrighted works. So, yeah, I think those companies are in big trouble when it comes to these lawsuits. And I think the studios are happy to jump in and start suing the AI companies as well. And then those other kind of fringe companies that are developing AI that does have attribution, where you can, at the snap of a finger, figure out where this AI pulled all this material from. That's going to be the model that will probably, 3 years from now, will be the norm in Hollywood anyway.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think that was well articulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just using a lot of everyone else's work to generate something, which I think is problematic because a lot of work went into those things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think he said it really well with the plagiarism. I mean, that's all it is. It's other people's work. So I think they have to sort out how that's going to work from a legal perspective down the line, because if you're using all these other people's works, they should get credit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the lawsuit, but I mean, AI can be a really powerful tool and can be used positively to help enhance work. I don't know the specifics of this lawsuit, so can't say whether or not how it will go, but I think whenever there's a new introduction of technology, new tech, there's always a lot to figure out, and this is one of the things we're figuring out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Will Barbie, the movie, be nominated for Best Picture? We're going around.
Probably.
Probably.
I don't know.
I hope so.
I say yes.
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 Okay. I say yes too. And then lastly, so Monday Night Football, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, yes or no?
I say yes on that as well.
What's the question?
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
I don't even know who Travis Kelce is.
Yes.
Yes.
Tight end for the Chiefs.
Okay, sports is like for
Okay.
me.
I'm Team Kayla.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Swiftie, and I say yes to that too. So, guys, thank you very much. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you, everyone. That was a brilliant panel. For those of you who are watching on the live stream, we're going to take a break. Please tune back in at 3:10 PT, 6:10 if you're watching on the East Coast, where we will have another really exciting panel about technology and human connection, as well as a highlight of the day, not that it hasn't all been highlights, but another highlight of the day, an interactive AR demonstration with artist Steve Christian. So thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
My name is Angel Davis. I'm in CAS majoring in politics, and my minor is business of entertainment, media, and technology in Stern, Tisch, and Steinhardt, and I'm currently a junior. I was interested in NYU LA because it was heavily entertainment focused with the internship program and the classes. So I'm always pitching myself as someone who's like, my major's politics, but I'm so interested in the entertainment industry. And I think, you know, become an entertainment lawyer, an entertainment attorney, I'm able to blend like my political background and my entertainment business minor and put that together to have like a whole different mindset, a whole different approach.
My name is Maria Jose Soto. I went to Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. When I first moved to LA as a student, I stayed at Park La Brea as part of the NYU LA housing program, and it was lovely, it was calm, the landscaping's beautiful, it's very central to everything. You know, the perk about living in Park La Brea wasn't only that I was close to school, but I was very, very close to my office, so now my trek from my apartment to work is about a 10 to 12 minute walk, and it's just a great vibe. It's very central, 20 minutes and you can be at the beach or you could be at the mountains. Well, long story short, I've been here for 3 years now, full time.
I usually, wake up, eat the same thing for breakfast, and then I head to the gym because there's a gym walkable, which is amazing. I love all of my classes, like all of my professors. They're like the real deal, but none of them make you feel intimidated and that you can't succeed in the industry. You have professors who day in, day out, like in the industry, and they come to NYU at night and they're just teaching a class and they're like doing everything that everyone here is looking forward to doing, and they're really good mentors. Anytime you want to talk to them, they're always willing to talk.
The NYU LA program is based out of your internship experience. If you want to follow a career in the entertainment industry, whether it be in music, TV, film, you needed to have an internship. And I greatly appreciated that NYU, both NYU LA and my program, required me to intern because I gave opportunities to fields that I wouldn't have thought about.
What's great about NYU LA is that there's always, that pipeline to an actual career. So days of my internship, my friend G and I will all meet here at my place, and then we'll carpool to our internship. I'm currently interning at Macro, which is a production company focusing on creating stories by people of color, featuring people of color. Usually I could have a day where I present, and so now I'm with like the executives, I'm presenting in front of them, so those days are usually fun too because I get to speak the most.
So I work a lot of artist campaigns for new releases. So whenever an artist is about to release new music, the label communicates the marketing plan and the timeline, and then I will communicate that with our territories abroad. I am working on this campaign for a new record for Balin. Today is their Los Angeles date, and so since it's my project, I'd love to go see them. And if you work in the music industry like me, you get to go to free concerts, or there's free perks here that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
Everyone here wants everyone to succeed, and I love that about LA, about NYU LA, and you feel like you're really on your own here. It's like mad adulting, and I'm loving it.
You keep an eye out on your peers on Instagram or social media, and you figure out that, oh, so-and-so's playing a show tonight at this venue, or someone's doing an improv set at this other venue, and you make an effort to go because you all came from the same place, and you all want to catch up and see how everyone's been doing. It's a bond that doesn't go away easily, and it has its memories that were created and forged during a very short period but are going to last a really long time.
This is your time to figure everything out. What sector of the industry you want to be in, take classes that are different, take film, take music, take things that are really different, and so you can get a better understanding of what you like and what you want to do, and so you'll be more confident in the future.
I just didn't think I'd settle down in LA, and then I just started working, and I really liked what I was working in, and now I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else.
How did it go?
I feel fun.
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
I'm Brookers, and I'm an internet celebrity.
Hi, how's it going, everyone?
Welcome back to my channel.
I'm like this introverted kid. I can do this on my own, in my bedroom, upload it, people can enjoy it.
Here's finally a service where if you want to get a political message out there, if you want to get some kind of message out there,
I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole.
You can use this platform. You're not going to be able to turn on the TV and be able to see this.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube.
The making of YouTube. Vision new keys to new office.
There was no doubt in my mind that this was going to be a huge trend of the future.
YouTube celebrities are laughing along with their fans all the way to the bank.
This kid, Ryan, who earned $22 million this year.
They want growth, everything's about growth.
Go hit that like button. They are obligated to maximize shareholder value.
Ad money, that really affects the kind of content that you can make.
Their lust for hijacking people's attention.
You just have to get eyes on the video.
Everything on YouTube changed when the recommender algorithm was introduced.
It's not just algorithmic, it's very deliberate.
I'm a weapon. I'm made to be thrown at you.
I think YouTube is a very intimate format. You're watching one person talk to you.
When they start telling you about their beliefs and views, that pack a real punch.
Now we're in this sort of misinformation apocalypse.
I don't agree that it is just a reflection of society. It's changed society.
This is just made up by Bill Gates and them. Go online and look it up.
It's kind of dangerous how we are just waiting for there to be enough of these digital car crashes and this digital intersection with no stoplight.
If we don't figure out this problem, we're gonna lose what it means to be human.
know who Pauli Murray is, you should. Pauli Murray was inspired to start a career in civil rights law after being arrested in Virginia for sitting in a whites-only section of a bus and working on a case for Odell Waller, a black sharecropper who was executed for killing his white landlord. Murray enrolled at Howard University, becoming the only woman in her law class. She became quickly aware of sexism at the school, with one professor stating he did not know why women went to law school. This led to her coining the phrase Jane Crow, alluding to the South's Jim Crow laws. Despite her frustrations, Murray used her studies to examine the inequalities faced by black children in the education system. Her findings, including an analysis of the psychological effects segregation had on children, influenced Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's overall strategy in Brown v. Board of Education, and ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court landmark decision, which ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. Marshall, who heavily relied on Murray's work, referred to her book States Law on Race and Color as the Bible of the Civil Rights Movement. In 2019, Murray's ideas were presented before the Supreme Court again, this time in regard to workplace discrimination. The court ruled in favor of 3 employees who had been terminated for being gay or transgender, a decision based on the interpretation of the word sex in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which Murray fought hard to include. Murray said, "I intend to destroy segregation by positive and embracing methods. When my brothers try to draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. Where they speak for the privileges of a puny group, I shall shout for the rights of all mankind." The irony of Murray experiencing gender-based discrimination is that she spent most of her life questioning whether she was a woman. She often referred to herself as a boy girl in letters to her aunt. Her great-niece, Karen Ross, shared that Murray felt like she had a man's brain in a woman's body, leading to a number of scholars retroactively referring to Murray as transgender. So here's to Pauli Murray, LGBTQ+ icon, badass lawyer, and persistent champion for civil rights in the United States.
I don't speak Chinese.
I speak English.
This is Anna May Wong, the prolific Chinese-American actress who was once told she was too Chinese to play Chinese. Born in Los Angeles in 1905 to a laundromat owner, Wong often skipped school to watch films being made at nearby studios and would rush home to reenact the scenes in her mirror. At age 14, she appeared in her first film, The Red Lantern, before landing her breakthrough role in the silent film, The Toll of the Sea, one of the first films to be shot entirely in Technicolor. Despite garnering widespread acclaim for her role in such a significant production, Wong continued to face an onslaught of prejudice and stereotypical roles. She once said, "When I die, my epitaph should be, I died 1,000 deaths. That was the story of my film career. They didn't know what to do with me at the end, so they killed me off." Wong once faced a particularly egregious incident when she was rejected for a role, only to be asked to teach the white actress who would perform in yellowface how to use chopsticks. As a result of her frustrations, Wong moved to Europe in search of more opportunities. To keep up with the emergence of talkies, she became fluent in German and French to increase her chances of being cast. Ironically, while working overseas, Wong caught the eye of Paramount Studios and was offered a contract in the US. After returning home, Wong expressed interest in portraying Elaine, a lead character in Pearl S. Buck's novel The Good Earth, which was being adapted into a film. Despite being the most prominent Asian American actress in Hollywood at the time, and the character being a Chinese woman, Wong was denied the role in favor of a white actress, Louise Rayner. Rayner went on to win the Academy Award for Best Lead Actress for her portrayal of Elaine, a distinction that would not be achieved by an Asian actress until 86 years later when Michelle Yeoh won for her role as Evelyn Wong, an immigrant laundromat owner in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Talk about a full circle moment. Whether you're familiar with her story or have yet to dive into her impressive filmography of over 60 films, let's take a moment to honor Anna May Wong for her resilience and dedication to blazing the trail for future generations of Asian women in Hollywood.
I just saved this company. I signed the first new business since Lucky Strike left. But it's not as important as getting married. Again.
Did you know that Peggy Olson from Mad Men was based on advertising industry trailblazer Mary Wells Lawrence? Wells Lawrence was a gifted copywriter and advertising executive. She created a groundbreaking campaign for Alka-Seltzer with the famous tagline, "Plop Plop Fizz Fizz." Her Alka-Seltzer spot doubled the product sales. Overnight, Wells Lawrence changed consumer behavior, and instead of one Alka-Seltzer tablet, people started taking 2. The campaign revolutionized drug advertising. Despite her influential work, Wells Lawrence was denied a promotion due to her gender. In response, she founded Wells Rich Green, or WRG, with her colleagues Richard Rich and Stuart Green. This move made her the first female president of a major company. WRG quickly became one of the fastest growing agencies in the 1970s. One of their first major successes was the I Love New York campaign, which aimed to promote tourism in New York City but resulted in one of the most recognizable symbols of all time. What set Wells Lawrence apart was her ability to connect with people through humor and heart. She once said, "Love is the key word. Too many ads are cold, too filled with jargon. You have to talk person to person with people, use people words and people terms." In 1966, she made history as the first female CEO of a company listed on the New York Stock Exchange when she assumed the role at WRG. By 1969, Wells Lawrence was the highest paid advertising executive worldwide. Wells Lawrence left advertising in 1990 and was inducted into the American Advertising Hall of Fame 9 years later. She built a legacy of innovative creativity, not only carving out a path for future generations of women in advertising, but reshaping the industry as a whole.
My mother proudly pushed my wheelchair to our local public school, where I was promptly refused admission because the principal ruled that I was, quote, a fire hazard, end quote.
Judy Heumann was a disability rights activist who contracted polio at 18 months, resulting in the loss of her mobility. Her activism began when she was denied entry to a New York public school. Between the ages of 9 and 18, Heumann spent every summer at Camp Jened, a camp for children with disabilities in Hunter, New York. The camp was the subject of the Academy Award-nominated documentary, Crip Camp. Heumann co-founded Disabled in Action, an organization dedicated to advocating for disability rights and accessibility. She played a crucial role in the passage of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which prohibited discrimination based on disability in federally funded programs and activities. In 1977, Heumann, along with other disability activists and allies, including the Black Panthers and rock band Jefferson Airplane, occupied the San Francisco Federal Building for 28 days during the historic 504 sit-in protest. The protest resulted in the enforcement of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which guaranteed equal rights for disabled individuals. She held various positions at the World Bank, where she advocated for disability-inclusive policies and programs in developing countries, and was later appointed the Special Advisor for International Disability Rights at the U.S. Department of State. Judy Heumann tirelessly advocated and committed herself to equality, transforming the lives of countless individuals with disabilities and leaving a lasting impact on society.
Formerly, we've had Black representation, quote unquote, but we didn't really have Black stories, Black culture. So it's one thing to just see the image of a Black face in animation, but it's another thing for a story to be told that you can connect with. And I feel like that's where we need to see more improvement. And I mean, we're seeing it now, but like I want more and more and more and more.
What does Chicano culture mean to you?
To me, it means inspiration. Culture means something that is deep in your heart, and it's something that should always last forever.
Chicano, it's like representing your like raza, like your people, the way you were growing, the way everyone's raised differently, but I mean, we all come together at the end.
We're Catholics, we are family first, we drink a lot, we fight a lot.
One of my sons, the one who sings with our band, Oshunde, I can think of him on my shoulder, you know, singing the chorus to "I've Had Enough." You know, wow. in the entrance of the building.
What's your passion? That it's more sustainable to have a business online because you save a lot, right?
Part of being sustainable is planning ahead of time.
First, learn and understand what is disruptive innovation.
Hola amigos, and welcome back to another episode of Shades of Beauty, where we celebrate all shades all the time. I'm Lorna Lips.
And I'm Naja.
It's a crazy time to like be gay or trans.
Since 2016, our rights have been under attack like never before, especially our transgender siblings.
Gender affirming care isn't just about physicality. It's also emotional alignment, it's mental alignment, it's therapy.
My name is Angel Davis. I'm in CIS majoring in politics, and my minor is business of entertainment, media, and technology in Stern, Tisch, and Steinhardt, and I'm currently a junior. I was interested in NYU LA because it was heavily entertainment focused with the internship program and the classes. So I'm always pitching myself as someone who's like, my major's politics, but I'm so interested in the entertainment industry. And I think, become an entertainment lawyer, an entertainment attorney, I'm able to blend like my political background and my entertainment business minor and put that together to have like a whole different mindset, a whole different approach.
My name is Maria Jose Soto. I went to Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. When I first moved to LA as a student, I stayed at Park La Brea as part of the NYU LA housing program, and it was lovely, it was calm, the landscaping's beautiful, it's very central to everything. The perk about living in Park La Brea wasn't only that I was close to school, but I was very, very close to my office, so now my trek from my apartment to work is about a 10 to 12 minute walk, and it's just a great vibe. It's very central, 20 minutes and you can be at the beach or you could be at the mountains. Well, long story short, I've been here for 3 years now, full time.
I usually, wake up, eat the same thing for breakfast, and then I head to the gym because there's a gym walkable, which is amazing. I love all of my classes, like all of my professors. They're like the real deal, but none of them make you feel intimidated and that you can't succeed in the industry. You have professors who day in, day out are like in the industry, and they come to NYU at night and they're just teaching a class, and they're like doing everything that everyone here is looking forward to doing, and they're really good mentors. Anytime you want to talk to them, they're always willing to talk.
The NYU LA program is based out of your internship experience. If you want to follow a career in the entertainment industry, whether it be in music, TV, film, you needed to have an internship. And I greatly appreciated that NYU, both NYU LA and my program, required me to intern because I gave opportunities to fields that I wouldn't have thought about.
What's great about NYU LA is that there's always, that pipeline to an actual career. So days of my internship, my friend G and I will all meet here at my place, and then we'll carpool to our internship. I'm currently interning at Macro, which is a production company focusing on creating stories by people of color, featuring people of color. Usually I could have a day where I present, and so now I'm with the executives, I'm presenting in front of them, so those days are usually fun too because I get to speak the most.
So I work a lot of artist campaigns for new releases. So whenever an artist is about to release new music, the label communicates the marketing plan and the timeline, and then I will communicate that with our territories abroad. I am working on this campaign for a new record for Balin. Today is their Los Angeles date, and so since it's my project, I'd love to go see them. And if you work in the music industry like me, you get to go to free concerts, or there's free perks here that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
Everyone here wants everyone to succeed, and I love that about it. LA, about NYU LA, and you feel like you're really on your own here. It's like mad adulting, and I'm loving it.
You keep an eye out on your peers on Instagram or social media, and you figure out that, oh, so-and-so's playing a show tonight at this venue, or someone's doing an improv set at this other venue, and you make an effort to go because you all came from the same place, and you all want to catch up and see how everyone's been doing. It's a bond that doesn't go away easily, and it's memories that were created and forged during a very short period but are going to last a really long time.
This is your time to figure everything out. What sector of the industry you want to be in, take classes that are different, take film, take music, take things that are really different, and so you can get a better understanding of what you like and what you want to do, and so you'll be more confident in the future.
I just didn't think I'd settle down in LA, and then I just started working, and I really liked what I was working in, and now I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else.
How did it go?
I feel fun.
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
I'm Brookers, and I'm an internet celebrity.
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome back to my channel.
I'm like this introverted kid. I can do this on my own, in my bedroom, upload it, people can enjoy it.
Here's finally a service where if you want to get a political message out there, if you want to get some kind of message out there,
I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole.
You can use this platform. You're not going to be able to turn on the TV and be able to see this.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube.
The making of YouTube. Here's your new keys to the new office.
There was no doubt in my mind that this was going to be a huge trend of the future.
YouTube celebrities are laughing along with their fans all the way to the bank.
This kid, Ryan, who earned $22 million this year.
They want growth. Everything's about growth.
Go hit that like button. They are obligated to maximize shareholder value.
Ad money, that really affects the kind of content that you can make.
Their lust for hijacking people's attention.
You just have to get eyes on the video.
Everything on YouTube changed when the recommender algorithm was introduced.
It's not just algorithmic, it's very deliberate.
I'm a weapon. I'm made to be thrown at you.
I think YouTube is a very intimate format. You're watching one person talk to you.
When they start telling you about their beliefs and views, that pack a real punch.
Now we're in this sort of misinformation apocalypse.
I don't agree that it is just a reflection of society. It's changed society.
This is just made up by Bill Gates and them. Go online and look it up.
It's kind of dangerous how we are just waiting for there to be enough of these digital car crashes and this digital intersection with no stoplight.
If we don't figure out this problem, we're going to lose what it means to be human.
Know who Pauli Murray is, you should. Pauli Murray was inspired to start a career in civil rights law after being arrested in Virginia for sitting in a whites-only section of a bus and working on a case for Odell Waller, a black sharecropper who was executed for killing his white landlord. Murray enrolled at Howard University, becoming the only woman in her law class. She became quickly aware of sexism at the school, with one professor stating he did not know why women went to law school. This led to her coining the phrase Jane Crow, alluding to the South's Jim Crow laws. Despite her frustration, Murray used her studies to examine the inequalities faced by black children in the education system. Her findings, including an analysis of the psychological effects segregation had on children, influenced Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's overall strategy in Brown v. Board of Education, and ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court landmark decision, which ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. Marshall, who heavily relied on Murray's work, referred to her book States Law on Race and Color as the Bible of the Civil Rights Movement. In 2019, Murray's ideas were presented before the Supreme Court again, this time in regard to workplace discrimination. The court ruled in favor of 3 employees who had been terminated for being gay or transgender, a decision based on the interpretation of the word sex in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which Murray fought hard to include. Murray said, "I intend to destroy segregation by positive and embracing methods. When my brothers try to draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. Where they speak for the privileges of a puny group, I shall shout for the rights of all mankind." The irony of Murray experiencing gender-based discrimination is that she spent most of her life questioning whether she was a woman. She often referred to herself as a boy girl in letters to her aunt. Her great niece, Karen Ross, shared that Murray felt like she had a man's brain in a woman's body, leading to a number of scholars retroactively referring to Murray as transgender. So here's to Pauli Murray, LGBTQ+ icon, badass lawyer, and persistent champion for civil rights in the United States.
I don't speak Chinese.
I speak English.
This is Anna May Wong, the prolific Chinese-American actress who was once told she was too Chinese to play Chinese. Born in Los Angeles in 1905 to a laundromat owner, Wong often skipped school to watch films being made at nearby studios and would rush home to reenact the scenes in her mirror. At age 14, she appeared in her first film, The Red Lantern, before landing her breakthrough role in the silent film, The Toll of the Sea, one of the first films to be shot entirely in Technicolor. Despite garnering widespread acclaim for her role in such a significant production, Wong continued to face an onslaught of prejudice and stereotypical roles. She once said, "When I die, my epitaph should be, I died 1,000 deaths. That was the story of my film career. They didn't know what to do with me at the end, so they killed me off." Wong once faced a particularly egregious incident when she was rejected for a role, only to be asked to teach the white actress who would perform in yellowface how to use chopsticks. As a result of her frustrations, Wong moved to Europe in search of more opportunities. To keep up with the emergence of talkies, she became fluent in German and French to increase her chances of being cast. Ironically, while working overseas, Wong caught the eye of Paramount Studios and was offered a contract in the US. After returning home, Wong expressed interest in portraying Elaine, a lead character in Pearl S. Buck's novel The Good Earth, which was being adapted into a film. Despite being the most prominent Asian American actress in Hollywood at the time, and the character being a Chinese woman, Wong was denied the role in favor of a white actress, Louise Rayner. Rayner went on to win the Academy Award for Best Lead Actress for her portrayal of Elaine, a distinction that would not be achieved by an Asian actress until 86 years later when Michelle Yeoh won for her role as Evelyn Wong, an immigrant laundromat owner in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Talk about a full circle moment. Whether you're familiar with her story or have yet to dive into her impressive filmography of over 60 films, let's take a moment to honor Anna May Wong for her resilience and dedication to blazing the trail for future generations of Asian women in Hollywood.
I just saved this company. I signed the first new business since Lucky Strike left. But it's not as important as getting married. Again.
Did you know that Peggy Olson from Mad Men was based on advertising industry trailblazer Mary Wells Lawrence? Wells Lawrence was a gifted copywriter and advertising executive. She created a groundbreaking campaign for Alka-Seltzer with the famous tagline, "Plop Plop Fizz Fizz." Her Alka-Seltzer spot doubled the product sales. Overnight, Wells Lawrence changed consumer behavior, and instead of one Alka-Seltzer tablet, people started taking two. The campaign revolutionized drug advertising. Despite her influential work, Wells Lawrence was denied a promotion due to her gender. In response, she founded Wells Rich Green, or WRG, with her colleagues Richard Rich and Stuart Green. This move made her the first female president of a major company. WRG quickly became one of the fastest growing agencies in the 1970s. One of their first major successes was the I Love New York campaign, which aimed to promote tourism in New York City but resulted in one of the most recognizable symbols of all time. What set Wells Lawrence apart was her ability to connect with people through humor and heart. She once said, "Love is the key word. Too many ads are cold, too filled with jargon. You have to talk person to person with people, use people words and people terms." In 1966, she made history as the first female CEO of a company listed on the New York Stock Exchange when she assumed the role at WRG. By 1969, Wells Lawrence was the highest paid advertising executive worldwide. Wells Lawrence left advertising in 1990 and was inducted into the American Advertising Hall of Fame 9 years later. She built a legacy of innovative creativity, not only carving out a path for future generations of women in advertising, but reshaping the industry as a whole.
My mother proudly pushed my wheelchair to our local public school, where I was promptly refused admission because the principal ruled that I was, quote, a fire hazard, end quote.
Judy Heumann was a disability rights activist who contracted polio at 18 months, resulting in the loss of her mobility. Her activism began when she was denied entry to a New York public school. Between the ages of 9 and 18, Heumann spent every summer at Camp Jened, a camp for children with disabilities in Hunter, New York. The camp was the subject of the Academy Award-nominated documentary, Crip Camp. Heumann co-founded Disabled in Action, an organization dedicated to advocating for disability rights and accessibility. She played a crucial role in the passage of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which prohibited discrimination based on disability in federally funded programs and activities. In 1977, Heumann, along with other disability activists and allies, including the Black Panthers and rock band Jefferson Airplane, occupied the San Francisco Federal Building for 28 days during the historic 504 sit-in protest. The protest resulted in the enforcement of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which guaranteed equal rights for disabled individuals. She held various positions at the World Bank, where she advocated for disability-inclusive policies and programs in developing countries, and was later appointed the Special Advisor for International Disability Rights at the U.S. Department of State. Judy Heumann tirelessly advocated and committed herself to equality, transforming the lives of countless individuals with disabilities and leaving a lasting impact on society.
Formerly, we've had black representation, quote unquote, but we didn't really have black stories, black culture. So it's one thing to just see the image of a black face in animation, but it's another thing for a story to be told that you can connect with. And I feel like that's where we need to see more improvement. And I mean, we're seeing it now, but like I want more.
What does Chicano culture mean to you?
To me, it means inspiration,
Culture means something that is deep in your heart, and it's something that should always last forever.
Chicano, it's like representing your like raza, like your people, the way you were growing, the way everyone's raised differently, but I mean, we all come together at the end.
We're Catholics, we are family first, we drink a lot, we fight a lot.
Get on up, I got both of my hands.
One of my sons, the one who sings with our band, Oshunde, I can think of him on my shoulder, you know, singing the chorus to "I've Had Enough," you know, wow, in the entrance of the building.
What's your passion?
That it's more sustainable to have a business online because you save a lot, right?
Part of being sustainable is planning ahead of time.
First, learn and understand what is disruptive innovation.
Hola amigos, and welcome back to another episode of Shades of Beauty, where we celebrate all shades all the time. I'm Lorna Litz.
And I'm Naja.
It's a crazy time to like be gay or trans.
Since 2016, our rights have been under attack like never before, especially our transgender siblings.
Gender affirming care isn't just about physicality. It's also emotional alignment, it's mental alignment, it's therapy.
My name is Angel Davis. I'm in CIS majoring in politics, and my minor is business of entertainment, media, and technology in Stern, Tisch, and Steinhardt, and I'm currently a junior. I was interested in NYU LA because it was heavily entertainment focused with the internship program and the classes. So I'm always pitching myself as someone who's like, my major's politics, but I'm so interested in the entertainment industry. And I think, you know, become an entertainment lawyer, an entertainment attorney, I'm able to blend like my political background and my entertainment business minor and put that together to have like a whole different mindset, a whole different approach.
My name is Maria Jose Soto. I went to Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. When I first moved to LA as a student, I stayed at Park La Brea as part of the NYU LA housing program, and it was lovely, it was calm, the landscaping's beautiful, it's very central to everything. You know, the perk about living in Park La Brea wasn't only that I was close to school, but I was very, very close to my office, so now my trek from my apartment to work is about a 10 to 12 minute walk, and it's just a great vibe. It's very central, 20 minutes and you can be at the beach or you could be at the mountains. Well, long story short, I've been here for 3 years now, full time.
I usually, wake up, eat the same thing for breakfast, and then I head to the gym because there's a gym walkable, which is amazing. I love all of my classes, like all of my professors. They're like the real deal, but none of them make you feel intimidated and that you can't succeed in the industry. You have professors who day in, day out are like in the industry, and they come to NYU LA at night and they're just teaching a class and they're like doing everything that everyone here is looking forward to doing, and they're really good mentors. Anytime you want to talk to them, they're always willing to talk.
The NYU LA program is based out of your internship experience. If you want to follow a career in the entertainment industry, whether it be in music, TV, film, you needed to have an internship. And I greatly appreciated that NYU, both NYU LA and my program, required me to intern because I gave opportunities to fields that I wouldn't have thought about.
What's great about NYU LA is that there's always, that pipeline to an actual career. So days of my internship, my friend G and I will all meet here at my place, and then we'll carpool to our internship.
I'm currently interning at Macro, which is a production company focusing on creating stories by people of color, featuring people of color.
Usually I could have a day where I present, and so now I'm with the executives, I'm presenting in front of them, so those days are usually fun too because I get to speak the most.
So I work a lot of artist campaigns for new releases. So whenever an artist is about to release new music, the label communicates the marketing plan and the timeline, and then I will communicate that with our territories abroad. I am working on this campaign for a new record for Balin. Today is their Los Angeles date, and so since it's my project, I'd love to go see them. And if you work in the music industry like me, you get to go to free concerts, or there's free perks here that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
Everyone here wants everyone to succeed, and I love that about it. LA, about NYU LA, and you feel like you're really on your own here. It's like mad adulting, and I'm loving it.
You keep an eye out on your peers on Instagram or social media, and you figure out that, oh, so-and-so's playing a show tonight at this venue, or someone's doing an improv set at this other venue, and you make an effort to go because you all came from the same place, and you all want to catch up and see how everyone's been doing. It's a bond that doesn't go away easily, and it has its memories that were created and forged during a very short period but are going to last a really long time.
This is your time to figure everything out. What sector of the industry you want to be in, take classes that are different, take film, take music, take things that are really different, and so you can get a better understanding of what you like and what you want to do, and so you'll be more confident in the future.
I just didn't think I'd settle down in LA, and then I just started working, and I really liked what I was working in, and now I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else.
How did it go?
I feel fun.
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
I'm Brookers, and I'm an internet celebrity.
Hi, everyone. How's it going, everyone?
Welcome back to my channel.
I'm like this introverted kid. I can do this on my own, in my bedroom, upload it, people can enjoy it.
Here's finally a service where if you want to get a political message out there, if you want to get some kind of message out there,
I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole.
You can use this platform. You're not going to be able to turn on the TV and be able to see this.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube.
The making of YouTube. Here's your new key to new office.
There was no doubt in my mind that this was going to be a huge trend of the future.
YouTube celebrities are laughing along with their fans all the way to the bank.
This kid, Ryan, who earned $22 million this year.
They want growth, growth, growth. Everything's about growth.
Go hit that like button.
They are obligated to maximize shareholder value.
Ad money, that really affects the kind of content that you can make.
Their lust for hijacking people's attention.
You just have to get eyes on the video.
Everything on YouTube changed when the recommender algorithm was introduced.
It's not just algorithmic, it's very deliberate.
I'm a weapon. I'm made to be thrown at you.
I think YouTube is a very intimate format. You're watching one person talk to you.
When they start telling you about their beliefs and views, that pack a real punch.
Now we're in this sort of misinformation apocalypse.
I don't agree that it is just a reflection of society. It's changed society.
This is just made up by Bill Gates and them. Go online and look it up.
It's kind of dangerous how we are just waiting for there to be enough of these digital car crashes and this digital intersection with no stoplight.
If we don't figure out this problem, we're gonna lose what it means to be human.
Know who Pauli Murray is, you should. Pauli Murray was inspired to start a career in civil rights law after being arrested in Virginia for sitting in a whites-only section of a bus and working on a case for Odell Waller, a black sharecropper who was executed for killing his white landlord. Murray enrolled at Howard University, becoming the only woman in her law class. She became quickly aware of sexism at the school, with one professor stating he did not know why women went to law school. This led to her coining the phrase Jane Crow, alluding to the South's Jim Crow laws. Despite her frustration, Murray used her studies to examine the inequalities faced by black children in the education system. Her findings, including an analysis of the psychological effects segregation had on children, influenced Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's overall strategy in Brown v. Board of Education, and ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court landmark decision, which ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. Marshall, who heavily relied on Murray's work, referred to her book States Law on Race and Color as the Bible of the civil rights movement. In 2019, Murray's ideas were presented before the Supreme Court again, this time in regard to workplace discrimination. The court ruled in favor of 3 employees who had been terminated for being gay or transgender, a decision based on the interpretation of the word sex in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which Murray fought hard to include. Murray said, "I intend to destroy segregation by positive and embracing methods. When my brothers try to draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. Where they speak for the privileges of a puny group, I shall shout for the rights of all mankind." The irony of Murray experiencing gender-based discrimination is that she spent most of her life questioning whether she was a woman. She often referred to herself as a boy girl in letters to her aunt. Her great-niece, Karen Ross, shared that Murray felt like she had a man's brain in a woman's body, leading to a number of scholars retroactively referring to Murray as transgender. So here's to Pauli Murray, LGBTQ+ icon, badass lawyer, and persistent champion for civil rights in the United States.
I don't speak Chinese.
I speak English.
This is Anna May Wong, the prolific Chinese-American actress who was once told she was too Chinese to play Chinese. Born in Los Angeles in 1905 to a laundromat owner, Wong often skipped school to watch films being made at nearby studios and would rush home to reenact the scenes in her mirror. At age 14, she appeared in her first film, The Red Lantern, before landing her breakthrough role in the silent film, The Toll of the Sea, one of the first films to be shot entirely in Technicolor. Despite garnering widespread acclaim for her role in such a significant production, Wong continued to face an onslaught of prejudice and stereotypical roles. She once said, "When I die, my epitaph should be, I died 1,000 deaths. That was the story of my film career. They didn't know what to do with me at the end, so they killed me off." Wong once faced a particularly egregious incident when she was rejected for a role, only to be asked to teach the white actress who would perform in yellowface how to use chopsticks. As a result of her frustrations, Wong moved to Europe in search of more opportunities. To keep up with the emergence of talkies, she became fluent in German and French to increase her chances of being cast. Ironically, while working overseas, Wong caught the eye of Paramount Studios and was offered a contract in the US. After returning home, Wong expressed interest in portraying Elaine, a lead character in Pearl S. Buck's novel The Good Earth, which was being adapted into a film. Despite being the most prominent Asian American actress in Hollywood at the time, and the character being a Chinese woman, Wong was denied the role in favor of a white actress, Louise Rayner. Rayner went on to win the Academy Award for Best Lead Actress for her portrayal of Elaine, a distinction that would not be achieved by an Asian actress until 86 years later when Michelle Yeoh won for her role as Evelyn Wong, an immigrant laundromat owner in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Talk about a full circle moment. Whether you're familiar with her story or have yet to dive into her impressive filmography of over 60 films, let's take a moment to honor Anna May Wong for her resilience and dedication to blazing the trail for future generations of Asian women in Hollywood.
I just saved this company. I signed the first new business since Lucky Strike left. But it's not as important as getting married. Again.
Did you know that Peggy Olson from Mad Men was based on advertising industry trailblazer Mary Wells Lawrence? Wells Lawrence was a gifted copywriter and advertising executive. She created a groundbreaking campaign for Alka-Seltzer with the famous tagline, "Plop Plop Fizz Fizz." Her Alka-Seltzer spot doubled the product sales. Overnight, Wells Lawrence changed consumer behavior, and instead of one Alka-Seltzer tablet, people started taking two. The campaign revolutionized drug advertising. Despite her influential work, Wells Lawrence was denied a promotion due to her gender. In response, she founded Wells Rich Green, or WRG, with her colleagues Richard Rich and Stuart Green. This move made her the first female president of a major company. WRG quickly became one of the fastest growing agencies in the 1970s. One of their first major successes was the I Love New York campaign, which aimed to promote tourism in New York City but resulted in one of the most recognizable symbols of all time. What set Wells Lawrence apart was her ability to connect with people through humor and heart. She once said, "Love is the key word. Too many ads are cold, too filled with jargon. You have to talk person to person with people, use people words and people terms." In 1966, she made history as the first female CEO of a company listed on the New York Stock Exchange when she assumed the role at WRG. By 1969, Wells Lawrence was the highest paid advertising executive worldwide. Wells Lawrence left advertising in 1990 and was inducted into the American Advertising Hall of Fame 9 years later. She built a legacy of innovative creativity, not only carving out a path for future generations of women in advertising, but reshaping the industry as a whole.
My mother proudly pushed my wheelchair to our local public school, where I was promptly refused admission because the principal ruled that I was, quote, a fire hazard, end quote.
Judy Heumann was a disability rights activist who contracted polio at 18 months, resulting in the loss of her mobility. Her activism began when she was denied entry to a New York public school. Between the ages of 9 and 18, Heumann spent every summer at Camp Jened, a camp for children with disabilities in Hunter, New York. The camp was the subject of the Academy Award-nominated documentary, Crip Camp. Heumann co-founded Disabled in Action, an organization dedicated to advocating for disability rights and accessibility. She played a crucial role in the passage of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which prohibited discrimination based on disability in federally funded programs and activities. In 1977, Heumann, along with other disability activists and allies, including the Black Panthers and rock band Jefferson Airplane, occupied the San Francisco Federal Building for 28 days during the historic 504 sit-in protest. The protest resulted in the enforcement of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which guaranteed equal rights for disabled individuals. She held various positions at the World Bank, where she advocated for disability-inclusive policies and programs in developing countries, and was later appointed the Special Advisor for International Disability Rights at the U.S. Department of State. Judy Heumann tirelessly advocated and committed herself to equality, transforming the lives of countless individuals with disabilities and leaving a lasting impact on society.
formerly we've had Black representation, quote unquote, but we didn't really have Black stories, Black culture. So it's one thing to just see the image of a Black face in animation, but it's another thing for a story to be told that you can connect with. And I feel like that's where we need to see more improvement. And I mean, we're seeing it now, but like I want more and more and more and more.
What does Chicano culture mean to you?
To me, it means inspiration. Culture means something that is deep in your heart, and it's something that should always last forever.
Chicano, it's like representing your like raza, like your people, the way you were growing, the way everyone's raised differently, but I mean, we all come together at the end.
We're Catholics, we are family first, we drink a lot, we fight a lot.
One of my sons, the one who sings with our band, Oshunde, I can think of him on my shoulder, you know, singing the chorus to "I've Had Enough," you know, in the entrance of the building.
What's your passion?
That it's more sustainable to have a business online because you save a lot, right?
Part of being sustainable is planning ahead of time.
First, learn and understand what is disruptive innovation.
Hola amigos, and welcome back to another episode of Shades of Beauty, where we celebrate all shades all the time. I'm Lorna Lips.
And I'm Naja.
It's a crazy time to like be gay or trans.
Since 2016, our rights have been under attack like never before, especially our transgender siblings.
Gender affirming care isn't just about physicality. It's also emotional alignment, it's mental alignment, it's therapy.
Angel Davis. I'm in CAS majoring in politics, and my minor is Business of Entertainment, Media, and Technology in Stern, Tisch, and Steinhardt, and I'm currently a junior. I was interested in NYU LA because it was heavily entertainment focused with the internship program and the classes. So I'm always pitching myself as someone who's like, my major's politics, but I'm so interested in the entertainment industry. And I think, you know, becoming an entertainment lawyer and an entertainment attorney, I'm able to blend like my political background and my entertainment business minor and put that together to have like a whole different mindset, a whole different approach.
My name is Maria Jose Soto. I went to Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. When I first moved to LA as a student, I stayed at Park La Brea as part of the NYU LA housing program, and it was lovely, it was calm, the landscaping's beautiful, it's very central to everything. You know, the perk about living in Park La Brea wasn't only that I was close to school, but I was very, very close to my office, so now my trek from my apartment to work is about a 10 to 12 minute walk, and it's just a great vibe. It's very central, 20 minutes and you can be at the beach or you could be at the mountains. Well, long story short, I've been here for 3 years now, full time.
I usually, you know, wake up, eat the same thing for breakfast, and then I head to the gym because there's a gym walkable, which is amazing. I love all of my classes, like all of my professors. They're like the real deal, but none of them make you feel intimidated and that you can't succeed in the industry. You have professors who day in, day out are like in the industry, and they come to NYU LA at night and they're just teaching a class and they're like doing everything that everyone here is looking forward to doing, and they're really good mentors. Anytime you want to talk to them, they're always willing to talk.
The NYU LA program is based out of your internship experience. If you want to follow a career in the entertainment industry, whether it be in music, TV, film, you needed to have an internship. And I greatly appreciated that NYU, both NYU LA and my program, required me to intern because I gave opportunities to fields that I wouldn't have thought about.
What's great about NYU LA is that there's always, you know, that pipeline to actual career. So days of my internship, my friend G and I will all meet here at my place, and then we'll carpool to our internship. I'm currently interning at Macro, which is a production company focusing on creating stories by people of color, featuring people of color. Usually I could have a day where I present, and so now I'm with like the executives, I'm presenting in front of them, so those days are usually fun too because I get to speak the most.
So I work a lot of artist campaigns for new releases. So whenever an artist is about to release new music, the label communicates the marketing plan and the timeline, and then I will communicate that with our territories abroad. I am working on this campaign for a new record for Balin. Today is their Los Angeles date, and so since it's my project, I'd love to go see them. And if you work in the music industry like me, you get to go to free concerts, or there's free perks here that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
Everyone here wants everyone to succeed, and I love that about it. LA, about NYU LA, and you feel like you're really on your own here. It's like mad adulting, and I'm loving it.
You keep an eye out on your peers on Instagram or social media, and you figure out that, oh, so-and-so's playing a show tonight at this venue, or someone's doing an improv set at this other venue, and you make an effort to go because you all came from the same place and you all want to catch up and see how everyone's been doing. It's a bond that doesn't go away easily, and it's memories that were created and forged during a very short period but are going to last a really long time.
This is your time to figure everything out. What sector of the industry you want to be in, you know, take classes that are different, take film, take music, take things that are really different, and so you can get a better understanding of what you like and what you want to do, and so you'll be more confident in the future.
I just didn't think I'd settle down in LA, and then I just started working, and I really liked what I was working in, and now I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else.
How did it go?
I feel fun.
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
I'm Brookers, and I'm an internet celebrity.
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome back to my channel.
I'm like this introverted kid. I can do this on my own, in my bedroom, upload it, people can enjoy it.
Here's finally a service where if you want to get a political message out there, if you want to get some kind of message out there,
I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole.
You can use this platform. You're not going to be able to turn on the TV and be able to see this.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube. The making of YouTube. Here's your new key to the new office.
There was no doubt in my mind that this was going to be a huge trend of the future.
YouTube celebrities are laughing along with their fans all the way to the bank.
This kid, Ryan, who earned $22 million this year.
They want growth. Everything's about growth.
Go hit that like button.
They are obligated to maximize shareholder value.
Ad money, that really affects the kind of content that you can make.
Their lust for hijacking people's attention.
You just have to get eyes on the video.
Everything on YouTube changed when the recommender algorithm was introduced.
It's not just algorithmic, it's very deliberate.
I'm a weapon. I'm made to be thrown at you.
I think YouTube is a very intimate format. You're watching one person talk to you.
When they start telling you about their beliefs and views, that pack a real punch.
Now we're in this sort of misinformation apocalypse.
I don't agree that it is just a reflection of society. It's changed society.
This is just made up by Bill Gates and them. Go online and look it up.
It's kind of dangerous how we are just waiting for there to be enough of these digital car crashes and this digital intersection with no stoplight.
If we don't figure out this problem, we're going to lose what it means to be human.
Know who Pauli Murray is, you should. Pauli Murray was inspired to start a career in civil rights law after being arrested in Virginia for sitting in a whites-only section of a bus and working on a case for Odell Waller, a black sharecropper who was executed for killing his white landlord. Murray enrolled at Howard University, becoming the only woman in her law class. She became quickly aware of sexism at the school, with one professor stating he did not know why women went to law school. This led to her coining the phrase Jane Crow, alluding to the South's Jim Crow laws. Despite her frustration, Murray used her studies to examine the inequalities faced by black children in the education system. Her findings, including an analysis of the psychological effects segregation had on children, influenced Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's overall strategy in Brown v. Board of Education, and ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court landmark decision, which ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. Marshall, who heavily relied on Murray's work, referred to her book States Law on Race and Color as the Bible of the civil rights movement. In 2019, Murray's ideas were presented before the Supreme Court again, this time in regard to workplace discrimination. The court ruled in favor of 3 employees who had been terminated for being gay or transgender, a decision based on the interpretation of the word sex in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which Murray fought hard to include. Murray said, "I intend to destroy segregation by positive and embracing methods. When my brothers try to draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. Where they speak for the privileges of a puny group, I shall shout for the rights of all mankind." The irony of Murray experiencing gender-based discrimination is that she spent most of her life questioning whether she was a woman. She often referred to herself as a boy girl in letters to her aunt. Her great niece, Karen Ross, shared that Murray felt like she had a man's brain in a woman's body, leading to a number of scholars retroactively referring to Murray as transgender. So here's to Pauli Murray, LGBTQ+ icon, badass lawyer, and persistent champion for civil rights in the United States.
I don't speak.
Hey, I'm Allison Biegelman, CEO of Yeah Impact and co-founder and executive producer of the Hollywood Climate Summit and a proud partner to NYU Los Angeles on a variety of events and initiatives, including today's summit. It's my pleasure to introduce our next panel, Expanding Human Connection Through Art and Technology. Our moderator is Joanna Popper, a media executive with extensive experience in the metaverse, AI, spatial computing, and Web3. Our panelists are Colleen McGregor, co-creator of The Greenprint, a nonprofit organization that uses gaming and virtual reality to envision solutions to ending social injustice, poverty, and climate change. Reginae Gilbert, James Weldon Johnson Professor at NYU, user experience designer, educator, and author. And Nick Hawthorne, screenwriter, filmmaker, designer, and a director of immersive learning experiences for the VR platform Striver.
Excellent, excellent. Welcome, welcome. It's been a great day so far, and excited to have a fun conversation, an interesting conversation about human connection through art and technology. So let's start it off. We're in a really interesting moment in time right now where we have fears around art, fears around technology. You see some of the writer's strike. You see the conversations around the actors and the role that AI will play in particular, and how that will impact their livelihood, and not just in Hollywood, but across other industries. You see book bans back in the United States. You know, we see certain art isn't being allowed to be shown in some classrooms. You know, I feel like coming into the conversation was thinking more about technology being something that is dividing people or bringing fear. But we're in this unique moment where art is also is having this as well. So how? But our panel is about the human connection that art and technology can bring. So how do you all think about that? You know, when do you have a first memory that you experienced, or like a project or a piece of art or a piece of technology that first positively connected you, that are examples that inspired you or drove you to pursue and work in this field? Let's start with you.
So I actually was born in Inglewood, and I remember as a child going to the Children's Museum here in LA, and I remember drawing with the computer, right, and doing some CAD stuff, even like this is in the 80s, so it was a very, very long time ago, but that was my first time making something and then being able to see it on a screen.
Let's
and that's my
explain
first,
what CAD means
yes,
for
so,
anyone who doesn't know.
So for those who don't know what CAD is, it's if you draw something digitally and then you can see it on a screen, right? So that's my first memory of like seeing something on the screen and then not even realizing. Now I realize that I became a designer later in life, first in fashion and then user experience design. So that was my first real intro to that world.
So it's a pivotal moment.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, so for me, I started in documentary filmmaking, and that was a huge driver for a long time for like me kind of getting over some of my fears of technology. And I, growing up in the 90s, didn't even have a cell phone until the year 2000. And so I was sort of like a late subscriber to technology, but my desire to do documentary film pushed me kind of over that hurdle. But I would say like what's driven me more recently into the immersive space was a project that I worked on for 4 years that was called World in a Cell. And it's a project about what's inside of our cell, and it's a VR project. And so for me, what was really interesting about that project was that we spend, so much money on outer space and pursuing external things, and there hasn't been that much empowerment for people to learn about their inner space or for things that are happening in our own bodies. And that became so critical during everything that happened with COVID, just how much we don't know and how much it's been inaccessible. It hasn't been something that's been shared with children, shared with people as they grow up, and kind of what's happening inside your body. It's sort of something that only is for researchers or doctors. And so for me, that was something that I realized, wow, here's like a chance to really change the game and like move things in a completely different direction. And that technology was able to aid in that and actually change and like surmount those gaps between people. And so that has completely shifted my perspective on what it can be used for.
Yeah,
so that was
beautiful.
exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think technology has been a connective force for me almost my whole life. When I think to sort of the years in which I grew up was a big heyday for things like AOL Instant Messenger. And so my early associations with the computer that's where I talked to my friends. And it was actually when I was in high school that Facebook came out. I'm dating myself a little bit. But there was a real sense of community on Facebook at the time. There wasn't any of the distrust, and there was a real place to, find somebody who also liked the movie Anchorman and meet them. And they lived in New Jersey and you lived in Boston, and you were both just high school kids, and there was a real innocence to it, but there was a real connection. And I remember meeting real people, both playing video games as a kid and stuff like that, and getting on IRC or Ventrilo, and having real-time conversations with people in Canada or California.
Explain what those are?
Yeah, those are kind of old versions of chat apps, right? Like before we had Discord and Twitch, we had IRC and Ventrilo, and we had a game called Counter-Strike that we still have. And we would play it in real time with people all around the world, and there was a real team aspect to it. And so there was a sense of community and teamwork that came from the technology that was connecting us in a way that, the other place in my life that I felt that was playing sports. But this is a way to get that feeling of being on a sports team while being at home behind your computer and not having to be in the same space or get ice time or whatever it is to actually get an organized sporting event going, which is not so easy.
Hockey?
I did play hockey, yeah.
Great. Yeah, and so we've talked a little bit about some original examples and some examples that are in your more current work. What is sort of the bigger vision that you all have around this? How can technology impact our human connection positively, negatively, and how can we harness technology or direct technology to positively impact human connections?
Yeah, I think that the potential is unlimited. I really do think that it's boundless, and the potential for negative is also unlimited. I do think that it is what we make of it, right? And a tool that allows people to talk to each other across the world is really great, except if they decide that they hate what the other person is saying and it makes them want to, do bad things to each other. So I think finding that balance between building community and letting people be online and be their whole selves online, and also creating safety in those spaces is kind of one of the challenges we're dealing with now, right? Like, I think that there is a lot of sentiment that social media is a negative force these days, especially when it comes to teen mental health, things like that. But social media is also a tremendously positive force for certain people, for certain communities, and finding that balance and shifting that balance towards the good, I think, is sort of our shared collective responsibility over the next 20 years, because the technology is not going away. That's the one thing that I think we can all take to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, what do you all think, the role of society, the role of us as individuals, as consumers, and the role of the companies? Because in some cases, I think that is the desire of the company. In some cases, it's very much focused on the shareholders, the stockholders, and they probably want to have a positive impact, but they may not be where the business model is targeting right now.
I mean, I can speak to that. So when we were kind of embarking on the green print, we were sort of at a crossroads of whether we were going to go the nonprofit route or whether we were going to go.
Well, tell people what the green.
The Green Print is an organization that wants to empower people to create sustainable societies, communities based on dignity and innovation. But we do that through a game that we're building, and we do that through our education platform. And so for us, when you're building anything in tech, it's like, getting venture capitalists, getting investors on board, the markets and all of those things. But we decided to go the nonprofit route because for us, we really did want to move away from that and let this be an open source tool that can be something that isn't beholden to all of those things, and that can empower people, give them agency so that they can create what they want to create. and get together with each other. So like getting those local communities together, those grassroots efforts. So kind of going against the grain in that way. And the tech world's harder because the funding doesn't come as quickly or as easily when you're in that arena. If you want to build a big tool that allows for people to really truly collaborate, you need, there's a lot of support that needs to happen, but I think it's worth it in the long run so that then it can truly be an accessible tool and really democratize community planning. So it's sort of a long road, but one we're trying to do.
Yeah, so I don't remember the original question because we switched to the other one. So if you want to just ask it again.
I mean, the original question was kind of how do you think about how technology's impact on human connection, and what are steps that we can take to positively impact it?
So everybody in this room probably wakes up and picks their phone up first thing in the morning, right? Is that a yes? Is that the first thing you all do? Yeah, so we are tied to our technology these days, right? If we leave our house without the phone, we're in a panic. If our phone dies, we're in a panic. And I think that there is, like you said, Nick, there's positives and negatives to it. I do think we have a great opportunity to make the technology better so that we can use it for good things, like what you're doing. I don't think we do enough of that. I think we do spend a lot of time wasting our time looking at stupid stuff and not really building things that we can build. We don't build community like we could in these worlds. And I think so we have a lot of opportunity. It's like, what are we going to do with it? So it's truly up to us what we choose to invest our time in and what we choose to make out of whatever it is we're putting in. So I think it is what we make it. And what do we truly want? Do we really want a better world? And if we do want a better world, what does that look like? And how do we start that today?
Yeah. I mean, that leads into the next question, which is we've already started talking about a little bit, but how do we create systems that promote art and technology creation as sources of human connection instead of just as markets? It sounds like you're doing it with your project, but what are the limiters and what aids this, and what can each of us as individuals do? How do we vote with our time, vote with where we work, vote? What are suggestions that you have?
It occurs to me it's a similar problem that was being discussed earlier today when it comes to the idea of AI alignment, right? And it is ultimately, how do we create a society where our values are aligned with where we want to go? Because I think that the thing that is hardest for some of us to accept, myself included, is that the technology has no agency or sentience. It is merely reflecting back what we are. And so the incidences of bias or malice in the technology, they're not coming from the computer. They're coming from humans one way or another. And so finding, I don't mean to be reductive, but there is a question how do we build a society where our values are aligned with what we want our technology to take us towards, right? Where open debate is encouraged and where we can reduce some polarization. I think those are some of the issues that are being exacerbated by technology, but aren't necessarily being caused by technology.
Yeah, I mean, this might not be exactly the same thing that we were just talking about, but I feel like one of the things that we've kind of come across when you're saying I want to make something like a global tool, right? But what we're finding as we're going along, it's been easier to do things on a local level, piece by piece. So in our project, we're taking a piece of land and we're learning about the people, the place, and the plants on that land, the history, anything that we can kind of learn about one place, and then the local people, what does that community need, and letting them respond to that. And so hopefully the tool then can match that research. If you find a place and then you're using the tool, it's trying not to get so swept away with the big global things, and just kind of a return to sort of and also an interaction between place and technology has been really refreshing, because I think sometimes it's the internet, or these projects are all out in the ether and it's all these ideas abstract. But when you can kind of constantly have a feedback loop between place and technology, then I think it's a lot easier to move in a direction that has community, right? So it's just, I think we kind of moved away from place because wow, we can be anywhere at any time, but maybe it's important also to be here at this time doing these things. And so that's been kind of something that we've been learning along the way.
How do you choose which places to focus on?
So for us, the first place that we wanted to focus on, so Jordan Barber, who is the founder of the Green Print, she was supposed to be here today, and she's from Georgetown, South Carolina. And so our 501c3 is kind of housed between South Carolina and Los Angeles. And it was really important for us to focus on Georgetown because it's where she grew up. It's also a place that has a kind of a fraught history with, you know, the plantations and the rice culture. And so that was something that was important to us. It was like a perfect place to tackle land, really, because there's so much to unpack. And it's a place that needs, you know, a lot of healing, and then there's a lot of people on the ground doing a lot of amazing work with community and with sort of, you know, restorative conservation. There's a huge food desert in that area. So it was just so many aspects that we found when we were looking at Georgetown, South Carolina. And it just kind of is a microcosm of America in general and the things that need to be worked through. And so that's where we started. So if you played the game today, then you would see that there's a plantation where we were building these sort of sustainable communities on top of, but we also have a couple other pieces of land that we're working on. One of our team members, Ariella, is part of the Chickasaw Nation, and so she's also bringing in a piece of land that we'll be working on. So there's gonna be more pieces, but we're kind of, like I said, doing deep research, talking to the communities, and putting that into eventually like the full build of the game.
What's been the community's reaction?
Well, so sorry, I feel like I'm talking so much, but we were in Georgetown this summer, and Jordan did a documentary where she went and asked all different people, from plantation owners to people at the local bars to people who lived in the West End to her family, about what they thought about what we're doing. What do they want for the future? What are things that they feel about the place that they're from? And so the reaction is positive. I'm sure a little bit like, good luck, guys. But I think people are excited about the idea, and I think there's a lot of hope. So we were very hopeful. We walked away from the summer with a lot of like a really good feeling of community and feeling energized. That's great. Which is good.
That's great.
I was just going to echo, I think that's a really great point you made about the sense of place, and technology outside of virtual reality tends to be very placeless. Like, where is Wikipedia? Is not really a question that people can conceptualize. Where is Slack? It's in the virtual realm. But the idea of virtual reality can actually put you in a location. That is one of the things about that particular technology that I think is really effective. And to your point, like, you can actually give somebody the sensory experience of Georgetown, South Carolina, while they are in Los Angeles, but make it very place specific as opposed to place agnostic, which is kind of the default for so much other, you know, technology.
Definitely.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of what Colleen and Nick said, I think when we're creating something, whether we're an individual working on a team or with an organization, I like the phrase that's often used in the disability community, nothing about us without us. So that means that you're involving the community, you're involving people with lived experiences, and you're not just going based off of what you know. I think that's a really important piece that they both covered very well. Yeah.
I was the executive producer on Brianna's Garden, which is an XR experience, an AR experience, and a VR experience to honor the life of Breonna Taylor. And it was created by Lady Phoenix and with support of Sutu. And the whole project was centered on her family. And her family were very important parts of the project. And went to it premiered at Tribeca, but they were part of capturing it. They were part of, you know, they're recorded on camera. They were consulted on creative decisions. They came to Tribeca with us. They came to South by Southwest with us, to Art Basel, and just and I really there was even a second capture that was done, and Janiyah Palmer, who is Brianna's sister, co-directed it with Lady Phoenix, and so. When you said that, just brought that to mind.
I remember it South by Southwest. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, and I think part of what was beautiful about it is how deep the family's connection to the project was, and how much it really was for this. It was for the world, and it was but it was really for the family, and to have the family continue their search for justice and to have Breonna Taylor's name be said in the pinnacle of film world at Tribeca, the pinnacle of art world at Art Basel, and tech and South by Southwest, and then we took it to Louisville in the end. But it's exactly your point of like nothing about us without us, right?
Nothing about us without us. If you take nothing else from today, nothing about us without us, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I could, it also highlights the importance and the power of collaboration. I mean, we're talking about human connection through technology, and I think that the surface level read on that is, how do we connect people on the user level? But there's real human connection in the creation of these things, right? Like when you think about television writers' rooms, those are some of the most interesting and sort of well-knit communities that I've been a part of, and they tend to have a variety of different viewpoints, perspectives that are collaborating to try to create something together, and there's a real magic to that collaboration. And I think it's important to remember that there are pieces of technology that allow you to do everything by yourself, right? Like what would have taken you a crew, you could now do solo, but that collaborative element is both crucial and also really rewarding.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So moving from television to emerging media, so how would you define emerging media?
So I would define emerging media, I think social media is emerging media. I think what we see and what people create on social media, TikTok, Instagram, is what's emerging, right? We see people being very creative with the creation of what am I thinking
the filters?
Of? The filters. I couldn't think of the word. The filter, yeah, I was like, you know what I'm talking about. Who uses filters in this room? Anybody? Nobody? Few of you? Yeah. So, we all like to look beautiful. So I think with the use of using filters, using the technology to connect in different ways, all these different challenges people put out there, this is all emerging, right? And we see things that are being created that are just, for example, I think I was talking to somebody last night, we were talking about blind burners and how
Oscar.
Oscar. Yes, Oscar was talking about blind burners, which for people who don't know what that is, it's a web virtual reality world for anybody, but blind folks in particular can experience Burning Man through audio. So if you are blind, and a lot of folks don't think about this, how do blind people who can hear experience the world? They experience it through sound. So imagine going into a virtual world that's just sound-based. And that's a different way of thinking. So that type of thing is emerging media. Yeah.
And so do you feel that emerging media gives more space and opportunity to sharing intersectional identities?
I think so. I think that we get to see so many different things. I'll just give a quick example. Last year I taught a course titled Human Spatial Computing, and I have a colleague who teaches down in Peru. His students were undergrad students, my students were grad students. We had my older grad students write a letter to their younger selves. The younger students wrote letters to their older selves, and everybody took a survey of their hopes and their fears. And then they put this all together in a web VR art gallery. So they did different things. They had the letter showcasing, and then they created art pieces that they put in this virtual world. They added music, right? And this was something that students down in Peru could go through, students in the US could go through, and it brought them together in a really cool way. I think that this type of technology bridges the worlds, right? You could have somebody far, far away from you and connect on a simple level like music or a game or whatever it is. So again, there's lots of opportunity for us to go either way with where we go.
Where did the idea for that project come from?
The two of us came up with it. Yeah,
That's
so
great.
yeah,
That's
it
really
was
creative.
It was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun.
And what was the students' reaction?
They enjoyed it. They I mean, it was a challenge to put, they use Mozilla Hubs. For those who don't know, Mozilla Hubs is a web virtual reality world where you could put objects in there, you could put 3D objects in there, you could put whatever you want in there, basically build the world you want. And so that's what we just made an art gallery, and the students had different things. There was one really cool, I remember there was a set of stairs that talked about life, you know, so, and the steps you take throughout life. So there was a lot of cool things, yeah.
Really cool. That's a really cool project.
Yeah.
Are you going to continue doing that in future years?
Well, not this semester, but I'm definitely going to do it in the future.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So Nick, you've worked in Hollywood writers' rooms, and you're now working in XR with large Fortune 500 clients. And how you I'm sure people are really interested in how do you make that switch, and then we'll go a little bit more into.
Yeah, it turns out that there was a lot more overlap than I thought. So there were a couple of fun factors. One, I happened to work on World in a Cell, the project Colleen mentioned, in between TV jobs in 2017 or 18.
It's a coincidence.
Total coincidence.
Coincidence on the panel.
Literal coincidence. When I saw her on this panel, I was like, oh my goodness, Colleen. It was truly happy. But so I had a little bit of VR and XR experience, more so than the average TV writer. And as I mentioned, my college background was in computer science, so I had sort of the right pieces to sort of know how to talk about Unity and convince them to take a chance on me, because ultimately they're looking for somebody who can direct virtual reality content, especially live action 360 video, and there aren't a ton of people who just have that on their resume already. So the challenge for the company hiring me is sort of, who do you take a chance on figuring this out? And my combination of television production, having done some theatrical production, because VR cinema is much closer to theater than it is television because you can't cut. And then having worked like even just limitedly in Unity, gave them the confidence to say like, okay, we'll give you a chance. And then they basically trained me in how to do their production, because it's 80%, I would say, the same as making a movie, which is to say it's casting, it's lights, it's line producers, it's all those things. And then there's 20% of it that is stitch lines and 6 cameras and the various sort of VR specific things, right? Not moving the camera, worrying about worrying about user nausea, those sort of elements that are not necessarily present in 2D film. So that's how I got into
the content.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly right. I mean, you give me a shaky enough Steadicam and I'll get nauseous watching it. There's a movie, Cloverfield, that always was the go-to nausea inducer when I was in college. But yeah, so that's kind of how I found my way there.
Well, and tell everyone a little bit about Striver and what you all do.
Yeah, so Striver is a company that creates training experiences, or immersive learning experiences, I should say, and uses VR and its specific benefits in terms of spatial recognition and emotional engagement to put people in scenarios that would otherwise be trained either with job shadowing or something like that. And so from a variety of use cases, it can be incredibly impactful, both in the sort of hard skills lens. For example, safety hazards in a warehouse are the kind of thing that if you can recognize them in a spherical 360 environment, you can probably recognize them in reality, while taking away the hazards of actually having slips and falls in a live warehouse. But there's also real research into the emotional engagement of presence in VR in live action video, and making eye contact with, for example, a customer in VR gives you the emotional experience, and it almost tricks your brain into thinking that it's something you actually lived through. And so the experiential learning is more effective learning. And that's one of the things that the company's been able to prove in the last 5 years, is that they can take a wide variety of subject matters and train effectively in VR, and both the companies and the learners themselves, who are all surveyed at the end, report liking it much better than the alternative, kind of traditional corporate training videos.
So I know that the company started in sports, and there's probably a lot of fun examples you can give for that, and has moved increasingly into training, training development, learning. And you mentioned a little bit about the feedback. I'd love to talk a little bit more. One, are there any examples that you can give about a type of training or a type of company you've worked with? I mean, certainly, like the Walmart example is public, and there's some other ones that are public.
Yeah.
But maybe just walk us through, like, what are people learning in there, and then what's the feedback you're getting?
Sure. Yeah. So Walmart was definitely a huge project that Striver did. A variety of projects for Walmart. But one of them was just basic sort of customer service at the teller, dealing with multiple time-sensitive customer issues at the same time. And so feeling the impatience of somebody looking at you, waiting for you to respond, can really make you feel that impatience and sort of bring a facsimile of reality in a low-stakes environment where you're free to make mistakes without experiencing the actual negative consequences of those mistakes.
So it's like a role-playing of sorts.
Role-playing, exactly. But another thing that they actually also did for Walmart that I'm fairly sure Walmart talked about this, so I don't need to worry about the NDA. They did an active shooter training module, which is a horrible thing that has to exist, but is a necessary thing. And Walmart then experienced a shooting and credited the module with making people better prepared to react in the actual high-stakes moment because they had experienced something similar in VR that gave them some amount of training and things that they could do and not do in that moment of crisis.
Like the muscle memory.
Yeah, and so, you know, I don't want to oversell it, but I do think that training literally saved lives when the time came for somebody to storm into El Paso and, you know, do the awful thing that we know happens all too often in this country. So that's the kind of, I don't want to bring it down, but that's the kind of real world impact where it's like, if you can save lives with what you're doing, like you're doing something right. And so that's something that I find really inspiring. And it's a good example of sort of taking a dangerous situation and allowing people to experience it safely. And giving them the confidence when they're then faced with that dangerous situation in a real high stakes environment.
Yeah, it's so impactful. Yeah. Definitely using technology to create both a positive, well, a less negative impact, right, in that case.
Exactly,
you know,
exactly
as
right.
positive
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, yeah. And have you worked on any of the sports stuff?
You know, I have not worked on the sports stuff. Striver stands for Sports Training in Virtual Reality, and that's its origin story comes from sports very much so. But at this point, I have not crossed paths with any of the NFL.
You haven't done the hockey training?
No, I have experienced it. Sorry, I have done it in headset, but I haven't been able to direct any of it.
You mentioned you were playing hockey, so.
I do, yeah. I was a goalie, and we do have a hockey goalie training. So.
You can just talk about that a little bit, just why it works, and
yeah.
I always love that example.
Yeah, it really works well for, again, it's a spatial processing issue, right? It's not necessarily going to make you stronger or better at lifting or better at making an athletic move, but it can train your brain to process where a threat, in this case sort of a shot, might be coming from and position yourself correctly, because there's the mental side and the physical side to any sport, and there are certain positions, quarterback and goalie being two of them, where the mental side involves a lot of high-speed spatial processing, and that's the kind of thing you can mimic in virtual reality and get really effective results out of. And there's been real success at the NFL and the NHL and the high-end NCAA level where they've shown sort of improved performance from those positions.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm just from what you're saying with the training, it's come up for us. So one of the things we like to do is find different community groups or leaders that are doing different things. So, for instance, in LA, there's a group called Crop Swap that is led by Jemiah Hargens, and he does urban farming. And so he's providing a lot of food for the neighborhood that he lives in. But one of the things that they need is training, like something, you know, that we've talked about that in the past of how could they show how they built their urban farm, and then other people around the world and the country be able to jump in and do that. And so that's something that within our platform we hope to like connect these things so that someone can actually, that's why it's the green print, it's like the blueprint of how to do something, right? So I think VR has so much capability for, in the sense of like community organizing and people training other people, especially in these technologies. Like if you wanted to build an aquaponics farm, or if you wanted to build an urban farm, you know, you could walk around and see it spatially and see how it functions and see kind of how doable it really is, because it can just feel like, even when you're looking at directions on paper, if you're just looking at a tutorial video.
Or a YouTube video, yeah, there's a lot of them now.
But a lot of it's just like getting the feel for what it's gonna be, and then that makes you more confident. So I think there's a lot of room where that kind of thing that you're doing for corporate clients could really bleed into kind of like the work that we're doing and other groups are doing, and needs that are out there that I know are out there.
Yeah. And even using AR to do something like measure,
exactly,
right? How large a plot of land needs to be in order to grow things. So I think that with our phones now, you could, you know, the other day I was wanting to measure something, and I was like, oh, let me use the measure app on my, you know, let me use this AR and measure and see how big this thing is, so I can get the, you know, replacement. So there's a lot of opportunity with this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think about a future where I can imagine a farmer wearing AR goggles as they go out into their field and getting real-time information about moisture and soil levels and just all kinds of things that can help them create a better impact on the world and use sort of this technology to make that better, faster, and easier. You know?
We just need to make it cheaper. That's the big thing, I think, too.
Always the rub.
Yes.
Always the rub.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's a lot to build it, and it's a lot to maintain it, and then of course, like you said, for the user to be able to access it, and that's something we're thinking about now, and it's a struggle because there's a lot of people who still don't have access to technology.
Yeah. Well, because specifically, I mean, something like AR glasses or the phone apps, but which are distributed very broadly in the world. But the AR glasses, the numbers are so small still that the price points haven't yet dropped down. Although the Meta announcement yesterday for the new Ray-Ban set, did you also announce
the
yesterday?
smart glasses.
I have the original ones, which I never used, but so
you and everyone else.
Yeah, I had the Bose glasses, which I used all the time and loved them. I know, I love those glasses. Which they had the audio. For anyone who doesn't know, they had audio on the
side.
The side.
So imagine a pair of sunglasses with a speaker right here.
Yeah.
They were really cool. I
took phone
really
calls on them.
Bummed out when they discontinued the Bose glasses.
Yeah, they were great.
There was a lot of opportunity.
Because it was Bose, the sound was great.
Yeah.
You could do phone calls. You could listen to music, and you could hear, and other people couldn't hear. They were fantastic. But the new smart glasses from the Ray-Ban, I think they're called Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses that were announced yesterday. They have some AI features. They have. I mean, I think my vision for what those glasses are going towards is, if anyone remembers Devil Wears Prada, the movie.
Oh, she's walking through the scene and she's getting the info.
Well, the scene where Anne Hathaway, where Meryl Streep has her two assistants behind her, Emily Blunt and Anne Hathaway, and they're just providing her. This is the ambassador. He's here with his. I mean, the actual scene is like he's here with his new wife, and so that she doesn't say the wrong partner's name, and that's my vision, that some of this technology helps us remember things, helps us be smarter, and as I say, augments our powers.
Yeah.
We're not quite there on those glasses yet, but that's where I hope to see them get, and of course at an accessible price point.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that there's real active R&D. I mean, the Apple Vision Pro has not hit the market yet, obviously, and it's still sort of in the intermediate space, and it's certainly not starting at an accessible price point. But I'm glad to see that kind of sort of top-level premium R&D being put into this space. And they've very much called it spatial computing and not VR. Although anybody who's got a headset can tell you, like, I know a VR headset when I see one. That's a VR headset. But it's got much better pass-through, and it's starting to bridge that gap between VR, AR. That sort of GUI XR place where everything congeals together.
So talking a little bit more about the experience in your game, and what are the types, you talked a little bit about skills and relationships and what you're creating with it. Like, let's just dive into that a little bit more. Like, what have you seen? What are you hoping to see? What really excites you?
So, like I said, I think that what would be the ideal is to be able to have people in a community tagging in information and bringing their stories and their information to the table. And so let's say, like, if it was Los Angeles and we were in our network that we have here, then you'd have, different people who are doing green technologies, who are doing community work, who are working with innovative projects that also bring, like, equity and dignity. They could all be represented on this piece of land with their different things linking out to what they do, and then people being able to either ask them questions. Maybe there's things that are in there that you could meet with someone like Jemiah and talk about crop swap and what he does in LA, and maybe leaving people, like I said, a kind of a blueprint or a way to access the training that he has offered. So kind of a network, but also tied to that land, tied to the community always, so that you can also go visit that place, so that there's just this constant cross-pollination between a place, the people, and then the mentorship or the people that can kind of help you realize a more sustainable future. So I think that's what we're trying to hopefully build in this game. And then we also have the Gaming Academy. So we're teaching game design right now to different elementary schools and charter schools in Los Angeles. And that's been also a big passion for us because we both have, Jordan and I both have small children, and we've seen how much they love technology, and hopefully getting as many young people to engage with it so that they have literacy and agency in what things they consume, and knowing how to build tools and knowing how to build UX, UI experiences from a young age, so that they're not just consuming, but also like digesting and figuring out, do I like this? Is this messaging what I want? Is this the kind of community I want to be part of? Not just accepting it coming at them. So that's another area that we're working on, is building future game designers, not just building one game, but really it's about a movement.
What's been one of the more surprising things that has come up from the courses?
Oh, okay, so just this past week it was really cute. We asked the students, they're building a neighborhood game.
How old are they?
This group was 2nd and 3rd grade.
Okay.
So they're building a neighborhood game in Scratch, which is a software developed by MIT. And I asked them to think about things they would want to improve in their neighborhood or in the world in general, and to start making their backdrops for that. And one of the kids said, well, why don't I make a game platform in the game that can save the world? And the other kid said to him, games are games. They can't save the world. You know, they can't help the world. And I'm like, oh, no. Like, that's exactly what we believe here at the Greenprint, is that if you can visualize it, if you can build it, if you can dream it, if you can infuse your perspective into it, then it can change things for sure, you know. And so he was like, oh, okay. But it was just so perfect that they had this little debate, and even that this kid had the idea of kind of doing what we're doing, but in the game. And one very optimistic, and the other saying their games are games. And I just think that's how a lot of us feel. Like, sometimes you just want to throw the towel in and say, like, games are games. Like, this is just not going to work. And then other times you're thinking, we can change everything. But I think just that these kids were having that debate among themselves, and that I was at least there to kind of hopefully say, like, look, these are the ways you could do that, was really awesome. And I feel like just more of those conversations with kids, like, is where I think the future is going to be awesome. Like, I feel very optimistic because of them and like what they're able to do, and hopefully we can make the planet better for them, like now, as soon as possible, working together, not like waiting any more time.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's a great point about games too. I mean, video games are a huge part of my origin story. Like, when I was talking about technology and community, like a lot of the friends that I made in high school were because we were playing games together, whether they were sports or video games. Like, I think that's a really smart way to kind of bring kids in a way that doesn't feel like school, that doesn't feel, you know, top down, that feels very organic to them and their desires.
Yeah, so our tagline is play together, change the world. And one of the things that we talk about, Jordan was a game design undergrad, and the magic circle, which is just like the society is just a big game, really. We all enter into a bunch of rules that we agree upon, and why then can't you make a new game? You know, why can't the rules change? Why can't we engage in it in a different way and make another game? Like this, it really is like that. And playing together, I think, is so important, because that's, I think, where the real change and connection and community comes from, is like those fun moments when you're with other people and you're open and you're kind of having that friendly collaboration. Maybe a little competition is good. So,
yeah. How do you think about I mean, as a designer, like how do you think about infusing elements into an experience that are around playing and accessibility and openness, and, you know, what are the frameworks that you look at that with?
So my focus, for those who don't know, is in accessibility and inclusion. I research accessibility and inclusion in XR, so both in AR and VR. And so the lens that I tend to look at things at from the very beginning is accessible. So accessibility, thinking about if someone is deaf, how would they experience this? If they're blind, if they have cognitive issues, if they have mobility issues, how are they experiencing this thing, and what options can we provide for them, right? So, for example, there's this great project that was created by PhD students called the Locomotion Vault, and it shows the different types of locomotion in VR. And so there are all these different ways that we can interact and move. For those who don't know what locomotion is, it's the way you move, right, in virtual spaces. And if someone needs 2 hands to pick something up, can we make that with 1? If they don't have the 1, what do we do then? Is there a way we can use eye tracking? Is there a way we can use voice, right? Accessibility is thinking about those options and not just having one way of experiencing a thing, right? If I want to watch a TV show, for example, but I also want to clean my house and I'm watching Netflix, I know if it's a Netflix original, I can put on the audio descriptions so that everything is described and I can hear the dialogue, right? So I don't have to actually be looking at it. So again, it's providing those options. So I tend to look through things with the lens of how can this thing be made more accessible? What options can we provide? Thinking about running the gamut. Yeah.
So important.
It's beyond important. Like every single person experiences disability at one point or another. Some people have permanent disabilities, some people have temporary ones. And no one likes to be left out.
Right.
That's my biggest thing. This is what I tell my students. We all know what it feels like to be left out of something. It's not a good feeling. And when we don't make things accessible, that's what we do.
Yeah, so important.
Yeah.
So cool. Thank you for doing that work.
Yeah.
So this is an NYU event, as we know, and we have many students listening. Some are here, some are some are on the stream. What's your message to them regarding the next chapter of human connection and art and technology? And what advice, what thoughts, what frameworks, like how would you invite them to be thinking about this area?
This might be a little pithy, but remember there's somebody on the other side of the screen. I think that one of the dangers that we have with the way we connect via technology is it feels very anonymous, but it is not. You know, I mean, with certain exceptions, like there often is somebody behind that avatar on Twitter that, or not Twitter anymore, but you know what I mean? And really just like keep in mind that there's a human on the other side, and that if you met them, you would probably find more in common than you have apart. And you know, that I think is like something that I personally struggle to remember sometimes when I get really mad about something I see online and I'm like, what kind of monster would think this or post this? And just trying to remind yourself to take a deep breath and remember, like, there's somebody on their side, and you know, they may not be thinking about you, but if you can think about them, then that's halfway there.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment given there's all this conversation about NPCs or non-playable characters being driven by AI and gaming, and that, I mean, in some cases that could actually be beneficial. You know, the conversation's often framed about like, what do you want your kids playing with all these non-real people and like making friends with non-real people? But I guess depending on how they're behaving, maybe that's actually better in some cases. So it's kind of a flip side.
Absolutely could
flip
be.
side to that. So you speak to students every day.
I do.
So you probably. You want to go to her? Okay, let's go to you first, Colleen.
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, I have so much I could say about that, but I think the people that you're meeting now in your classes, whether they're in Peru or they're sitting right next to you, these could be your future collaborators. Like I said, with Nick and I back on the couch, and Jordan and I met in our grad program, and now it's 10 years later, and we're working together. I think like honor those relationships, really learn from your classmates, and realize that these are going to be people that you'll be working with, and take it seriously and build those relationships, and also really get to know everyone, because you never know how your lives will intersect in the real world or virtually. But it's really exciting to just make those friendships now, those working relationships, and take those forward. So just know that will happen if you want to make a true connection with someone. You will.
That's good advice.
Yeah. And I would say, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to fail, because that's the only way that you learn, that you get better if you fail. And I'll say this, because I say this a lot to my students, that rejection is protection and redirection. So if something doesn't work out, good. Okay, I didn't need you in my life. Because something, something better is coming along. Don't be afraid to try new stuff. Don't be afraid to fail. And if you do get rejected, because we all do, know that it's taking you to where you need to be.
All good advice. All right, so last question is, how could people get in touch with you? And if there's anything in particular that you would like people to get in touch with you around, whether you're hiring or research assistants or user play testing for your game.
Yes.
Okay.
I just came off strike on Wednesday morning, so I'm trying to get hired. But no, you're welcome to find me on, I will always call it Twitter, I think, on x.com or on Instagram. I am Hawthorne Nick on both platforms. I think that I am open to messages and stuff like that on both platforms. And if you prove to me you're not crazy, then I'll give you my email address.
Okay, so level up.
So you can visit our website. It's createthegreenprint.com. And yeah, we're looking for coders for the open source game. We're looking for researchers. We're looking for interns. So yeah, anybody who wants to reach out, go ahead. Our email's on the website, and we'd love to hear from you.
Awesome.
People can find me, I still call it Twitter. I'm on Twitter at @reg_INEE and LinkedIn.
Yeah. I'm Joanna Popper. You can find me on all of those platforms at Joanna Popper. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. This has been a great conversation. Thank you to NYU. Thank you to the audience. We appreciate it. Thank you all. Great.
Hi, I'm Chateau Becerra, filmmaker and NYU Los Angeles internship and industry relationship manager. It's my pleasure to welcome you to today's final event, the Innovation Lab Workshop. Today's workshop will be led by Sharifa Joka, multidisciplinary artist, producer, and facilitator of Black Realities. She'll be joined by artist Stephen Christian in conversation about his potential for transmedia in his work. We'd like to thank Iltopia's studios for facilitating his trip to today's event.
Okay, so can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Yes, awesome. So welcome to the final grand finale, the grand event, right? Yeah, we made it through. It's been a long day. And so, hello again, my name is Stephen Christian. Currently I'm an MD, PhD student at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm also a animator and visual artist. And today we'll be going through the Black Realities Innovation Lab workshop. Before we get started, I'm gonna just tell you a little bit about my journey. Just in case you guys didn't get as much earlier in the panel when I spoke, but I started off as a football player. You know, I wasn't really in the arts. I grew up in California, Northern California, and I was fortunate enough to get a football scholarship to the University of Hawaii. And if you've ever been to Hawaii, it's a beautiful place when you visit. When you stay there, it's really interesting because you start to see sort of a lot of the different things that, you know, people sort of write about in terms of disparities and everything like that. And when you're playing football, it definitely wears on you. Unfortunately, I ended up having 2 hip surgeries. And so I was quite literally in a wheelchair, just trying to figure out what life was about, right? But through that process, I was a big fan of the Boondocks. I love Static Shock. I love comics and cartoons, and it felt like this was sort of an opportunity to redefine like who I was. And so it was really a point of reflection in many ways. And so I, picked up a pen. My Xbox got stolen as well, and so I really had a lot of time on my hands. And I just started putting pen to the paper. And like my work earlier and even now is as much a diary as it is, a creative exploration. And so I was hard-headed, and for anybody that knows what hard-headed is, it's stubborn. And I decided to not have no be, a defining factor for me in my journey as an athlete. And so after 2 hip surgeries, I was like, I still got some time to play. I still got it. And so I ended up leaving Hawaii, going to Oregon State, and actually starting. And so it's 30-year-old Steve is like, maybe you should have, taken a step back and reflect a little bit on like what your hips are going to look like in your 30s and 40s. But it was a defining moment for me, and it was by far the best decision that I could have made. Because at Oregon State, I was able to explore not only my creative pursuits, but also my athletic pursuits at the highest level possible. And so as you're sort of seeing this sort of journey, it looks like a winding snake, and quite literally, an animator that is in medical school that works in, AR and VR, it is a winding road. And it's this image really reflects just my journey because, it's not a single path, and there's a lot of twists and turns in it. And that is what my experience has been like. Even in this space as an emerging tech person that's, creating the stuff that you see, it's like, once you see, the journey doesn't end when you get a no. The journey doesn't end when you have to pivot. The journey just continues, and it's up to you to just make that, a continuous path because, that's what life is about. It's fun, and you got to make it fun. And so, I say all that in terms of my journey because that's where my conviction lies. The experiences that I've had up until this point have instilled me into, the person that I am today. I want to address, literacy rates. I want to address, disparities in technology. I want to address health issues, particularly within, the Black community, but in communities abroad, because people are hurting and people are looking for escapes. And us as artists and us as creators and just citizens of this country, it's up to us to, put our best foot forward to just make it easier and better for people, because that's what it's all about. Quite literally, people wait their whole lives to have a 2-hour experience. And if you could provide that 2-hour experience for them, then like that impacts so many lives on a positive way, and the sky's the limit from there. And so, for me as in my work, it's to address issues and barriers through the efforts that I'm able to put forth, and technology is a means by which I can do that. If the technology changes, my convictions aren't going to change. My approach will, though. And that is reflected in just the work that I do. And you will see quite literally all the different pivots and changes through the use of technology that have allowed me to just pursue these ideas. And so I must first sort of like lay the groundwork for like how my mind works, just so you have an idea of like why do all these random things just somehow just like fit together. Because it really does feel, I'm told that it's a lot of random things that I'm doing, but because I'm doing it and because I'm able to explain it, it all makes sense when you see it. And at the end of the day, I'm a scientist. Anybody that has inquiries, anybody that thinks critically, you're all scientists. You don't have to work in a lab, and quite frankly, like labs, quote unquote, are just, branding for areas of exploration, right? That's what this is all, the Black Realities sort of workshop. It's an area for exploration that allows you to make mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and then build off of those mistakes with other things. And so, this is my lab coat. And so, just like everything else, right? Like going back to, high school, science class, you start off with the hypothesis, then you figure out sort of the statement from that hypothesis so that you could go and experiment with that. Then through that experimentation, you start to collect data on it, and then you develop a conclusion, And then you essentially put that into practice and you share and reflect on it. Scientific method, tried and true, and quite honestly, like that's what I live by. Because in this, it's so much uncertainty that like you just need something to anchor to. Yes, I might, I might skip the hypothesis part and say, I just want to experiment. But at the end of the day, I'm probably going to make a video about it. I'm probably going to tell some people about it. I might make a post on IG, and I'll just be like, hey, this is what I did, But it's all about communicating what that experience is with other people so that you can inspire other people. And so, you might be thinking like, oh yeah, like what is he talking about with all the stuff that he's doing? So my big experiment, quite honestly, is the project that I started when I was in a wheelchair. And it was a means by which I needed to find a way to get out of my current situation and create an opportunity for myself that just wasn't there. And it's all based off of just speculation, pure speculation. It's not going to work. I don't know. There's no data on it, blah, blah, right? But, for me, it was like what resonates with me and what will possibly resonate with everybody else. And so I came up, when I was living in Hawaii, I came up with this sort of concept or this feeling and theme of, what does it feel like to just be stuck on an island, quite literally? And how can you build a world around that, and how can you explore the themes that are just, very present in my reality, but speak to everybody else's reality? And so I came up with Island Fever. Quite literally, it's an island that is sick. That's literally what it came from. Just an island that is sick. Obviously, as a millennial, I'll play with words and letters because why not, right? But it stemmed from my experiences just as a consumer. I love the Boondocks. I love Magic School Bus. Who's seen Magic School Bus? There you go. That's what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So like, I love Magic School Bus. I love the Boondocks, and that like the Boondocks is very edgy. Magic School Bus it's very much an educational and an entertaining experience, but both of those are empowering. And so looking at those as entertainment, they're both empowering and they speak to me. And so how could I infuse those into it? And so I developed Island Fever, which is essentially just my excuse to create characters that have a growth mindset, that look like me, but also speak to the experiences that I've had, right? And so I use technology. Nothing's off the table because the project lends to it. And so the big experiment is, one, what does that look like? And two, what is the potential of that to make connections with other people? That is the pure hypothesis of it. Does this work as an unapologetically Black story that is innovative in and of itself? Nobody knows. And so the first part was just, I need to find my voice. I don't know any of this stuff. I play football. I'm in a wheelchair. I did not take a writing course, but I just want to make some stuff. And so quite literally, I went to Borders Books. For those that don't know, it was like the big competitor to like Barnes and Nobles. And in my opinion, it was better, but obviously numbers didn't work out, right? But I was able to get this writing for comics book. Hands down, changed my life. Read it from cover to cover, probably the first book that I actually read cover to cover. And it walked me down what I needed to do to just get started. And mind you, this is the equivalent of like a 30-minute YouTube video, but like 10 years ago, right? You couldn't go on YouTube to just like watch like stuff back then, but you could go get a book. And so that's definitely what I did. And so what I did is I just put the pen to the paper, and the first 3 samples that I did, I was walking down the street, found out that the newspaper had an opening for a cartoonist. I took those same 3 samples that I had, just pen and paper, and I just submitted those. And then I get an email back that like, I was a cartoonist now. So I was like, oh crap, I actually got to work now because they have weekly deadlines. And so like I literally spent week after week after week just getting better, getting published, getting better, getting published. And after a while, I just started to find my voice. It was then that I realized that, oh yeah, this is just a local paper. And so if I wanted to like send stuff to people, I would have to like quite literally scan it and send it to them. So I was like, okay, what if I just put my stuff that I would post in the newspaper and I just put it online? I think at the moment I was like doing it on Tumblr, because like Tumblr was like a big webcomics thing. But then I started to branch out into, you know, IG and all that stuff. But it was really just like, the internet is vast. I have something that I'm working on that I'm sharing with people. I want to share it with as many people as possible. And so I became a webcomic artist. Same idea, same approach, just different medium, you know, at the time. Then I was like, oh, you know, I love animation. I really got into this for animation. So how do I make animated stuff? And that was just the next thing to do. 2D animation, 3D animation, same characters, same approach. Just had to spend a little bit more time and learn how to animate. And through the process of exploration, the first thing you do, it sucks. Second thing you do, it sucks. But it's better than the first thing. And by the 100th thing, it still might suck, but it's better than the last one. And that's really how you build off of it. I mean, at this point, I probably have like 300 to 400 different animated scenes that I've done. And it's, you know, I look at my stuff and I look back at it and be like, that wasn't that good. But it resonates with people. And sometimes it may have subreddits about it too. It's, you just never know. But, you know, one of the things that I found is that, you know, yes, we sort of sit behind screens and we do all these different things, but there are opportunities where you just go out into the world and you actually meet people that actually follow your work. And you often meet people that are like, hey, how can I just like get some of your work just to sort of have, because most people don't want to just be reliant on screens and the internet. And so I was like, after I made hundreds of comics, it's like, why don't I just package that into a book and just like get it into like a library or something, you know? And I just sort of threw that out there, and then I looked it up and I was like, oh, all you got to do is just find an ISBN number and like do some print-on-demand stuff. And so before you know it, chapters and chapters and chapters of books, or chapters and chapters and chapters of webcomics that I've had, they turned into books now. And so if you know, when we get a chance, you'll see 6 or 7 books out there. And that's quite literally, I was just like, oh, one day I have books, you know? And it was as wholesome, and like, you know, it sounds like I'm underselling that, but like, I really woke up one day and was like, I have books, and all I have to do is just print them. And then you find out how much it costs to print. You're like, oh, I could at least do one. And then, you know, and now I could go to conventions and people could buy the stuff. And it's just this, it's a downhill spiral after that. Like once you get bit by the bug, like you get bit by the bug and you want to keep it going. And so I mentioned conventions because, you know, that's been the biggest way for me to like connect with people that like follow my work, or even people that just like don't even know that my work exists, and I'm just standing there. And so they'll see books and they'll be like, hey, you know, I love these characters. Do you have stickers? I was just like, I mean, I could now. And quite literally, now I have stickers because people like those characters, and it gives me a new way to explore that isn't reliant on animation. It's not reliant on making full stories, but just doing little designs with the characters I've already established. And in many ways, the stickers can be storytelling experiences as well. But then we have this whole idea of tech and emerging and stuff. And for me, quite honestly, the only reason, and I will say the only reason that I wanted to get into adding more tech into things is because after a while, you know, I've mentioned that I did newspapers, I have books, webcomics, I have animation, I have stickers. There's all these different branching points, and the IP in and of itself is the thing that's connecting it. But when I go to a convention and I say I'm an animator, I try to load stuff on the internet and we just have no internet connection in a convention. And so I'm telling people I'm an animator, but all they see is stickers and prints and books. And so to solve that problem, I was introduced to augmented reality quite literally to integrate the animation within the books that I have so that I'm not reliant on having a YouTube link in order to show that I'm an animator and share the animations. And so for me, it was a liberating moment where I was like, oh, I don't have to follow the grain. I don't have to do what this person does or this person does that has millions of followers. I could just do my own thing, and I could share my own thing with everybody else because in one way or another, I'm building my own platform. And so, yeah, they won't have internet, but I don't need internet if you just have the app, if you just have access to the stuff. And so for me, it opened up a whole new way of approaching creativity and storytelling, particularly with this project, because I didn't have to compromise with my idea. I didn't have to choose between whether I wanted to make it animated or make it a comic. I didn't have to try to find ways to make it make sense to people, because all I had to do was find ways to bridge the gaps between the things that I know resonated with people and resonated with me. And so from the demo, or from this, you guys will see in the demo, but quite literally, it's what does it look like for technology to be a storytelling device and not just a gimmick? And it goes beyond just the storytelling devices within the pages, but quite literally taking moments from the page and taking experiences from that page and allowing you to play within that world, but also remain in your world. And so in this example, it's, there's a scene in season 4 of Island Fever where the characters go on a hot air balloon ride. And so what does it look like for you to control where that hot air balloon goes? Just leaving it up to you and giving you the blueprint and then having you play around with it and then sharing it with everybody else. And so it's looking at how you bridge the gaps between something that is fictional and how do you make that more real for everybody else around you, without them even knowing that without them knowing that they would even like it, and just leaving it up to quote unquote the free market. And so one of the things that I've noticed when I started to integrate AR into stuff is that there are some technical barriers that hinder people having the best experience possible. Because I'm a firm believer that, with augmented reality, the root word of augmented reality is just augment. And that just means to layer on top. And so I spent some time just thinking about, okay, if I'm layering something on top, but it comes at the price of, removing something from the traditional experience, then in a way, is it really augmenting, or is it changing it in and of itself and creating something new? And so through a lot of trial and error and a lot of time, I realized that with an augmented book, it's very dependent on, one, you having the book and having that book experience, but you also have that very real experience of you have to have a screen and you have to have that sort of being the bypass for your ability to view it. So what that means is that everybody likes to, we're not all Shakespearean, right? We don't just like hold books like this and then somehow twist, move our thumb and then like turn the pages, right? Like we hold the book with both of our hands, we will turn the page with one hand, but we still have both of our hands occupied. And so at what point does the phone come in to actually help you augment the thing? And it's just a simple question of just like, where does that third hand come from to hold the phone? And so with a lot of things that we've been exposed to, headsets and all that stuff, I realized that there just is no solution that allows me to have an augmented book experience that stays true to the definition of augmentation without taking away from that book experience. So I reached out to a bunch of different people and be like, hey, I know you make headsets and they're more expensive. Would you be interested in making this one? They all said no. And they all said, if you make one, let us know how it goes. And so I went on a journey for about 2 years and I did that. And so the boxes that you see were essentially the solution that I had for that specific problem of how do you have a seamless experience for augmented reality. Thank you. But it doesn't stop there, right? Because we're talking about immersive storytelling in and of itself and really staying true to the mission of telling stories and making broader connections with things with technology. And technology is, I feel like it gives, it's understood that like in order for things to be technology, they have to be plugged in. But the oldest form of technology is a book. And so looking at technology as a means to information, a means to some experience that goes beyond just being mundane. And that's when I started to explore, okay, when we're looking at storytelling and we're looking at the things that are successful, everything has merch. From plushies to keychains to figurines, all that. And so, just like I got bit by the publishing bug, I also got bit by the toy designer bug, and just sort of being able to look at what are these other options that we have for making a more immersive storytelling experience. And so quite literally, I was just like, my main character Roscoe, he has a friend named Vanessa. What does it look like for them to be your best friends? And with your best friends, you always tell them your secrets, right? And so I created a USB that quite literally is, you plug their head into the computer, you can upload files to their head, and then you could take them around with you. And it's very discreet because it's just a little figurine that has a keychain in it. Most people don't know that it's actually a USB device. And so I get a real kick out of saying they're your best friends that hold your deepest and darkest secrets, and nobody would ever know. The story writes itself, right? And then going on to the plushies, it was just a matter of my main character Roscoe, he has a plushie. Like, he has a stuffed animal that he walks around with. And so what does it look like for other people to have that same stuffed animal? And just making those connections between the characters and have it just play out, and when people see it, it just makes sense, right? It's a cute plushie. People want it. You just know that it's also the main character's, favorite plushie as well. And so you just have those connections automatically. And then obviously, we got merch, we got apparel. I know as an artist, I'm pretty sure a lot of artists that are watching this that, do art on IG and all that, you probably get from every other clothing line that your friend has to uncle, cousin, all types of stuff. Everybody wants logo designs, everybody wants album covers, all that. And so I was like, if I'm going to create that stuff for other people, what does it look like for me to create it for myself? And so quite literally, I was just like, I just want to just make an augmented shirt. Something that bridges the gaps between, what I would normally do for other people, but also making it immersive for other people to be included in. And so quite literally, when somebody puts on the shirt, you shine the phone on it, they're literally in the experience. You can't have the experience without them being into it. And so what does that look like in terms of an extension from the story? And how do you have that broader, that more immersive connection to the story and the characters? You're quite literally the reason why the thing is augmenting, because you're wearing that shirt. And so it's just a powerful concept to just have, just because it's like, who thinks about that, right? Like, who thinks about that? But when you see it, it makes sense and people want to be a part of it. And then also, there's this whole concept of packaging, how cardboard and plastic is destroying our world, right? It's whenever you get a little tiny thing, but it comes in this huge box, you'd be like, dang, we could have did better, right? And so looking at, okay, if people buy my stuff and people want to buy more of my stuff, how can I make it to where the packaging in and of itself, the whole experience, is something that is memorable and something that should last longer than just you open it, rip it open, and then you throw it away. And so I looked at the concept of what does it look like to have packaging as collector's items, something that has an augmented element too, that I have the ability to change at a dime so that it increases the value of the stuff that you're getting. You're not paying for it, but you will definitely appreciate it when you get it, to where, you're not going to litter the world with copious consumerism, right? It's stuff that will hang on your walls. It's stuff that, will be repurposed because there's value in it in and of itself, opposed to, just saying, okay, this momentary thing that I have, it only exists as a moment. And so looking at what those experiences can be so that people will be encouraged to keep it. And that's something that adds extra value to the people that you create for. And I think that's the most important thing about it is, as an artist and with this project, it's how can I add value to people's lives that go beyond just watching a video, goes beyond reading a book, but still speak to the things that I want to see in the world. And obviously, when it comes to art, and immersive art in and of itself. You know, you have the books, you have the plushies, you have all that stuff, but there's a buy-in. You know, you have to get something in order to continue that inspiration. If you don't see me in person, it's very rare that you're going to have any of my stuff. So I started to think, like, what are the things that that people have? And so if somebody follows me, if somebody follows my work, if somebody knows of the stuff that I do, how can they still be included in the work that I do without being reliant on a YouTube link or being on IG? And so I just thought about this idea, like, what does everybody probably have? Money. You need money, right? Like, you gotta pay bills, right? And so what does it look like to augment the things in your pocket so that when somebody says, oh yeah, I just saw this artist, he does this great stuff, he does 2D, 3D animation, he does AR, and he has this app. It's like when people download the app and they don't have any of the stuff around them, it's like they'll probably at least have $1. And so how can I create an experience for them that encourages them to explore the stuff that they have around them and be the conduit for that exploration? And then also be the inspiration for people to say, like, oh, all I need is $1. That's it. All you need is $1. And so I say all this in terms of a journey of, you know, we talked about all these different forms of technology that I use, but we didn't talk about technology specifically. The things that I use and what my approach is, because the technology, the specific tools are not the things that get you to your goal. They're just a means and ends. If you wake up one morning and a new tool comes out, then that's a tool. If there's a tool that resurfaces, then that's a tool. The biggest tool that you use is Microsoft Word, then that's the tool that you use. You know, I will say that my biggest tool, my biggest piece of technology that I sort of live by is Note. Like, OneNote is by far the biggest thing because that is how I can get my ideas out, and I won't forget them. If I forget it, it doesn't get made. And so for me, the biggest tool for me is just being able to just write something down so I don't forget it. But if you just so happen to have yourself a graphics card, a beefy graphics card that you probably spent most of your savings on, it affords you the ability to streamline your process, and it affords you the ability to do things that would otherwise take time, right? So we have the dreaded AI in the middle, right? And AI is AI, right? AI is AI. If you go to any doctor's office, they're using AI. So it's sort of like a little medical school sort of thing to let you guys know. It's like AI is around you. And so it's a matter, for me as an artist, as a creator, that lives the experience and is impacted by all these things. You can't run away from it. When Photoshop came out, what do you think they said about artists that were using Photoshop? They're not real artists. They're not mixing paint. They're not learning how to use printing presses. They're not using all that stuff because they don't need to, because technology has gotten to the point that allows them to not be hindered by the things that are around them. This is, in some way, shape, or form, this is one of those things. I could take a sketch, I could fine-tune that sketch, I could develop a style off of it, and then I could work with models, and I could work with, my graphics card that I paid a lot of money for, and I could streamline that process. Is it going to work? Is the first render, is the first thing always going to be good? No. But it's going to take something that it would normally take me weeks to do, and it could streamline that to maybe a day. And so as a medical student, I could use that day. And so looking at AI as a means to an end, mind you, it's a means to an end. It's not going to replace you, but it will help you be more efficient so that maybe you might just want to go see a movie. But you have 40 hours of work, and you got to squeeze that into a weekend. And so being able to utilize technology to regain some of the most valuable things, which is time, to further build connections and do all that stuff, like that's how I use it. And when I'm like really excited about like my next book, because I've always wanted to create fully colored books that are fully rendered, but it's too resource heavy for me. And so, but I have a vision of something that I want, and being able to explore the tools that I have access to do that, it's up to me to see how that's going to go. Because mind you, this is a big experiment. There's no expectations for anybody else but myself. But when something comes out, people really appreciate it. And so we're talking about technology. One of the things that has really helped with me is, I got into motion capture. I love motion capture at this point. I used to animate. I used to be a 2D animator like full time, and then I moved to 3D, and then I moved to motion capture. But to give you a perspective, it would take me about 2 to 3 hours per second of animation in 2D. And if I was to do a 30-second spot, you could do the math of how much I expected to work in terms of hours just for a 30-second spot that people were going to look at for 30 seconds and move on. And so being able to combine 3D and motion capture, that 20-second spot, I could do about 3 to 4 takes and then, mix and match and create something within an hour. And so regaining 60, about 55 hours of time back, I really appreciate that. Thank you, technology. But ultimately, it comes down to this. I'm making stuff in my room based off of my interests, and I'm doing that ultimately to go out into the world and share it. It's all about building community. I will say that as a medical student, being an artist is a very, very good conversation starter. Regardless of who you meet, I've met neurosurgeons, I've met, CEOs, all that. They find out that I'm just, oh, what do you do in your spare time? Oh yeah, I'm an animator. People's eyes light, they're like, I don't understand what you just said, but I want to know more. And then I'm able to share the stuff that I do, and then they're like, oh, I have a brother, I have a son that's really interested in that. I love it, and then you find ways to have these meaningful connections, all because I just decided one day to just like pick up a pencil and then just like draw some squiggles and then just get in the newspaper. And so it's like you can't, it's an opportunity for you to not only set yourself apart and find yourself, but it's also an avenue for you to build connections in ways that otherwise would not have been made. Because quite honestly, like people will literally stop me and be like, hey, you're the person that did this thing that I saw a couple years back, and it resonated with me. And those moments, you can't pay for those moments. And more importantly, you can't pay for those conversations and those connections that you'll have with people. And so for those that are watching as students, it's like, make the most out of this. This is the time to experiment. This is the time to explore, because the stuff that you explore now are going to pay off as long as you're essentially hard-headed. And so I say all that to sort of introduce the Black Realities Lab and the Immersive Tech Lab that we're going to be having. But really, it's the best way I could think about this is the place. If you don't have a place already, this is the place for you to make mistakes, experiment, explore, get feedback, and build a foundation that you're going to be building off of for the rest of your life, essentially. Because I know, yeah, people want to make money and people want to get to work. Don't worry, you will have the rest of your life to work. That's like God's honest truth. Like, you will have the rest of your life to work. If you have parents that are like my parents' age, they're in like their 60s and stuff like that. Ask them what they see their next career being, and they will likely give you an answer, because people that are retiring now are looking to just not retire and just vacation. They're looking to just like do something different. And so right now it's like, if you were to ask me, in my 60s, what I plan on doing, I'm probably going to be telling you that I'll be making cartoons, because people just like making cartoons. Like, it's fun, You can't discount it. And so before we get into the demo, just to sort of recap, we talked about just what does it look like for an idea to transcend mediums? Because it all just started with an idea, albeit there was a little bit of trauma associated with the idea, but it started with an idea and it went from medium to medium to medium, quite literally newspapers all the way to augmented reality apps and plushies in between. And so, through that process, it's a means to an end. It's not the final step, it's just a means to an end. Maybe I'll wake up one day, like quite literally with the shirt, I woke up one day and was like, I have a perfect idea. And then I made a shirt. I had to make the design, but then I made a shirt. And I said, what if I augment this shirt? Literally all in one day. And now I'm wearing it. You guys would never know, right? But when people see it, it makes sense. And throughout that process, you will start to have those moments where you're sort of fighting against the grain, but when people see it, it makes sense. And that's been the mission for me that I've been fortunate enough to sort of benefit from. And I'm excited for you all to be able to crack it open. And so as I get this all set up, are there any questions about anything before we get started? A lot to unpack, I know. And so disregard that. I'm a very messy desktop user. Like if I put it in a folder, I'm going to forget it. And so I choose not to put it in a folder. Oh, gotta switch these up. Oh, I have two mics now. Yeah, that works too. While you do that, I am going to do some stuff. Would you like me to walk you through the app from beginning to end, or would you like me to just go straight into it? Straight into it? Okay. So you guys are good, right? You guys are good? Okay. 10 minutes? Oh yeah, I'm good. Uh-oh. Okay, there you go. Okay, so while this is loading, so in the box, you will see a couple of things. One, you'll see the headset. You will also see this like little rolled up thing. This is foam. It's an adhesive foam, and you essentially, if you put it on, normally you will have you might have like an imprint of cardboard because it's kind of rough. But if you want to make the experience a little bit more comfortable, you could essentially roll out the foam like so, and there's an adhesive on the back. And you would essentially want to start off on the inside of the bridge, and you can put the adhesive foam around the bridge or the edges of them. And so essentially, you want to just put it around the edge so that it makes it a little more comfortable. And trust me, like it doesn't seem like a lot, but this little piece of foam, it definitely feels. It's like, whoa, this is a pillow. Okay. crap, what happened? Okay, there you go. And so I'm going to grab this one because this one has my stuff on it. I'll do that right there. Boom. Boom. Ooh, got some money. Okay, so when you go to the app, you're going to be presented with a screen called AR. You click the AR screen, or the AR button, and then you go to Demo Collection. Demo Collection will take you to this, where it allows you to sort of choose your experience. It's a lot to read, I know, but you just click Dynamic, and then you go to the defaults, so where it says Default, and then it gives you a little bit of a tutorial of like how things work. And I will actually, of how things work. And so you can read it just to know a little bit more information about it. But if you're already ready, you can click Get Started. And as you can see, I have my phone right there. So I'll just put this one away. And so the main attraction that we have is the AR comic, as you can see here. So this is the first 8 pages that I worked on. You saw it in the PowerPoint. But it's just a matter of exploring what does that look like in terms of immersive storytelling that's not a gimmick, but an integral part of it. You will also find 2 stickers, a bookmark, and then also some postcards. Definitely something to explore. And if you have $1, you could do that as well. But to go back to the initial problem that I told you about, and I'll go ahead and just make this full screen so you all could see. So the problem that I mentioned was when you have a book and you have an AR device like a phone, you're essentially dealing with the reality that, okay, I have this and I could do cool stuff with it. It shows up and it works, but I also have to try to find a way to turn the page. And so after a while, you realize that it's really difficult to turn a page on a book when you have your phone being held in your hand. So by placing the phone into this slot that you have, you can place your phone just into the slot right there so that it holds it in front like that. And then you just put it on and you're able to see it. And so when I'm having this experience now, I could go through and actually see the experience. Like that. And so one of the very rare occasions is that I'm actually using my phone as a webcam. And so the only thing you see on this screen is actually black. And so I can't actually see it. But if you're actually using it in real time, you can. And so just to sort of go through what the demo is, because it's one thing to sort of talk about it and see it, but to actually experience it in real time. You know, quite literally, you shine your phone on it, and you're able to explore the whole scene and the environment of the actual story. And so one of the little Easter eggs is that when I made this page, this was quite literally what my dorm room looked like. And so this is like a time capsule for me, very much like it is a diary piece. And so as you're going through the pages, you're seeing all these different Easter eggs of the experience that make sense. Like, I'm a big fan of Mortal Kombat. You probably can see those references right there. You could see that he's probably playing a game. If you go back, you could see that he's actually a button masher. And so being able to explore that, and then also be able to look at he's walking down the street. And so the environments and all the stuff that you see that you sort of take for granted when you're looking at animation, and being able to revisit that as a comic book experience or just an experience in a book, it just changes the way that it changes the relationship that you can have with the book, to where everything is dynamic, everything comes to life. And when you see it, it makes sense. And so the best way that I could describe really the thing that I'm holding in my hand that you get to experience is, what does it look like to hold your favorite animated show? Just that concept of just having a tactile experience with something that resonates with you, and being able to explore all the details of it with the freedom and not being directed to go from one thing to the next. And so you could see, oh yeah, who's in the back? You know, what's on the desk right there? Being able to have these different things with this experience is it's just something that just doesn't happen very often. And so as an animator, it's liberating for me, because when I'm working on comics, they're just storyboards for animations to me. And so what if I could add a dancing scene and actually show the dancing scene in opposed to just referencing it? And what if there's all these other edgy elements that happen that you're like, oh wow, this is just crazy? And then more importantly, what if you're able to seamlessly have the animations integrate to it within a page that makes sense? And so you're able to follow the page of a comic that is often dynamic, and then integrate the animations into it that makes it feel seamless, as if it's part of the same thing. And more importantly, you're able to redefine what those experiences are. And as we say, are we going to have it? Oh my gosh, there we go. Yeah, this is like my favorite one, because there's a lot of subtleties in it, but it's all centered around having an experience that is immersive. And so with this page, if you don't move the camera and you're just exploring, you'll realize that the camera is actually moving with the character. And throughout that, it unveils a whole lot more about this character's room and his environment and how he ticks. And to say that there's a definition of augmented reality that is reliant on just 3D work, I like to go against that, just because AR is just a way of augmenting things, right? I could have 2D stuff, and I could have interactions with it. If I want to have 3D stuff, if I want to have just button interactions, you could do that. And so with all these different things, you'll see that there are little Easter eggs and augmented elements in it that allow you to really, really explore the things we often take for granted, like bookmarks. Whoever thought that you can get tired of reading a book? Whoever thought that you could get tired of reading a book and then actually read a bookmark, and if you get tired of reading a bookmark, you could watch it? And so that is this super secret project that I've been working on called Island Fever Augmented Reality. I've been working on it for about 3 to 4 years, specifically on this. And you're the first to sort of be able to experience it in all its realness. And I really appreciate it. And thank you. And so before I go, check out the Immersive Lab, because it's coming next summer. So be ready. Insane. Branding. Yeah, we made it. Woo! Huh? Everybody for just showing up, for attending, for being attentive and just being a great audience, both live and virtually. It's been a very great experience being able to share my work with everybody and show what one of the projects people will be able to work with in the immersive lab. And as you know, I'm a medical student, so I get to experience this, from this standpoint, and then take that with me as I study for my next board exam. So I really appreciate everybody for the amazing opportunity, and I hope that this resonated with everybody, and I look forward to this next year. Whew. Whew. We made it.